Chapter 4292. Is this the F** King Universe world? Chiu could not help but curse. Zhuo Wen's Qinquan world was too strange. He had never seen or heard of it before. Zhuo Wen's eyes were calm. His right hand pointed at the void, and in the universe world behind him, endless golden flames suddenly gushed out from the lowest layer, easily evaporating the ink into mist. After blocking Do Ko's attack, Zhuo Wen's right hand didn't stop. He pointed at the void again, and countless ice crystals gushed out from the second layer of his universe world. Countless ice crystals condensed in the void, turning into a giant ice sculpture-like beast. It roared and charged at Do Ko with unstoppable momentum. Do Ko's face was gloomy. He didn't hold back anymore. The divine brush in his hand quickly drew on the rice paper in front of him. After 3 breaths of time, a lifelike giant Pishio appeared on the rice paper. Do Ko's divine brush shook slightly. The Pishio roared and came to life, jumping out of the paper. Bang! Bang! The 2 giant beasts fiercely collided in midair. Shocking beastly roars continuously resounded. Zhuo Wen's right hand didn't stop. He pointed at the void, and the 3rd and 4th layers of tribulation energy spread out in the sky, rushing toward Do Ko. The 3rd and 4th layers of tribulation energy were both lightning tribulations. However, the 3rd layer was blood lightning, and the 4th layer was black lightning. Their power was extremely terrifying. Do Ko's face was a little pale. The divine brush in his hand didn't stop drawing on the rice paper. Strange beasts jumped out of the paper, rushing out. However, the blood lightning and black lightning were too terrifying. The strange beasts that Do Ko drew couldn't resist for long. They were all killed. Do Ko could only passively retreat. He kept drawing all kinds of strange beasts, weapons, and attack methods on the rice paper, blocking the blood lightning and black lightning. Do Ko's face was ugly. He could see that Zhuo Wen's universe world had 9 layers. The tribulation energy of each layer should be different, and each layer should be more terrifying than the previous one. Zhuo Wen was only standing there, but he was forced into such a difficult situation. This made Do Ko both shocked and afraid of Zhuo Wen. How could there be such a powerful universe tribulation expert in this world? Here at this moment, Zhuo Wen was also a little shocked by the strength of his Qian-kun world. He had only used the 4th level of tribulation energy, but he was actually evenly matched with Do Kong. It should be noted that Do Ko was an expert at the early stage of the Dharma laws of the universe. In the past, if he had to deal with such an expert, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be as easy as it was now. Zhuo Wen's right hand pointed in the air again. He was about to release the 5th level's calamity energy, but he discovered that a terrifying power was beginning to devour his body. Zhuo Wen let out a muffled groan. He immediately knew that his limit should be using the tribulation energy of the 5th level. Furthermore, after using it, it would have quite a few side effects on him, as his cultivation level continued to increase. Zhuo Wen knew that the calamities in the subsequent levels of the universe world would all be under his control. Whoosh whoosh. However, a series of whooshing sounds came from all around the chasm. Mo Lan, Suda, and the other 5 appeared around Zhuo Wen. After entering the abyss, they had been searching aimlessly for Zhuo Wen, scattering in various parts of the abyss. Now they were attracted by the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuo Wen and Do Ko, and they all rushed over. This kid is actually not dead. He's really lucky. Mo Lan, Suda, and the others also revealed looks of surprise. Obviously, they were deeply surprised that Zhuo Wen was not dead, especially when they saw that Do Ko was actually evenly matched with Zhuo Wen, Mo Lan, Suda, and the rest of the 6 revealed looks of disbelief. This kid has just advanced to the universe tribulation, and he's actually on par with Do Ko? He's so changeable. Look, this kid's Qian-kun world is extremely unusual. It actually has 9 levels, and each level is formed by a complete Qian Kun world. Mo Lan Suda, and the others' faces darkened. They were all shocked by Zhuowen's strength. Only yes, the shock in their eyes was quickly replaced by killing intent and gloominess. The stronger Zhuowen was, the greater the trouble in the future. The more they wanted to get rid of this kid. Everyone, what are you still looking at? Let's attack together. We have already completely offended this kid. With his growth speed, it will be easy for him to take revenge on us in the future. If we don't eliminate the roots now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Zhuowen for the time being, he became a little anxious. When he saw that Mo Lan and the others were still looking around, he couldn't help but say in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together." Mo Lan said coldly. He summoned his cosmic aspect and rushed towards Zhuowen. Su De of the Five Immortals Divine Sect was not to be outdone. He also summoned his cosmic aspect and followed closely behind Mo Lan. Amit Ba, this kid's evil spirit is too deep. This old monk must get rid of this evil for the sake of the people. The Buddhist sect pretended to chant a Buddhist mantra. He also summoned his Vajra Dharma idol and rushed out. This old bald donkey is still so hypocritical. It's disgusting to see him like this. Lu Qingqin of the Moon Chopping Sacred Pavilion looked at the Buddhist sect with disdain. Her subordinates' movements were not slow either. They also used all their strength. The remaining evil spirit of the three suppression divine prisons and Huan, Ri of the Water Moon Illusory House, did not say a word. They both summoned their cosmic aspects and used their actions to express their decision. With the addition of Mo Lan Suda and the other 5 people, the originally evenly matched situation instantly changed. The calamities released by Zhuowen were all blocked by the 7 people. At the same time, the 7 people were constantly approaching Zhuowen. They planned to give Zhuowen a thunderous blow and kill him completely. Zhuowen Zai's expression was calm. He pointed his right hand at the void again and released the calamity energy of the 5th level. The calamity of this level was a terrifying flood that surged endlessly. This flood was silver-white and fiery red in color. Zhuowen released the 2 types of flood at the same time. The strong corrosiveness even corroded the void into nothingness. The 7 people who had rushed in front of Zhuowen were caught off guard. They were washed away by the rolling flood and retreated in a sorry state. Along with, at the same time, they were horrified to find that this strange flood was constantly eating away at the energy film on the surface of their cosmic aspects. "This guy," Mo Lan muttered. Just as Lan was about to curse, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and saw Zhuowen holding the Taiyu sacred sword and floating over. The sword pierced through, and the target was him. Mo Lan was in the middle of the flood vortex. His movements were inevitably hindered. He also had to divert his attention to resist the terrifying corrosive power of the flood. He could only use 1/3 of his strength to resist Zhuowen's attack. However, Mo Lan did not panic. Although Zhuowen's Qian Kun world was very strange, he did not think that Zhuowen's own strength could be that strong. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, his cultivation was only in the great calamity of Qian Kun. He only used 1/3 of his strength, which was enough to force Zhuowen to retreat. Bang! Mo Lan's huge cosmic aspect suddenly punched out, smashing towards Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen's expression was cold. His movements were like lightning. He dodged Mo Lan's punch and quickly slashed out with the Taiyu sacred sword in his hand. Clang! The moment Zhuowen and Mo Lan passed each other, Mo Lan's huge cosmic aspects right arm soared into the sky and then landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 40, 293. When the right arm of the Dharma form fell to the bottom of the abyss, there was a clear sound of collision. Mo Lan reacted and looked at his broken right arm in fear. Heaven and earth, one line of heaven. Mo Lan's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to scream, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. Amidst the indifferent voice, an extremely terrifying sword light swept out like endless flowing flames and landed heavily on Emo Lan's body. Demon Emo Lan roared and used all his strength to block the sword light that Zhuowen threw out again. But unfortunately, he could only use 1/3 of his strength, and the result was self-evident. His Dharma form's left arm was chopped off, and even half of his body was broken. Zhuowen stepped into the void and turned into a flash of lightning. He kept flashing around Emo Lan, and every time he flashed, he would throw out a terrifying sword light. Under Zhuowen's repeated slashes, Emo Lan's huge Dharma idol began to become riddled with holes and became extremely dim. Sword shaking the 9 heavens, Zhuowen appeared in front of Emo Lan's Dharma form again, and the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand slashed out again. The rolling sword chi kept rising, forming a terrifying sword chi whirlpool. The sword chi whirlpool grew bigger and bigger as it spun like a snowball. Finally, it hit the Dharma form's chin. The terrifying destructive power caused Emo Lan's Dharma form's head to be pierced through by the sword chi whirlpool. The huge Dharma form was also crushed into dust by the sword chi whirlpool. Poof! Poof! Demon! As soon as Emo Lan's Dharma form was crushed, Emo Lan quickly retreated. He was in a sorry state, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. He looked ferocious. Here Emo Lan was scared out of his wits. As soon as he retreated from the Dharma form, he ran out of the abyss without looking back. Naturally, Zhuowen would not allow Emo Lan to escape just like that. The Qian Kuan world, which was floating not far away, descended and completely suppressed Emo Lan within the Qian Kuan world. All kinds of calamities came one after another and landed on Emo Lan. Emo Lan was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and he kept screaming. After dealing with Emo Lan cleanly, Zhuowen's expression remained calm. The power of the 3 divine abilities he had created was already very strong. Now he'd even broken through to the world tribulation. So the might of these 3 divine abilities had naturally risen to a whole new level, and they were unstoppable. It's your turn now. Zhuowen's eyes were fixed on the other 6 people in the endless flood. The remaining 6 felt a chill in their hearts. They felt a deep sense of fear and dread. In any case, Emo Lan was a strong cultivator at the early stage of the Dharma phase of the universe. How could the 6 of them not feel an intense sense of danger when he was so easily dealt with by this young man? The 5 of you, don't hold back. He ignited his Dharma idol and broke free from the flood. Then he would work together to kill this person. Suda, Lu Qingqin, and the others were a little hesitant. Burning Dharma powers was a unique, desperate move of the universe Dharma powers. In a very short period of time, they could burn Dharma powers to gain several times their current power. The side effects of burning Dharma powers were also great. Once the Dharma powers were burned out, their Dharma powers would be seriously damaged. They would not be able to condense Dharma powers again, and there would be no hope for future breakthroughs. Clang! Of course, as long as the Dharma powers were not burned out, there was still a chance for the Dharma powers to recover, but the cost was great. What Do Ko said is right. This man's strength is beyond our expectations. It's time to fight with all our might. The evil spirit of the God-suppressing prison looked fierce, and the huge Dharma powers that surrounded him suddenly ignited with golden flames. The evil spirit's aura rose rapidly in a very short period of time. Whoosh! La la! The evil spirit roared and waved his right hand. The flood that was surrounding him was separated by his hand. He jumped out and rushed toward Zhuowen with the huge universe Dharma powers. Everyone, don't hesitate any longer. The opportunity is fleeting. Do Ko roared. He also began to burn his Dharma powers. Endless golden flames danced and burned around his huge Dharma powers. Do-ko seemed to be assisted by the gods as he broke through the surrounding flood and rushed out of the shackles. Suda, Lu Qingqin, the Buddhist sect, and Huan Ri saw that Do-ko and the evil spirit had begun to fight with all their might. They also gritted their teeth and burned their Dharma powers, erupting with battle strength that was several times greater than usual. In the distance, Zhuowen, who was holding the Taiyu sacred sword, looked at the 6 people who were charging toward him with burning Dharma powers. His expression became much more serious. At the moment when the great battle was about to break out, they did not notice that a graceful figure had silently appeared under a huge rock at the southern edge of the Black Bone Wilderness. It was a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a thin veil on her face, and her pair of crystal-clear eyes seemed to contain the unfathomable depths of the universe. The secret female cultivator stood under the rock, her crystal-clear eyes fixed on the great battle that was taking place in the depths of the abyss. The abyss was deep and dark. No matter how good one's eyesight was, one would not be able to see anything in the depths of the abyss. However, this woman's eyes were extremely unique. They pierced through the layers of darkness of the abyss and reached the bottom of the abyss. She could see the battle below clearly. 9-leveled Qian Kun world? This person's potential is stronger than I expected. He is even stronger than Sakyamuni back then. The mysterious woman's eyes shone with a strange light. After seeing Zhuowen's Qian Kun world, her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. She could not help but mumble softly to herself. 6 early-stage Dharma powers of the universe are burning their Dharma powers to attack this person together. I wonder if this person can withstand the combined attacks of the 6 of them? The secret female cultivator frowned slightly. She was considering whether to help Zhuowen block the attacks of the 6 people. However, after thinking about it, she gave up. She wanted to observe Zhuowen more. She had a feeling that this Zhuowen was not simple. Perhaps he could withstand the combined attacks of the 6 Dharma powers of the universe. It has begun. The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes slowly narrowed. She saw that at the bottom of the abyss, the 6 crazy Dharma powers of the universe had finally collided fiercely with Zhuowen. Life in the morning and death in the evening. A faint voice sounded faintly in the abyss. At this moment, time in the entire abyss seemed to have stopped. Whether it was life or death, love or hatred, all of it seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the depths of the abyss, there was only a flash of sword light that shone eternally. This flash of sword light was too shocking. Daodu, Suda, and the rest of the 6 people who had burned their Dharma powers unleashed their attacks together and collided heavily with this flash of sword light. The 2 of them exploded with a terrifying sound of explosion and a blinding light. Puchi! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The part of his right hand that was holding the sword was completely shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. However, his eyes were filled with madness. He began to continuously activate the endless calamity power of the Qian Kun world to resist the combined attacks of the 6 Dharma powers. Do, Suda, and the rest of the 6 people were not in a good state either. Their combined attacks had indeed gained the upper hand, but they were unable to completely suppress Zhuowen's flash of sword light. Instead, they were met with an extremely strong resistance. The after effects of burning their Dharma powers were gradually appearing on their bodies, making them feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 40-94. Continue to burn your Dharma power and kill him in one fell swoop. Do Chiu roared. Nak went completely mad. He roared and burned his Dharma idol even more desperately. One could see that his Dharma idol was melting. Once it completely melted, his Dharma idol would be completely destroyed. However, Do-ko obviously didn't consider this. The only thing he wanted to do now was to completely kill Zhuowen. Suda, Lu Qingqin, and the other 4 felt uncomfortable, but they gritted their teeth and continued to burn their Dharma power. They did not want to give Zhuowen any chance to catch his breath. Uft. Zhuowen once again spat out a mouthful of blood as he continuously retreated. That dazzling sword light began to dim. Sigh. Indeed, with my current strength, it is still difficult to fight against 6 cosmic Dharma power masters alone. Zhuowen sighed and took out the Grand Emperor's seal from his sleeve. Grand Emperor, the Grand Emperor's seal was mysterious. Even though Zhuowen had broken through the Qian Kuan tribulation, he still did not know the details of this thing. He only knew that the Grand Emperor's seal was so powerful that it scared him. When the sword light was completely destroyed, Zhuowen held the Grand Emperor's seal and stared at the attacks of the 6 masters who were getting closer and closer. He channeled his divine power into the Grand Emperor's seal, and with a flip of his right hand, he threw the Grand Emperor's seal at the approaching attacks. After the Grand Emperor's seal left his hand, it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of a huge mountain and stood in front of Zhuowen. Boom! Do Chiu Suda and the other 4 masters did not hesitate to burn their Dharma power to launch a joint attack. However, not only did they fail to leave a single mark on the Grand Emperor's seal, but these terrifying attacks also dissipated and disappeared. Phew! This boy is finally going to die in our hands. Do Chiu Suda and the other 5 heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the stubborn sword light was completely destroyed by their attacks. Now Zhuowen had become their nightmare. If Zhuowen did not die, they would not be able to rest easy. Now, they were certain that Zhuowen would not be able to live. But soon, they saw the Grand Emperor's seal in front of Zhuowen and were all stunned. While when they saw the mountain-like Emperor Tai's seal moving rapidly and appearing above their heads, the shock in their eyes turned into fear. The unfathomable and terrifying aura from the Imperial Tai seal sent chills down their spines. Even the depths of their souls felt fear. Fear the terrifying aura poured down like a waterfall. Do Ko and the other 5 cultivators trembled in fear. They wanted to activate their universe avatars again as a last-ditch effort. But this was because their Dharma idols had been burned too badly. At this moment, their Dharma idols were in tatters. Even if they were to reform their Dharma idols were dim and lifeless. What is this thing? However, before he could finish a sentence, the Tai Emperor's seal had completely suppressed him and the other 5 people. Rumble! 2 the Imperial seal landed on the ground, and the entire black gold mountain range shook violently. Many huge mountains were shaken by the shock waves, and many terrifying gullies appeared on them. Zhuowen's face was pale. After confirming that the aura of Do Ko and the other 5 cultivators had completely disappeared, he cut off the connection with the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal and sat on the ground. I did not expect that I could still barely use the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal after advancing to the great Qian Kuan tribulation. What kind of divine weapon is this? Zhuowen smiled bitterly, looking at the palm-sized Imperial Tai Emperor's seal. Zhuowen waved his right hand and kept it in his sleeve. Do Ko and the other 5 cultivators were completely destroyed by the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal. Not even a trace of them was left behind. Emolan was still trapped in Zhuowen's Qiankun world and was being tortured. Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and informed Shirpatian and Shanlingyun that they were safe. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to heal himself. This battle was still a little difficult for Zhuowen. Now that he was injured, he would have fainted if he had not been holding on. You have killed so many people, and you still dare to stay here and heal yourself. I really admire your courage. Not long after Zhuowen started to heal himself, a graceful voice floated from above the abyss and appeared not far away from Zhuowen. The voice was crisp and clear. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the mysterious woman in front of him. He said, "I was just waiting for you to appear." The mysterious woman squinted her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "When did you discover me?" "When I used the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal to kill Do Ko, Suda, and the other 5 cultivators, you gave yourself away. Therefore I sensed it. Zhuowen said calmly. Now Zhuowen was severely injured, and it was difficult for him to use his divine power. It could be said that he was completely powerless now. If the mysterious woman in front of him wanted to kill him, Zhuowen would not be able to resist. God, the mysterious woman nodded. She was very confident in her concealment skills. The reason why Zhuowen could detect her was that she was shocked by the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal and gave herself away. However, this also made the mysterious woman think more highly of Zhuowen. This man's senses were sharper than she had imagined. After all, she gave herself away very subtly, and ordinary cultivators would not be able to detect her. What is that seal? The mysterious woman suddenly asked. The Imperial Tai Emperor's seal. Its origin is very mysterious, and I am not very clear about it, Zhuowen replied calmly. When was ready to attack. If the mysterious woman wanted to attack him, he would use the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal to fight her again. However, to his surprise, the mysterious woman did not ask about the Imperial Tai Emperor's seal anymore. Instead, she threw a pill to Zhuowen and said, "This is the worst healing pill I have. Take it and recuperate." When took the pill, his pupils shrank as he discovered that the pill in his hand was a second, heavenly layer, eternal healing, divine pill. However, this was only the worst pill the woman had. Then, what was the best pill she had? Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to beat around the bush. The mysterious woman obviously thought that Zhuowen was silent because he was afraid that she would poison him, so she explained. Zhuowen nodded expressionlessly. After confirming it repeatedly, he swallowed it into his stomach. However, Zhuowen's entire body felt warm and comfortable. The surging medicinal power quickly circulated around his body and began to rapidly heal his meridians, flesh, internal injuries, and other injuries. The pill at the second sky of Eternal Realm was indeed extraordinary. In just 10 breaths, Zhuowen's injuries were healed by 1/3. Next, Zhuowen only needed to refine the remaining medicinal power. Then his injuries would be healed by about 70 to 80%. Zhuowen looked at the mysterious woman in front of him in confusion and asked. Divine, the mysterious woman took out the Eye of the Void and threw it to Zhuowen. She said, "I was just entrusted by someone to do my job. Moreover, the incomplete map agreement you have is somewhat related to me, so you can't die yet. This is the Eye of the Void. It can help you leave the Golden Crow mountain range." Only then did Zhuowen notice that the Eye of the Void that the mysterious woman threw to him was a crystal-like eyeball. It was palm-sized and lifelike. When he raised his head again, he found that the mysterious woman had disappeared. Chapter 4295. The Eye of the Void. When rubbed the Eye of the Void in his right hand, it looked like a real eyeball. He was deep in thought. He was very sure that he did not know the mysterious woman. Judging from her words, she had only come to help him because of the map fragment in his possession. This woman must be related to Su Zhou and Ziyu. Does that mean that the Eye of the Void is Su Zhou's idea? Zhuowen muttered to himself. There was a mysterious light in his eyes. He was rather surprised that Su Zhou was willing to give up something as precious as the Eye of the Void for the map fragment. Although he had never seen the Eye of the Void, he had heard of it. He knew that it was priceless and extremely rare. Zhuowen did not use the Eye of the Void immediately. He kept it and turned into a puff of green smoke, disappearing into the abyss. Su, the Eye of the Void, could even save the life of Enai Gu and Guangguang. To Zhuowen, it was equivalent to having an extra life. How could he use it so casually until he had another way to escape from Wujin Mountains? If this method did not work, he would consider using the Eye of the Void. Zhuowen flew all the way to the south of Wujin Mountains. Route based on the current situation, the only way to Wujin Mountains should be through Zhaotian City. It was not hard for Wen to imagine that most of the experts were hiding in Zhaotian City. If he foolishly left Zhaotian City, he would be digging his own grave. While Zhaotian City was the northernmost city of Wujin Mountains, Therefore, Zhuan planned to go to the southernmost area of Wujin Mountains, which was the area that Dilua City was in charge of. Dilua City was the city that Zhuan was most familiar with. When he had entered Wujin Mountains from Dilua City, he had secretly left some tricks in the passageway of Dilua City. Originally, he had just left them casually. Now, it seemed that this unintentional willow was about to grow into a shade. While Zhuowen was flying towards the south of Wujin Mountains, Zhaotian City was in complete chaos. In the news that all the experts who had entered Wujin Mountains, including the experts from the Seven Forces, had all died spread through the city at an unbelievable speed. Zhao in Heaven City, in a luxurious loft box near the central square, the 7 city lords were kneeling on one knee in front of the female lead with a bitter smile on their faces. Matter the development of love seemed to be out of their control. Female, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she said softly, "Looks like we still underestimated this kid. Since he has the strength to kill so many experts, it proves that Yu City was killed by him. Lady Handsome, what should we do now?" Clear Sky City's city, Lord Chun, Zhao, asked cautiously. "I will personally enter the Black Gold Mountain Range. The 7 of you guard the passageway. Once Zhuowen slips out, inform me immediately." The girl's beautiful eyes became very serious. Now, she no longer dared to underestimate Zhuowen. He had just advanced to the cosmic tribulation, but he was already able to kill an early-stage Dharma adept of the universe. Such a monster was too big of a threat and could not be allowed to live. "Lady Handsome, we have also seen the video that was sent back. This kid was able to kill the experts from the 7 organizations mainly because of the seal that he has. However, he has also paid a terrible price because of this. Now he has no strength to fight at all. You don't have to do it yourself to capture this kid. Jian Luo and I will go in and capture him." "God bless," suggested rather nonchalantly. Since many of the powerhouses who entered the Wujin mountain range were given jade tokens by the 7 castellans, there was a surveillance formation in the jade tokens. It could record everything that the jade token owner saw and reported back to the main token in Clear Sky City. Therefore, the girl and the rest were aware of the tragic battle that happened in the Black Gold Mountain Range, while the mysterious lady only appeared after the battle ended. Therefore, the girl and the rest did not know that Zhuowen had an additional Eye of the Void and that he had recovered from his injuries. Female She shook her head and said, "Even a lion has to go all out to capture a rabbit. What about us? This kid is cunning and unpredictable. We can't let our guard down. I have to enter the Black Gold Mountain Range personally." Yu pursed his lips and did not say anything. On the other hand, Jian Luo remained silent as usual. The girl was decisive and resolute. After making her decision, she brought God Bless and Jian Luo into the tunnel in the central square of Clear Sky City and entered the Black Gold Mountain Range. However, the 7 city lords were still guarding the central square. Only the 7 city lords' faces were pale and their limbs were trembling. At the moment the handsome female entered the passageway, they could clearly feel an extremely tyrannical divine sense sweep over the square. They knew that the girl must have attracted the attention of the experts who were hiding in the dark when she entered the Black Gold Mountain Range. Let them go. However, the 7 city lords found it strange. After the powerful divine consciousness scanned the square, they withdrew at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. It was as if they were wary of each other and were afraid of each other. I wonder what these experts from the Supreme Realm are up to. They're not attacking or saying anything. Could it be that they're waiting for Zhuowen to come out? Di Luo City's city lord, Ling Luo, said bitterly, "That might be the case. The tunnel in Clear Sky City was the only way in and out of the Black Gold Mountain Range. If Zhuowen wanted to leave the Black Gold Mountain Range, he would have to come out from here. Otherwise, he would have to stay in the Black Gold Mountain Range forever. With those experts' abilities, if Zhuowen really comes out, he won't have a chance to escape Qin Zhao said as he nodded. Let's not make any wild guesses. If those experts hear us, we won't have a good time. Burning Sky City's city lord, Fan Xian, said softly. Everyone remained silent. Wuyin, the Black Gold Mountain Range. When Zhuowen entered the southernmost border of the Black Gold Mountain Range, he was blocked by powerful seals. As long as I can find the traces that I left in the tunnel, I should be able to reopen the tunnel to Di Luo City. Zhuowen mumbled to himself. He began to look for the location of the tunnel to Di Luo City at the border. For some unknown reason, a trace of an ominous feeling had suddenly arisen in his heart since just now. It was as if something was chasing after him, causing his mood to become much more urgent and heavy. He knew that the news of the experts who entered the Black Gold Mountain Range being annihilated was already known to the outside world. As the mastermind of this operation, the handsome female lead would definitely not be able to sit still. She might personally enter the Black Gold Mountain Range to kill him. He had to find the tunnel to Di Luo City as soon as possible and leave the Black Gold Mountain Range. While Zhuowen was focused on finding the tunnel, the handsome female lead and the other two had already arrived at the Black Bone Wasteland. At this place, the Black Bone Wasteland, after the baptism of several great battles, had become a bottomless abyss. Deep the abyss was incomparably dark. It was impossible to see what was at the bottom. It was strange and unfathomable. The handsome female lead and the other two hovered above the abyss, silently staring at it. Chapter 4296. Zhuowen isn't here? That's strange. Theoretically, his injuries are so severe that it's difficult for him to even move. How could he still have the strength to leave? Yu frowned slightly. Just now, he had searched the abyss, but did not find any trace of Zhuowen. He was very puzzled. Didn't I tell you before? There's always an accident. Moreover, this guy has given us plenty of surprises. We can't be careless when dealing with him. The lady glared at God Bless coldly. The latter laughed awkwardly, not daring to refute her. Fortunately, this guy's aura is still lingering here. I'll find out where he went with the goddess's guidance. He won't be able to run away this time. A murderous aura flashed in her eyes as she performed hand seals. A faint pink mist lingered around her fair and slender fingers. Powder the red mist intertwined and condensed, jumping between the beautiful woman's slender fingers. It was like a cluster of jumping fairies, lively and lively. Eventually, the pink mist gathered and turned into a pink lady's silhouette the size of a palm. Powder the red silhouette was blurry and chaotic. However, it gave people the urge to check it out. It was as if they would only stop when they had a clear look at the silhouette. God Bless and Jian Luo were mesmerized by the pink silhouette. If the lady had not woken them up, they might have fallen for it. This is the goddess's image. It's born with a powerful, seductive ability. Don't keep staring at it. Otherwise, you guys will be seduced and lose your mind, the lady reminded them. God Bless and Jian Luo immediately snapped out of their thoughts. They were afraid and dared not look at the goddess's image anymore. As soon as the goddess's image was formed, it flew towards the south of Wujin Mountain Range like a fairy. In the south? Then, why is Zhuowen going to the south of Wujin Mountain Range? Although the lady was confused, she followed closely behind with God Bless and Jian Luo. Wu at the southern border of Wujin Mountain Range. Zhuowen, who was walking around the boundary stone tablet, suddenly stopped on an inconspicuous little mound. He stepped on the little mound softly with his right foot. He realized that the bottom of the mound was hard. It did not seem like it was formed by ordinary soil. Squatting down, he gently wiped away the sand on the surface of the mound, revealing the silver-white metal underneath. The surface of the white metal was covered with intricate and mysterious patterns. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. He knew that he had found the location of the passage, and he could vaguely sense the connection between him and the traces he had left behind on the metal. This should be the formation eye of Di Luo City's passageway. As long as I can break this formation, I will be able to connect to Di Luo City and teleport into Di Luo City. Wen's eyes brightened. He immediately sat down cross-legged and waved his hand to take out many formation discs. He planned to crack the formation core and connect to the passageway in Di Luo City. The restrictions around the Black Gold mountain range had already reached the second sky of Eternal Realm. But for Zhuowen, this restriction was not difficult. His spirit soul had broken through to the middle stage of the Dharma characteristic realm in the starlight world of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Saint Lord. His array Dao level had also risen. In the starlight world, his array Dao level had reached the 2nd heaven of the Eternal Realm. In addition, Zhuowen had found the array core, so it didn't take him too long to crack the array core. Very quickly. Soon the array core was cracked. The silvery white metal emitted a blazing white light. But the complicated patterns on the surface of the metal separated from the metal and hung in midair, forming a Daokong spirit array. Spirit array. A white beam of light shot out of the array, forming a white passageway that pierced through the restrictions of the Black Gold mountain range. It led to Di Luo City, the southernmost part of the Black Gold mountain range. Handsome Girl and the other 2, who were originally rushing to the south of the Black Gold mountain range, naturally noticed the white beam of light that suddenly appeared at the southern border. That's a passageway. Xinyu's mouth was wide open as he said in disbelief, "What's going on with the 7 city lords? Why did they open the southern passageway? Isn't that Zhuowen in the south?" Jian Luo's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, let's hurry over. We can't let that Zhuowen enter the passageway and leave." Handsome Girl was the first to react. She used her movement technique to the extreme and turned into a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared thousands of miles away. Xinyu Yu and Jian Luo chased after her with all their might. However, the gap between them and Handsome Girl was too big. They couldn't catch up to her at all. Dong! When Handsome Girl rushed to the southern border, she happened to see a black-clad young man entering the white passageway. The endless white glow drowned the black-clad young man instantly. Only as, the moment the black-clad young man was teleported, his sharp gaze landed on Handsome Girl. Handsome Girl saw the coldness and mockery in the young man's eyes. "Get back here!" Handsome Girl shouted. Handsome Girl dashed into the white passageway like a madwoman. Terrifying energy exploded continuously in the air. The space around the white passageway was distorted and collapsed. Only unfortunately, she was still too late. The white passageway had completely disappeared before her eyes, and her attack had landed on empty air. When God Bless and Jian Luo arrived, they saw the southern border that was in ruins. There were also beautiful ladies who were standing not far away in a daze. As for the white passageway and Zhuowen that they expected, he wasn't there. "Master Handsome Girl, that Zhuowen?" Xinyu asked carefully. "He ran away. Come, follow me back to Clear Sky City. Send someone to Di Luo City immediately. We must stop this guy. And the 7 Castellans, they all deserve to die." Handsome Girl's eyes were bloodshot. She was furious and unwilling to accept the fact that the prey that was in her hands flew away just like that. She instinctively thought that the opening of the southern border's passageway must be the fault of the 7 Castellans. She said, Handsome Girl left the place immediately. She had no time to care about Xinyu and Jian Luo, who were still in a daze. At the moment, the 7 Castellans were still guarding the entrance of the passageway in the central square of Clear Sky City. Whoosh! However, Di Luo City's Castellan, Ling Luo, frowned slightly. He took out the communication jade talisman from his waist. His expression changed drastically after reading the message. "Ling Luo, what happened?" Chun Zhao and the other 6 Castellans asked immediately when they saw Ling Luo's expression. Ling Luo's face was pale and his limbs were shaking. He said, "There's news from Di Luo City. The passageway to Di Luo City opened all of a sudden. Someone left through the passageway in Wujin Mountain. What? The other 6 castellans were shocked. What's going on, Ling Luo? Di Luo City's passageway is in charge of Di Luo City. You're the main person in charge. Without you, it's impossible for the passageway to open. Why would the passageway open on its own? Chen Zhao asked calmly. Ling Luo was out of his wits. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. According to my subordinate's report, the person who came out should be Zhuowen. Zhuowen might have done something to the passageway. That D***amen guy. If so, hurry up and give the order to seal off Di Luo City. We must not let Zhuowen leave Di Luo City. Chun Zhao said quickly. Ling Luo then came back to his senses and quickly gave the order to seal off the city to the person in charge of Di Luo City. However, the message that he sent out was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reply at all. That Zhuowen should have already taken action. Chen Zhao said with a frown. What should we do? Ling Luo was really panicking. The negligence happened in Di Luo City. If they were to look into it, it would be Ling Luo's responsibility. By then, handsome girl might not let him go. Just as Zhao wanted to speak, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He rapidly retreated. Only about an inch in front of his chest, a fair jade-like hand appeared and landed on his chest without a sound. Don Zhao gave a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person was smashed heavily onto the ground by the palm. Chapter 4297. The entire book. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Qin Zhao was severely injured by the sudden attack and fell to the ground, the other 6 castellans finally reacted. Initially, there was anger in their eyes. However, when they saw the person who attacked them, their anger was replaced by fear. Greetings, Lady Handsome Female Lead. The 6 castellans quickly knelt on one knee and greeted the beautiful lady who had just appeared in the sky above the square. Chen Zhao covered his chest and stood up forcefully. He then knelt on one knee awkwardly. Do you know why I attacked you? The lady was aggressive and her eyes were as cold as a knife. Is it because of the sudden opening of the passageway in Di Luo City? Chun Zhao asked carefully. He immediately recalled what Ling Luo said earlier. Zhuowen had really escaped from the lady's hands. It seems like you're not stupid? The lady scoffed and didn't attack again. She looked at the other 6 castellans coldly and said, Where's the castellan of Di Luo City? Ling Luo's heart skipped a beat. He walked out submissively with a flattering smile on his face. You're in charge of Di Luo City. Now that the passageway in Di Luo City has been reopened, Zhuowen has escaped through the passageway in Di Luo City. Can you bear the responsibility? The lady said with murderous intent. Ling Luo's face was covered in cold sweat. He quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Kill yourself to atone for your sins. Don't force me to do it. And the 6 of you, immediately follow me to Di Luo City. You absolutely can't allow Zhuowen to escape. The young woman ordered resolutely. Chun Zhao and the other castellans naturally didn't dare to disobey the lady's order. Only Ling Luo's face was pale. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, hoping that the lady would give him a chance to atone for his sins. Jian Luo, you take care of Ling Luo. The rest of you, follow me to Di Luo City. The lady ignored Ling Luo, who kept begging for mercy. Instead, she brought God Bless and the other 6 castellans out of Zhaotian City quickly and headed to Di Luo City, which was at the south of Wujin mountain range. Not long after the lady and the rest left, Jian Luo chased after them expressionlessly while holding Ling Luo's head. In Zhaotian City, the lady left in a hurry. She caught the attention of the experts who were watching her. That can't be. The handsome female actually returned empty-handed. With her strength, taking down that Zhua shouldn't be a problem. Inside a luxurious and clear sky city, Old Man Ming Deng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Chenzi were gathered together. Blood Beauty frowned slightly, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The direction that the girl left in should be Di Luo City. According to my informant's report, the passage to Di Luo City suddenly opened just now. From this, it could be seen that Zhuowen did not know what kind of dog. Shit luck. He actually accidentally opened the passageway to Di Luo City. They fled to Di Luo City. Old Man Ming Deng said calmly, "This kid's luck is pretty good, and his strength is pretty good as well. If he hadn't killed Wei Yuntian, I would have taken him in as my disciple." Yun Chenzi said indifferently, "This kid has already become the target of public criticism. This is a hot potato. If you dare to take him as your disciple, then you'll have to face everyone's revenge." The old man cast a sidelong glance at Yun Chenzi. Yun Chenzi smiled bitterly. "I'm just saying, I really don't have the guts to accept him. Let's also go to Di Luo City. It's not bad to go and watch the show. When the girl takes down Zhuowen, we only need to ask the girl for this kid. She won't dare to not hand him over." Old Man Ming Deng said calmly with a faint smile. Yun Chenzi and Blood Beauty nodded. The three of them turned into a wisp of smoke and quietly left this place. At the same time that Old Man Ming Deng and the others left, the other experts hidden in the dark also quietly left Zhaotian City. Damn it! What's wrong with this Zhuowen? Why didn't he use the Eyes of the Void? If he had used the Eyes of the Void earlier, wouldn't he have been able to escape earlier? In another part of Zhaotian City, Su Zhou roared in exasperation. Ziyu, the middle-aged man, the old man, and the mysterious woman wearing a veil were all gathered in this luxurious private room. The mysterious woman's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She was also quite surprised by Zhuowen's actions. "Let's go to Di Luo City first," the mysterious woman said. Su Zhou and Ziyu both calmed down. They glanced at the mysterious woman and nodded. The only thing they could do now was to go to Di Luo City and observe the situation. They only hoped that Zhuowen wouldn't court death. Di Luo Square, the core of Di Luo City, was completely in ruins. Corpses were scattered all around the square. In the center of the square, a figure as straight as a pole slowly walked out of the square. Di Luo City's imperial guards surrounded the square from afar. No one dared to go forward and stop this figure. And this figure that was targeted by everyone was Zhuowen. After he arrived at Di Luo Square from Di Luo City's passageway, he was immediately attacked by Di Luo City's imperial guards. With Zhuowen's current strength, no matter how many imperial guards there were, they couldn't pose any threat to him. In just a few rounds, more than half of the imperial guards were dead or injured. The head of the imperial guards was also beheaded by Zhuowen. The remaining imperial guards were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to approach Zhuowen anymore. "Brother Duan hasn't replied to me? Did something happen to him?" Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and found that Duan Jipeng hadn't replied to him. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He no longer tried to mediate with Di Luo City's imperial guards. Instead, he rushed to the inn where Duan Jipeng was in seclusion. After asking the terrified shopkeeper, Zhuowen found out that Duan Jipeng had left the inn yesterday and hadn't returned yet. And Brother Duan replied to me? Zhuowen suddenly took out the communication jade talisman from his waist. This jade talisman was still flashing. Duan Jipeng had replied to him. He opened the jade talisman and his expression changed. "I am Nuwa Clan's third clan leader, Nu Jun. Your friend Duan Jipeng is in my hands. If you want him to live, stay in Di Luo City obediently and wait for us to come over. Otherwise, we will kill Duan Jipeng immediately." The message in the jade talisman wasn't long, but it was like a heavy blow to Zhuowen. Brother Duan has really fallen into the hands of Nuwa Clan. Zhuowen's expression was terrible. He naturally knew about Nu Jun. Duan Jipeng had mentioned her to him before. There were 3 clan leaders in Nuwa clan. Nu Jun was one of the 3 most powerful people in Nuwa clan. She was extremely powerful and terrifying. Zhaotian City is in the northernmost part of Wujin mountain range, while Diluo City is in the southernmost part. With Nu Jun's speed, it should take about 2 hours to get here. I still have time. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed. After sending a message to Duan Jipeng's communication jade talisman, he rushed to Di Luo Square again. On Di Luo Square, the few remaining Imperial guards were once again destroyed by Zhuowen. In the end, Zhuowen picked up a half-dead leader and said indifferently, "Now I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. You can choose not to cooperate, but of course I can also choose to kill you." The Imperial Guard captain was so scared that he was trembling. He said in a trembling voice, I will definitely answer truthfully. Where is the formation eye of Di Luo City's great defensive array? Zhuowen asked expressionlessly. The captain wanted to say something, but stopped. However, after seeing Zhuowen's cold eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to hide anything. He told Zhuowen everything about the formation eye of the great defensive array. Chapter 42-98. The whole Book Divine Soul Supreme's latest chapter. After learning the location of the formation eye, Zhuowen casually threw the guard captain aside and stepped into Di Luo City's Lord's Mansion. According to the guard captain, the formation eye of Di Luo City's Lord's Mansion was located in the underground secret room of the Lord's Mansion. Generally, the formation eye was controlled by Lord Ling Luo. Since Ling Luo had left Di Luo City, the one in charge of the formation, I was the only formation master in Di Luo City, Jiu Yuan. Boom! After Zhuowen smashed the stone door in the deepest part of the Lord's Mansion, he found that behind the stone door was a staircase leading to the underground. He looked at the pitch-black staircase, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward and walked into the staircase. However, as soon as he entered the staircase, the stone walls on both sides of the passage suddenly cracked open, and dark green fog gushed out, filling the entire passage in an instant. At the same time, cold arrows shot out from both sides of the stone walls. Zhuowen used the Hong Meng body technique, and his whole person was as ethereal as smoke. The dense arrows on both sides of the stone walls couldn't get close to him. The billowing poisonous fog gushing out from the stone walls was filtered by Zhuowen's Hong Meng divine power, so it didn't have much effect on him. Insignificant skill. Zhuowen sneered and suddenly sped up, rushing into the depths of the passage. At the end of the passage, there was a sealed stone room. In the stone room, an old man in a long robe sat upright on a praying mat. In front of the old man, traces of formation Dao flowed, forming a clear image. This image recorded the scene of various parts of the passage. At this moment, in these images, a black shadow was rushing into the depths of the passage. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he trespass into the Lord's Mansion? Does he want to die? The old man's eyes were solemn, and he couldn't help but curse. The old man was the formation master of the Lord's Mansion, Jiu Yuan. He was a formation master of the eternal First Heaven, and his status in Di Luo City was extremely high, second only to Ling Luo. However, he spent most of his time in seclusion beneath the city governor's estate, living in seclusion. As a result, he was still unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When Zhuowen had broken into the underground, he had thought that Zhuowen was just an ordinary thief. However, as Zhuowen continued to charge through the various mechanisms underground, the old man's expression turned increasingly grim. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhuowen. What? This guy is also a divine array master. Even a first heavenly layer eternal level restriction can't stop him. In the image, when Zhuowen broke through the attack ban in the deepest part of the ground, the Jiu Yuan finally couldn't sit still. He stood up abruptly and looked at the approaching figure in horror. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in the closed secret room where the Jiu Yuan was located. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the stone slab above the secret chamber. Smoke and dust filled the room. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a pillar-like figure leaped down and appeared in the secret chamber. The Jiu Yuan looked at the young man in front of him, and his pupils shrank. He exclaimed, "How is that possible? You are still in the passage. How did you get here so quickly?" Zhuowen looked calm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "Look at the image behind you again!" The Jiu Yuan's throat rolled, and he turned his head stiffly and looked at the image behind him. In the image, Zhuowen's figure was still there, and he was still struggling to break through the passage. Illusion. The Jiu Yuan's mouth was full of bitterness. He immediately knew that the image had been tampered with by Zhuowen. All he saw was an illusion. Are you a divine array master of the eternal second heavenly layer? The Jiu Yuan finally faced the young man in front of him and asked the doubts in his heart. In his view, this child can crack the mechanisms and restrictions he arranged in the passage in such a short time, and also create illusions that even he can't recognize. This child's level of formation must be above him. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said, "If you don't want to die, leave here now." Thump! Suddenly, the Jiu Yuan knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuowen. "Dren, can you accept me as a disciple and teach me a move and a half? My formation has been stuck in the eternal first heavenly layer for too long, and I have been unable to break through." Zhuowen was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the Jiu Yuan suddenly wanted to worship him as a teacher. He looked at the hopeful Jiu Yuan and did not think that the latter was playing tricks. This person should be really fanatical about the formation. So when he learned that Zhuowen's formation level was so powerful, he immediately put down his body and wanted to worship him as a teacher. Zhuowen did not immediately refuse, but said with deep meaning, "Next, it depends on your own performance. Now, I need to find the eye of the D Luo City's city protection formation. The eye of the formation is here, Dren. Follow me." Seeing that Zhuowen did not refuse, the Jiu Yuan was overjoyed and led Zhuowen into the depths of the secret room. There is a larger stone room in the depths of the secret room. The stone room is empty, and there is no debris. There is only a very complicated formation on the ground in the center. Dren, this is the core imprint of the D Luo City's city protection formation. It is the work of the old man's life. The Jiu Yuan pointed to the formation in the center of the stone room, with a touch of pride in his eyes. Obviously, he was very proud of the imprint of the formation he had built. Zhuowen glanced at it, shook his head, and said, "Crude? Whether it is the construction technique or the logic of the formation, it is too rough. Originally, this formation could be stronger, but because of you it can only barely reach the level of the eternal first heavenly layer." The Jiu Yuan's face was stiff. His proudest masterpiece was criticized by Zhuowen, and his old face suddenly couldn't hang up. He was also a little unconvinced. When he just wanted to refute, Zhuowen had already waved his hand to summon a formation plate and began to outline and modify the imprint of the formation in front of him. "Hey, this." The Jiu Yuan, who was still a little unconvinced, became more and more surprised when he saw Zhuowen constantly modifying his formation. Finally, the whole person was completely obsessed with Zhuowen's technique and perfect construction method. When Zhuowen completely perfected and modified his city protection formation, the Jiu Yuan was completely convinced by Zhuowen. In his heart, he admired Zhuowen even more. Dren is worthy of being called Dren. Just a few strokes have modified my crude formation to such perfection, and it has become the top of the eternal first layer, the great formation of the peak. The Jiu Yuan praised from the bottom of his heart. Zhuowen's face was dignified. His hands did not stop. He continued to outline and modify the formation. He intended to completely transform the city protection formation of the D Luo City into the eternal second heavenly layer. And he also added a variety of formations to it, which together formed a very complex and terrifying combination of formations. Jiao Wen was completely dumbstruck. He was truly amazed by Zhuo Wen's uncanny craftsmanship in setting things up. When Zhuo Wen finally stopped, the formation in the stone room finally looked brand new and underwent an unprecedented transformation. The eternal second heavenly layer level formation, and it's a combination of formations which combines attack, defense, illusion, curse, weakness, and amplification and other attributes, and all of them are eternal second heavenly layer level formations. The Jiao Yuan only felt that the sky was spinning. The formation in front of him was simply a masterpiece for him. Even if he died immediately now, he had no regrets. Chapter 40, 299. Sir, please take me in as your disciple. The Jiao Yuan knelt in front of Zhuo Wen again after he was amazed by Zhuo Wen's superb formation skills. He looked at Zhuo Wen with fanaticism in his eyes. Zhuo Wen face-bombed. He was helpless against the Jiao Yuan's brute force. We'll talk about it later. I have something to do next. If you get involved with me now, your life might be in danger, Zhuo Wen said calmly. The Jiao Yuan was slightly disappointed when he saw Zhuo Wen's firm attitude. However, he soon became more attentive. However, he wanted to impress Zhuo Wen with his performance. Zhuo Wen checked the core formation in the stone room again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he modified it to make it perfect. When Zhuo Wen and the Jiao Yuan were still deep in the stone room, Nu Jun brought God Bless, Jian Luo, and the 6 city masters to Di Luo City. Nu Jun did not restrain her powerful aura at all. Instead, it spread out wantonly. Many of the cultivators in Di Luo City turned pale when they felt the terrifying aura. They looked at Nu Jun and the others who suddenly arrived in fear. When they landed in Di Luo Square, their faces changed when they saw the ruins of the square that was full of devastation. It seems that Zhuo Wen had a conflict with the Imperial Army of Di Luo City as soon as he left Di Luo Square. Master Nu Jun, Zhuo Wen can't be waiting for us in Di Luo City without caring about his life for Duan Jipeng, right? God Bless pouted. The 6 city masters nodded secretly. In their opinion, no matter how close Zhuo Wen and Duan Jipeng were, how could this man really wait for death when he was facing a situation where he would die? Nu Jun frowned slightly. She did not speak. A mysterious purple light gushed out from between her eyebrows. Her strong consciousness swept through the entire Di Luo City instantly. This man didn't leave. He's in Di Luo City. I can sense that his aura hasn't dissipated, Nu Jun said calmly. God bless, and the rest looked shocked as soon as they heard that. They didn't expect that Zhuo Wen would be willing to give up his life for Duan Jipeng. They really couldn't understand. Zhuo Wen, I know you're still in Di Luo City. Come out, so I don't have to kill Duan Jipeng, the woman said slowly. The cold voice spread out in Di Luo City. Everyone in Di Luo City could hear it clearly. Emperor in Luoqing, no one dared to say a word. They looked at each other and wondered if Zhuo Wen would still dare to come out with a powerhouse like the handsome female lead. Time passed slowly. Di Luo City was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone's breathing became cautious. Female Jun stood silently in the ruins of the square. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the city, Lord's mansion at the end of the square. She, after signaling to God Bless, Jian Luo and the 6 castellans, God Bless, Jian Luo, and the other 6 castellans understood what he meant. They flew to the castellan mansion and hid in 8 different locations. If anyone dared to come out of the city, Lord's mansion, the 8 of them would be able to take them down immediately. Thud, thud, thud. After a long time, clear footsteps came from the castellan mansion. It was getting closer and closer as someone walked out of the castellan mansion. Female June squinted as she fixed her gaze on the silhouette that was walking out of the castellan mansion slowly. She smirked. Can you ask the 8 of them who are hiding around the castellan mansion to leave? Otherwise, even if I die, I'll make sure that you won't get a single piece of the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint's treasure. Trust me, I can definitely do it. The moment Zhuo Wen was about to step out of the castellan mansion, He stopped and spoke slowly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The handsome female lead frowned slightly. She hesitated for a moment and sent a voice transmission to God Bless and the rest, asking them to retreat. The 8 of them who were initially ready to attack Zhuowen dared not disobey the handsome female lead's order, although they were unwilling to do so. They left their hiding spot and returned to the handsome female lead side. "You can come out now," the handsome female lead said calmly. In the city, at the entrance of the Castellan mansion, the slender silhouette walked out slowly. It was a young man who was not considered handsome, but was very pleasing to the eye. "You're Zhuowen, aren't you? Although I've seen your silhouette in the video, this is our first time meeting face to face. Let's get to know each other. I'm the handsome female lead of the Nuwa clan's 3 clans." The handsome female lead's beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Her voice was clear but filled with arrogance. Zhuowen was expressionless as he said calmly, "I don't like to talk nonsense and be polite. I stayed behind to wait for you, because of Brother Duan. Now where is he?" The handsome female lead smirked slightly and said proudly, "Zhuowen, I'm sure you know the situation you're in now. Now, you've become the target of everyone. Not only are the experts from the Nuwa domain eyeing you covetously, but many experts from the supreme domains who are hiding in the dark are also eyeing you. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're considered a talent. If you hand over the map fragment and the treasure of the Saint Lord of 7 emotions and 6 desires, and if you're willing to serve the Nuwa clan forever, I can represent the Nuwa clan to save your life. Of course, I can also let Duan Jipeng go." Zhuowen said coldly, "Didn't I say that I don't like to talk nonsense? I don't like to talk nonsense. Where is Brother Duan now? I need to see him before I can consider what you've said. How dare you? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of the handsome female lead? Kneel down and speak." God Bless scolded loudly. "You're just a dog. Do your job and don't bark at people." Zhuowen glanced at God Bless indifferently. "You're asking for death." Xin Yu was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A powerful aura surged out of him as he was about to attack Zhuowen. However, Jian Luo stopped him. "Don't be rash. The handsome female lead is negotiating with this guy now. If you want to die, go over and have a look." Jian Luo reminded him. God Bless calmed down. He glared at Zhuowen coldly and withdrew his aura. The handsome female lead was emotionless. She said slowly, "You're willing to stay behind and wait for us for Duan Jipeng. It's clear that you're a loyal person. To show my sincerity, I'll show you that Duan Jipeng is indeed in my hands. I've already stated my conditions. This is your only choice. If you don't agree to it, I'll have to use force. Both you and Duan Jipeng will have to die." Then the handsome female lead signaled God Bless with her eyes. Although God Bless was pissed, he dared not disobey the handsome female lead's order. He took out the half-dead Duan Jipeng from his storage device. At this moment, Duan Jipeng was in an extremely miserable state. He was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. His limbs, shoulder blades, waist, and other parts of his body had been penetrated by some sort of torture tool that flowed with brilliance, and it fiercely restrained all his mobility. Duan Jipeng was panting. Perhaps God Bless's violent behavior had awakened him from his groggy state. He forced his heavy eyelids open and looked around. His body stiffened when he saw Zhuowen in front of him. Chapter 40, 300. Brother Shua, run, run, Duan Jipeng screamed at the top of his lungs. However, his voice was hoarse as he struggled. However, he could not move at all as his body was sealed. Slap. God Bless smirked and slapped Duan Jipeng hard. He said, "You're already in this state and you're still struggling. Behave yourself." Barf. Duan Jipeng was already severely injured. He became delirious after being slapped by God Bless. He became muddle-headed. God Bless, on the other hand, glared at Zhuowen provocatively and slapped Duan Jipeng again with a cruel smile on his face. "Don't kill him," the pretty girl reminded him coldly. God Bless immediately said, "Don't worry, lady pretty girl. I know what I'm doing." The pretty girl nodded and looked at Zhuowen. She said, "I'll give you 10 breaths to make your choice. If you agree to my choice, I'll swear to heaven that I'll save your life. Of course, you can choose not to work with me. Of course, you should know the consequences." The pretty girl's eyes were filled with mockery. She had watched Zhuowen's battle and knew that his god soul was around the middle stage of cosmic dharma. Unfortunately, this guy's most powerful technique was not a threat to her. Moreover, she had 8 powerful cosmic dharma powerhouses around her. Zhuowen would not be able to run away now. 10, 9, 5, 4, 2, 1. 10 breaths are up. Make your choice, the pretty girl said coldly. Zhuowen sighed softly and said, "Do I have any other choice now?" The pretty girl's smile grew wider. She knew that Zhuowen's words meant that he had decided to give in. "Now, give me the Saint Lord of 7 emotions and 6 desires treasure and the incomplete map," the pretty girl said happily. "Sure, but for Brother Duan's safety, I'd like to exchange the treasure for the person." Zhuowen looked helpless. He looked at Duan Jipeng, who was in God Bless's hands with worry and concern in his eyes. The pretty girl thought for a moment and said with a nod, "Sure, but before that, I want to see if the item is real or not." Zhuowen didn't hesitate. He took out a storage ring and a map fragment. He opened his right hand and said, "The 7 emotions, 6 desires, Saint Lord's items are all in this storage ring. This map fragment was also obtained from this storage ring. I think this map fragment can be used as a reference. Can't you tell if it's real or fake? There's also a teleportation mark in this divine ring. It's said that it can teleport you to the treasure trove of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Saint Lord." The female lead's eyes were very sharp. She glanced at the map fragment and immediately determined that this map fragment was real. She had also heard from the great clan leader Huang Ju that the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Saint Lord was an ancient starlight realm expert and had his own starlight realm. The starlight world of the NI ancient starlight masters was hidden and powerful. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. One must have the token of the starlight world's master to be able to teleport in. Zhuowen's words happened to verify what Huang Ju had said. The doubt in the female lead's heart was completely dispelled. She believed that Zhuowen was really going to work with her. This kid is still inexperienced. How can he believe a verbal agreement like this? It won't be too late for me to make my move after I get the item. By then, I'll capture this kid and bring him back to Niwa City for the great clan leader to deal with. That fragmented map fragment is a hot potato. I'll just hand it over voluntarily. I'll just give it to the light lamp old man and the others. That way, the Niwa clan won't be dragged into this mess. The female lead thought about the next step of the plan in her heart. She signaled to God Bless with her eyes and asked him to bring Duan Jipeng to Zhuowen. God Bless was very cautious. He knew that Zhuowen's ability was extraordinary. Therefore, he didn't dare to trade with Zhuowen alone. Instead, he asked Jian Luo to hold Duan Jipeng hostage and walked to Zhuowen slowly. "Give me the item." God Bless glanced at Zhuowen in fear. He held Duan Jipeng hostage with his left hand and opened his right hand to ask for the fragmented map and the divine ring from Zhuowen. Zhuowen was expressionless as he placed the fragmented map and the divine ring in God Bless's right palm. Meanwhile, God Bless and Jian Luo let go of their hands that were holding Duan Jipeng hostage. However, the moment they let go of Duan Jipeng, both of them suddenly sensed an extremely intense killing intent. They retreated without hesitation. At that moment, Zhuowen made his move. Over 10 God Soul sword essences that he had prepared beforehand surged out and charged at God Bless and Jian Luo. Jian Luo flicked the sword case on his back with his finger. A sword gleam appeared around him to block the God Soul sword essences around him. On the other hand, God Bless's reaction was slower. The moment he was about to perform his cosmic form, the God Soul sword essences penetrated deep into his glabella one after another. God Bless shrieked in agony. He covered his glabella with both of his hands while his body twitched. He forced his eyes open and saw Zhuo Wen's extremely cold and indifferent face. Zhuo Wen lifted his foot and stomped hard on God Bless's face. A terrifying force was transmitted from his foot, and God Bless's head was stomped hard on the ground. Rumble. Terrifying stomping noises came continuously from Zhuo Wen's foot. Meanwhile, God Bless's head was crushed before he could even shriek in agony. Meanwhile, his God Soul was completely burned by the God Soul sword essences. That was fun. It's my turn now. Zhuo Wen retracted his right foot and put Duan Jipeng into the Great World directly. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wen put the divine ring and fragmented map in God Bless's hand back into his sleeve. After doing that, he retreated to the back lightly to create a distance between himself and Handsome Girl and the rest. All of this happened too suddenly. No one had expected that Zhuo Wen would suddenly go on a killing spree during the exchange. Handsome Girl and the rest only reacted when Zhuo Wen retreated to a certain distance away. You must have a death wish. How dare you kill someone in front of me? Handsome Girl was enraged. She knew that Zhuo Wen had tricked her. She immediately unleashed her cosmic dharma and charged at Zhuo Wen. Handsome Girl's cosmic dharma was more massive and solid than an ordinary cosmic dharma. It looked like a woman with 3 heads and 6 arms with a human head and a snake's body. The 3 female heads were beautiful with different expressions. One was calm, one was angry, and one was smiling. Meanwhile, the 6 slender hands were holding 6 different dharma instruments. She's worthy of being an expert at the pinnacle of the cosmic dharma tower. What a powerful aura! The 6th city lords' faces turned extremely pale when they sensed the terrifying cosmic dharma aura unleashed by Handsome Girl. They retreated by instinct and did not attack Zhuo Wen together with Handsome Girl. The 6 of them were not dumb. They knew that although Zhuo Wen had used a trick to kill God Bless instantly, his ability should be equivalent to a mid-level cosmic dharma. If he fought with his life on the line, although he could not do anything to Handsome Girl, he could take them down with him. They were not from the Nuwa clan. Naturally, they did not have the determination to die for the Nuwa clan. Rumble, rumble. Handsome Girl's ability was too terrifying. As soon as her cosmic dharma appeared, the entire atmosphere became much more oppressive. Zhuo Wen's pupils dilated as his heart raced. It was his first time facing a pinnacle cosmic dharma expert. He did not expect a pinnacle cosmic dharma expert to be so much more powerful than a mid-level cosmic dharma expert. They were not on the same level at all. Die. Handsome Girl's face was ferocious. She was almost driven mad. As soon as she charged, her right palm blasted across the air. The palm was like countless meteorites falling. Its aura was so terrifying that it felt like the entire world was going to collapse and crack. The entire sky became a lot darker because of this palm. Chapter 4301. Rumble. The giant palm that blotted out the sky pressed down from the sky. Countless air currents reversed, and a terrifying clattering sound rang out. Di Luo City was completely suppressed by the aura of the giant palm. Most of the cultivators couldn't bear the terrifying aura of this giant palm. They bled from their 7 orifices and fainted from serious injuries. Zhuo Wen snorted, his face pale from the pressure of the giant palm. After all, he was bearing most of the pressure from the Handsome Girl. Zhuo Wen took a deep breath and flipped his right hand. An array flag appeared in his right palm. Great array, rise! Zhuo Wen took out the array flag. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand waved the array flag. Lines of array, runes, jumped out from his hand and merged with the array flag. Shua! The array flag burst out with colorful, glaze-like light. Then, deep under Zhuowen's feet, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly surged. In the depths of the city lord's mansion, in a stone room, the core array that had been modified by Zhuowen long ago emitted a blazing light and began to operate rapidly. The magnificent and unparalleled aura splashed out like water from a broken water bottle, breaking through the ground and going straight to the ninth heaven. Suddenly, the entire Di Luo city was wrapped in endless rays of light. The aura of the great array spread out wantonly in the city like streamers, filling the entire city. Since the giant palm pressing down from the sky was immediately blocked by the terrifying array of tens of thousands of rays of light. The handsome girl rushing toward Zhuowen was also blocked by countless energy ripples of the great array. She couldn't help but stop, and the second sky of eternal realm great array, the handsome girl's pupils shrank. She looked at the barrier formed by tens of thousands of rays of light in disbelief. She immediately recognized this aura. Only the second sky of eternal realm great array could have such power and powerful aura. At this moment, the handsome girl was really shocked. She looked at Zhuowen, her eyes completely calm. The Di Luo city's great array should only be at the first sky of eternal realm. Did you do this? The handsome girl stared coldly at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuo. Wen's expression was calm, and he didn't answer the woman's question. Instead, his gaze was locked onto Jian Luo, who was blocked by the grand array. He knew that there wasn't much time left. Only by weakening the forces around the handsome female lead as soon as possible could he have a better chance of escaping this place. Whoosh! Without making a sound, Zhuowen shot towards Jian Luo, who was blocked by the grand spell formation's energy ripples. Jian Luo naturally sensed the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes and couldn't help but raise his head. When he met Zhuowen's cold gaze, his heart couldn't help but tremble. One sword severing spring water. Jian Luo lightly tapped the sword chest on his back with his finger, and a wisp of sword light flashed out from the gap in the sword chest. It was like a soundless sword light had lightly tapped the spring water. It was soft and soundless, yet peerlessly sharp, and it contained the energy of the Judo Tao that nourished everything silently and grew again with the spring breeze. Zhuowen revealed a mocking smile as he gently waved the array flag in his right hand. Rays of multicolored light surrounded his body as he disappeared from his original spot. Sword Luo's sword light, which was ready to strike, slashed through the air. Jian Luo's expression changed slightly. He immediately heard the terrifying sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He quickly turned around and formed a sword seal with his right hand. Endless sword qi swept out and blasted behind him. Rip! Sword the qi collided with some kind of energy, and a sharp sound like cloth being torn apart rang out. When Jian Luo turned around to look, he was completely stunned. This was because he discovered that the one attacking him from behind wasn't Zhuowen himself, but the attack formed by several rays of multicolored light in the grand formation. Not good. Jian Luo couldn't help but recall the mocking smile on Zhuowen's face when he rushed over. This kid had planned all of this from the start. Think. At this point, Jian Luo turned around again and was shocked to discover that Zhuowen had appeared several meters behind him without him noticing. Unfortunately, it's already too late. After saying this coldly, several rays of divine soul sword intent that he had prepared earlier instantly sank into the space between Jian Luo's eyebrows. Surging transcendence flames suddenly ignited and began to recklessly burn Jian Luo's physical body and divine soul. Ah! Jian Luo shrieked in agony and quickly retreated. His cultivation base was much more powerful than Xinyu's, as he was already at the mid-stage of cosmic dharma. He was barely able to resist the transcendence flame's invasion and the divine soul sword intense destruction. However, even so, he was still in a terrible state, and his consciousness was beginning to blur. I want you dead. Second sword, sun and star slash. Jian Luo ignored his injuries and flicked his finger again. The gap in the sword case on his back widened, and a sword gleam that was even more dazzling than before shot out. Within the sword gleam was a divine sword that was covered with sun and star patterns. Sword. The moment the sword appeared, it was as if heaven, earth, sun, and stars could not compete with it. It was too dazzling and blinding. At this moment, any light would pale in comparison to this sword gleam. Between heaven and earth, this sword gleam was the only thing that shone brightly. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The sword's power was so terrifying that it made Zhuowen feel a strong sense of danger. If I were to fight you head-on, perhaps this sword would injure me. Unfortunately, this grand formation is my home ground. Everything is under my control, Zhuo said. Wen waved the formation flag in his right hand, and rays of light covered his body. He disappeared from where he was again, causing Jian Luo's second divine power to miss. Die! Mo's voice rang above Jian Luo's head slowly. Jian Luo forced his eyes open. His consciousness was fading, and he could barely see that Zhuowen had appeared above him under the blazing light. Zhuowen held the Taiyu sacred sword in his right hand. His gaze was cold and calm. He lifted the Taiyu sacred sword gently, and 3 types of sword qi of purple, black, and gold ignited on the sword. Then he slashed between Jian Luo's eyebrows. Sword Jian Luo's lips curled into a bitter smile as he muttered softly. His voice was so soft that even Zhuowen could not hear him clearly. I can't believe that I still have to use my last sword. I thought I would use this sword in a fierce battle, but I can't believe that I have no choice but to use it when I'm in the most difficult situation of my life. Third sword slashing self, a faint sigh was heard, and the sword case on Jian Luo's back exploded completely. A strange sword that was covered in countless black patterns shot out. Eerie, the strange and evil sword qi erupted like a tidal wave, causing Zhuowen's Taiyu sacred sword to stop in its tracks. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the strange and evil divine sword was not slashing at him. Instead, it pierced through Jian Luo's Tianling acupoint and pierced through his entire body. In the end, Jian Luo closed his eyes and completely absorbed the evil divine sword into his body. The terrifying and evil sword qi exploded in all directions, like water splashing everywhere. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly distanced himself from Jian Luo. When he retreated to a certain distance, he discovered that after Jian Luo was pierced through by the evil divine sword, his entire body was enveloped by pitch-black and evil sword qi. The pitch-black sword qi was densely packed together, forming an oval-shaped sword qi egg. Thump, 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 thump. Chapter 4302. What the hell is this thing? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked strangely at the round egg, which was constantly beating, and felt a little suffocated in his heart. Sword Jian Luo's last divine ability was so strange that it gave Zhuowen a very ominous premonition. Jian Luo has used the third sword. Zhuowen, you deserve to die. Seeing Jian Luo completely enveloped by the evil sword qi, the girl's pretty face changed greatly. She no longer held back, and the 6 arms of the huge Dharma idol blasted out one after another, sending out dazzling attacks like falling rain. The rays of multicolored light that were blocking the young woman's path were all shattered, and the young woman rushed toward Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. The girl's strength was indeed strong, but Zhuowen's great array was not that simple. This, however, he was only able to unleash a portion of the power of the complex combination of many great formations. Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, and once again took out the array flag, activating all the great arrays within it. First in an instant, more rays of light of different colors gushed out from the great array. The second heavenly layer eternal realm great arrays, which were originally hidden within the great array and had functions of illusion, attack, interference, and so on, all erupted at once. Illusory images of large formations erupted from the core, causing the power of this large formation to skyrocket to an extremely terrifying level. Originally, the girl, who was rapidly approaching Zhuowen, obviously did not expect that there were so many other great arrays hidden within the great array. For a moment, she was shaken by the various great arrays and couldn't help but retreat. Fifth, that illusory formations within the grand formation had a significant effect on her, causing her eyes to flicker between confusion and clarity. At the same time, she had to deal with the powerful attacks from the multicolored lights that were everywhere in the grand formation, exhausting her to the point where she was unable to attack Zhuowen for the time being. It's over. We can't even retreat. At the edge of the great array, the 6 city lords were trembling with fear. They joined forces to resist the great array's attacks in a low-key manner. Now Zhuowen was going all out, activating all the great arrays. The pressure on them increased, and they could only barely hold on. Dong, dong, dong. Black inside the perverted egg, the shocking heartbeat became more and more intense, as if a heart was going to jump out at any moment. The ominous premonition in Zhuowen's heart grew even stronger. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long and should leave immediately. With the young lady's strength, this great array may not be able to stop her for long. We have to leave now. Zhuowen looked at the female lead who was gradually waking up not far away. In his heart, he thought that after this female lead completely woke up, this array might not be able to stop her again. See, at this point, Zhuowen no longer hesitated and quickly entered the city lord's mansion. Behind the underground stone chamber of the city lord's mansion, there was a teleportation array that led to a valley 8,000 miles west of the Golden Crow mountain range. This transmission array was originally the retreat of the Jiu Yuan secretly left here. Later, in order to be able to worship Zhuowen as a teacher, the Jiu Yuan was extremely attentive and also revealed this retreat. When Zhuowen returned to the underground stone room, Jiu Yuan greeted him and looked at Zhuowen with more and more fanatical eyes. You are indeed master. Such a complex combination array. You can use it like an arm. This disciple admires you to the extreme. Jiu Yuan said fanatically. Zhuowen was speechless. This Jiu Yuan was indeed a fanatical lunatic who only had eyes for arrays. His focus was always from the perspective of arrays. If ordinary people, shouldn't they be shocked by Zhuowen's great strength? And the Jiu Yuan saw Zhuowen's method of using the combination array. Jiu Yuan, activate the transmission array in the stone chamber. Let's leave here. Zhuowen ordered Jiu Yuan. Jiu Yuan naturally did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly entered the stone chamber and began to activate the transmission array that he secretly tinkered with in the past. While Zhuowen took out a humanoid puppet from the outside world, he used the primordial grand mischance disguise technique to make the puppet look exactly like him. Even the puppet's aura was imitating his. This humanoid puppet was Xiao Hei's masterpiece. This guy usually used those precious ores to forge all kinds of humanoid puppets in addition to cultivating and swallowing ores. This humanoid puppet is the highest masterpiece of Xiao Hei. Its cultivation base is extremely powerful and has reached the peak of the great calamity of the universe, the strength of the peak. After Zhuowen dressed the humanoid puppet perfectly, he gave the humanoid puppet an order to return to the city lord's residence and sit cross-legged in the lobby of the city lord's residence. The formation flag of the large combination array in the Di Luo city was handed over to the puppet by Zhuowen. In addition, Zhuowen also hid dozens of soul sword intents in the humanoid puppet. After doing this, Zhuowen stepped into the transmission array with Jiu Yuan after ensuring that it was foolproof. With a flash of brilliance, the two disappeared from the stone chamber, while the transmission array hidden in the dark compartment dissipated on its own after the transmission light faded, leaving no trace. Boom, boom, boom. The girl's eyes had completely regained their clarity. Her eyes were filled with anger. With a shout, the cosmic avatar erupted with extremely terrifying energy without reservation. It began to destroy the rays of light in the teleportation array and began to approach the city, Lord's mansion. This time, I will not let you off easily. As she approached the city, Lord's residence, her eyes could not help but look at the round egg not far away. Her expression became extremely serious. Jian Luo's third sword was his ultimate move. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even she was extremely wary of it. The only drawback of the third sword was that it was an indiscriminate attack. After Jian Luo and the evil sword became one, he would become a killing machine that only knew destruction. He would destroy everything he saw, including her, his master. Therefore, she needed to find Zhuo Wen as soon as possible and obtain the array flag in his hand. She needed to use the array flag to leave the array and trap Jian Luo in the array. She needed to force Jian Luo to use up all the evil sword qi in his body. Finally, therefore, the female broke through the last ray of light and rushed into the city, Lord's residence. At the same time, the pitch-black round egg in the distance completely shattered. Countless eggshells peeled off. The evil sword qi exploded in an instant. Layers of pitch-black sword qi waves spread out in all directions. A figure shrouded in evil sword qi slowly walked out of the crack in the round egg. With every step he took, pitch-black sword qi scattered in all directions like shooting stars, cutting down the rays of light that were attacking him. The female's eyes narrowed. She knew that Jian Luo had completed his transformation. She needed to capture Zhuo Wen first. She did not want to engage in a meaningless battle with Jian Luo. Boom! The female's palm smashed the doors of the city, Lord's residence. She immediately discovered a figure sitting cross-legged in the hall. Zhuo Wen! The female's face lit up. Her right hand reached out to grab Zhuo Wen's hand. That was because the formation flag was in Zhuo Wen's palm. Zhuo Wen suddenly opened his eyes. A mocking smile appeared on his face. The moment the female's right hand reached out to grab him, a blazing golden light burst out from his glabella. Only the dozens of divine soul sword intents that he had hidden in his body were unceremoniously released and slashed at the female's body. Zhuo Wen was already prepared. He leaped out of the city, Lord's residence, skillfully and rushed in the direction of Jian Luo. Chapter 43:03. Where do you think you're going? Her expression changed slightly. She wanted to chase after Zhuo Wen, but she soon discovered that the dozens of divine soul sword intents were not simple at all. If she tried to take them head-on, she would definitely be injured. Helplessly, the woman had no choice but to give up on Zhuo Wen. The 6 arms of the huge cosmic avatar blasted out at the same time. The 6 weapons burst out with 6 different colors of light, annihilating the dozens of divine soul sword intents that were surging over. Block! Only after blocking the dozens of divine soul sword intents did she realize that Zhuo Wen was actually rushing towards Jian Luo. This caused her expression to change slightly. This bastard, is he courting death? The young woman's expression was ugly. Although she was unwilling to face Jian Luo, who had become one with his sword, the array flag was in Zhuo Wen's hands. She had no choice but to chase after Zhuo Wen and snatch the array flag. Thinking of this, she did not hesitate for long. She stepped into the air and chased after Zhuo Wen. Sword! Jian Luo slowly walked over from the void. The evil sword qi around him flew out on its own, cutting down the rays of light from the array around him. As if he sensed something, he slowly raised his expressionless face. His ink-black eyes stared coldly at the approaching Zhuo Wen. Jian Luo remained silent. He slowly drew the evil sword from his waist, and a terrifying, baleful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Zhuo Wen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jian Luo, while Jian Luo slowly raised the evil sword in his hand and swung it down. A blazing black sword qi in the shape of a huge crescent slashed through the air, cutting down on Zhuo Wen's head. The black crescent sword qi was sharp and terrifying. It pierced through the air, piercing through anything before finally landing on Zhuan's body. Pu! Qi! The crescent sword Qi stopped on Zhuan's body for only a moment before it pierced through Zhuan's body, cutting him in two. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Zhuan's body exploded. Like countless tentacles, a frightening explosion spread out from his body, enveloping Jian Luo. The girl's pupils shrank. She stopped in her tracks and immediately retreated, blocking the spreading shock waves of the explosion. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. Self-detonation? That guy had already planned to do so. June gritted her teeth. She naturally didn't care about Zhuan's life or death. What she truly cared about was the treasures of the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint Master, and the array flag in Zhuan's possession. If both of them were destroyed in the explosion, not only would she lose the chance to obtain the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Saint Lord's treasure, she would also lose the chance to leave the formation. Unless she spent a large amount of time and energy to forcefully break the formation around Di Luo City. Thinking of this, the handsome woman gnashed her teeth at Zhuowen even more. This boy was doing this on purpose. Even if he died, he still wanted to cheat her. Boom, boom. Suddenly, in the depths of the expanding explosion, a pitch-black light surged out. Then, the explosion rapidly shrank and finally disappeared. A slender figure slowly walked out. It was Jian Luo, who was originally enveloped in the explosion. Here at this moment, Jian Luo's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was expressionless. Waves of evil sword Qi flew out even more recklessly, forming a terrifying sword Qi storm around him. When Jian Luo slowly raised his head and stared at the handsome woman with a cold gaze, a sharp killing intent surged out from his body. Jian Luo didn't say a word. His body flashed out like a bolt of black lightning. His target was the handsome woman. Waves of sword intent soared into the sky, revealing its sharpness. The handsome woman's scalp went numb. She originally wanted to send a voice transmission to Jian Luo to awaken his consciousness. However, she found that it was useless. Jian Luo was completely controlled by that evil sword and had lost his sense of self. Bang! The cosmic images of the two collided, releasing a terrifying shock wave. Countless rays of light in the surroundings were instantly annihilated. The handsome woman June used all her strength, thinking that she could suppress Jian Luo. However, she found that she was the one being suppressed. How can he be so strong? The handsome woman's face turned ugly. Although she knew that Jian Luo had a trump card that cost his life, she had never seen him use it. Now, Jian Luo finally used it. Not only had his strength reached the peak of cosmic image, but he was also stronger than her. This shocked the handsome woman and made her even more anxious. While the handsome woman and Jian Luo were fighting fiercely in Di Luo City, outside the city, several figures gathered and surrounded the city. He seen the thousands of rays of light erupting from Di Luo City. Their faces changed slightly. They were all knowledgeable people. At a glance, they could tell that the tens of thousands of rays of light around Di Luo City were actually a mixture of second heavens of eternal realm grand arrays. How strange! When did Di Luo City have such a powerful divine array master? He can actually arrange such a complex second sky of eternal realm grand array. Holding the divine lamp in his right hand, Old Lamp's slightly turbid eyes shone brightly. He looked at the thousands of rays of light erupting from Di Luo City in shock. Blood Beauty and Yun Qinzi stood beside Old Lamp, also in disbelief. What should we do now? The commotion caused by the handsome woman's arrival in Di Luo City has attracted many people in hiding. And now, there's such a grand array in Di Luo City. As the beauty spoke, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but sweep over the mountains outside Di Luo City. Over there. Figures flickered about, hiding powerful auras one after another. They were all experts who had come after hearing the news and were hiding in the shadows. Ming Old Lamp's face darkened. We can't act rashly. After all, we're the ones who issued the notice that we won't interfere with the handsome woman's affairs. If we act without permission, we'll be telling others that the notice we issued exists in name only. At that time, it'll really be chaotic. For now, we can only hope that the handsome woman can successfully take the map fragment from Zhuowen and hand it over to us as soon as possible. The beauty and Yun Qinzi could only nod helplessly. This was indeed the safest way for now. Originally, they were full of confidence that the handsome woman could capture Zhuowen. After all, the gap between the two was too big. However, after seeing these powerful grand arrays suddenly appear in Diluo City, they were a little surprised. He began to suspect that there might be a powerful second sky of Eternal Realm Array Master hiding behind Zhuowen. If so, then it would become troublesome. However, they still believed that the handsome woman would win in the end. After all, she was an expert at the pinnacle of the universe's Dharma phase. Even if Zhuowen had the help of a second sky of Eternal Realm Array Master, so what? In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being captured alive by the handsome woman. It was only a matter of time. While old man Ming Dang and the other two were talking in secret, many experts hidden in the mountains around Diluo City also began to talk among themselves. He, seeing that old lamp and the other two didn't move, they also held back. No one dared to be the first bird. In the sea of trees in front of the southeast mountain, Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the mysterious woman were hiding in an open space in the middle of the sea of trees. Here at this moment, Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others didn't look very good. Even the mysterious woman with noble status was silent. Chapter 4304. There should be a great battle going on in Luo City. Although it is hidden by a powerful array, I can still clearly sense a part of the fluctuations of the great battle. The old man standing behind Su Zhou looked solemn, and his voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. With Zhuowen's strength, how can he be a match for Nu and the others? It is only a matter of time before he is captured. That damn bastard. We gave him the Eyes of the Void, but he didn't use it. Darren personally went into the Wujin Mountains to give him the Eyes of the Void in vain. Ziyu stomped his feet in exasperation. He hated Zhuowen so much that his teeth itched. He couldn't wait to tear Zhuowen into pieces. I quite admire this child. Logically speaking, if an ordinary cultivator were to obtain the Eye of the Void in such a situation of certain death, they would definitely use it at the first moment to escape with their lives. But he didn't do that. Instead, he sought another way to escape. This shows that his will is far stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. The mysterious woman suddenly spoke. She glanced sideways at Ziyu and put in a good word for Zhuowen. Ziyu smiled a little embarrassedly, but didn't dare to refute the mysterious woman's words. However, there was jealousy in his eyes. Of course, the target of his jealousy was naturally not the mysterious woman, but Zhuowen. Let's wait and see. If Brother Zhuo really encounters a life and death crisis, he will definitely use the Eyes of the Void. At that time, we can meet up with him in advance. Since he hasn't used it yet, it means that he hasn't reached the moment of life and death, Su Zhou said calmly. Ziyu and the others were helpless. They thought that Su Zhou was right. Now, the only thing they could do was wait and see. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the battle in Luo City became more and more intense and gradually reached its climax. Many experts hidden around Luo City naturally felt it. At the same time, they also noticed that the tens of thousands of rays of light emitted by the combination array around Luo City were gradually dimming. Obviously, under the influence of the terrifying battle in Luo City, this powerful combination array was gradually unable to support itself. Most of these combination arrays were at the early stage of the second sky of Eternal Realm. The reason why they could last until now was mainly because of the strong defense formed by the complex combination of these arrays. Now, the battle between Nu and Jianluo was becoming more and more intense. The energy that spread out was too strong, almost destroying the surrounding arrays. Many cultivators trapped in Di Luo City had suffered an unexpected disaster. Most of them died from the energy shockwaves of the battle. A few lucky ones who hid in remote areas and escaped with their lives. And finally, the combination array that spanned across the entire Di Luo City could no longer withstand the energy of Jian Luo and Nu and shattered with a loud bang. Jian Luo! The moment the array shattered, Nu's huge Dharma idol waved its 6 arms. The 6 weapons on the 6 arms spewed out 6 different colored light beams. In the blink of an eye, the light beams pierced through Jian Luo's defense formed by countless sword chi storms and pierced through his entire body. Jian Luo's body stagnated, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His pitch-black eyes slowly regained their clarity. What happened? Jian Luo's body twitched as soon as he finished speaking. Then, the evil divine sword in his body was pulled out from his Tianling acupoint. Sword Jian Luo screamed. After the evil sword left his body, he lost his last bit of vitality. His whole body fell to the ground like a doll with its strings cut. He couldn't be more dead. After the evil sword left Jian Luo's body, it flew across the sky and fled into the distance. Don't even think about escaping. Nu was flustered and exasperated. She was in a sorry state and hated the evil sword to the core. This time, she naturally didn't want the evil sword to escape. However, the evil sword was too fast. As soon as she finished speaking, the evil sword had already disappeared without a trace. She couldn't lock onto it in time. Just as she was about to give chase, the bright lamp old man, Blood Beauty, and Yun Chenzi, who had been waiting outside the city, had already caught up and blocked her path. Nu, what about Zhuowen? According to our previous agreement, you just have to hand Zhuowen over to us, the bright lamp old man hurriedly said. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the mountain ring around Di Luo City. He could sense that the experts hidden around the mountain ring were ready to make a move. Their hidden auras were exposed one after another, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Nu revealed a bitter smile. She looked at the 3 people surrounding her and knew that now wasn't the time to chase after the evil sword. She had to explain to the bright lamp old man and the others. Therefore, Nu briefly explained everything that had happened in Di Luo City. The bright lamp old man and the others' expressions immediately turned ugly. They looked unkindly at Nu and asked, "That Zhuowen self-destructed and died? Are you sure?" Nu braced herself and nodded. How would Nu dare to deceive the 3 sirs? Everything I said is true. The bright lamp old man wanted to say more, but his expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but look at the mountain ring outside Di Luo City. He saw that around the mountain ring, many figures were rapidly approaching. Their auras were incomparably strong. Many of them were not weaker than the bright lamp old man and the others. At a glance, there were at least 20 people. All of a sudden, so many late and peak Dharma adepts of the universe had gathered. This immediately caused Nu, who was still explaining, to tremble in fear. Her face turned pale. The 6 city lords who had originally thought that they had escaped danger and were planning to sneak away were caught by several experts and brought over as soon as they walked out of Di Luo City. Among this group of experts, Suzhou, Ziyu, and the others were also among them. However, they were more low-key and didn't attract too much attention. Bright Lamp, it seems that you have made a big discovery. You should know the whereabouts of that Zhuowen. An elegant, middle-aged scholar walked out of the crowd. He looked indifferently at the bright lamp old man and the others and asked the question in everyone's hearts. Originally, they had also thought that Zhuowen would be captured by Nu and then they would reap the benefits. However, when they had waited for Di Luo City's great array to break, they had seen Nu alone. There was no sign of Zhuowen at all. Ming, the bright lamp old man, Blood Beauty, and Yun Chenzi's expressions weren't very good. They coldly glared at Nu and then threw her to the middle-aged scholar. We don't know what happened in D. Luo City. As for that Chuan's whereabouts, we don't know either. You can ask Nu. The bright lamp old man said unhappily. The middle-aged scholar wasn't angry. He stroked his right hand and a gentle energy wrapped around Nu. Her stumbling figure slowly stabilized in front of him. The third leader of the Nuwa clan. Speak, where is Zhuowen? The middle-aged scholar asked lightly. The handsome girl's face was full of bitterness, and her heart was beating extremely fast. She looked somewhat timidly at the middle-aged scholar in front of her and the many experts behind him. She could only brace herself and repeat what she had said to the old man of Bright Lamp and the others. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4305. Did Zhuowen blow himself up and die? Did the map fragments on his body also disappear with his explosion? The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes and stared at the handsome girl he was supporting. The dozens of people behind the middle-aged scholar were discussing animatedly. The content of their discussion was very simple. They didn't believe the handsome girl's words at all. Honorable 3 clan leaders, it seems that no one believes your words. I also think that your words are too childish. I hope you don't hide anything from us anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. As long as you say it, we won't make things difficult for you. The middle-aged scholar looked at the handsome girl with a smile. He looked very warm, but the girl could clearly feel that there was a deep chill hidden behind the middle-aged scholar's smile. The handsome girl was in a dilemma. She had indeed told the truth, but no one believed the truth. Everyone, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can open my divine soul and let you check my memory. The handsome girl clenched her fists tightly and said in a deep voice. Ming, the old man, the middle-aged scholar, and the others were all shocked by the handsome girl's words. Their eyes showed that they were thinking. The handsome girl was even willing to open her divine soul for them to check. Did it mean that the former was telling the truth? Yes. They knew that the divine soul was the most important part of a cultivator. Opening the divine soul was equivalent to handing the right of life to the other party. The handsome girl was obviously intimidated by the power of so many powerhouses. That was why she finally decided to make this decision. Since the 3 clan leaders are so frank, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Then we'll leave it to you. The middle-aged scholar smiled slightly. Although he was surprised that the handsome girl could do this, he was not so gullible. Therefore, he still wanted to check the handsome girl's memory. The handsome girl smiled bitterly and said, Sir, I'll let you check the memory of my divine soul alone. After you confirm it, can you testify for me? The handsome girl's divine soul was powerful, but if it was checked by so many people, she was afraid that it would be seriously injured. Therefore, she made this request, hoping to minimize the damage. The handsome girl, the middle-aged scholar, pondered for a moment. He looked at the people behind him. After everyone agreed, he nodded and said, Of course. The handsome girl sighed softly and no longer resisted. She began to gradually let go of the guard on the surface of her divine soul and accept the middle-aged scholar's spiritual exploration. The handsome girl's eyes slightly closed, and there was some pain on her face. The people around them all stared at the handsome girl and the middle-aged scholar with different thoughts. Su Zhou and Zi Yu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. When the female lead told them that Zhuowen had died from self-detonation, the 2 of them didn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. After all, Zhuowen had a life-saving treasure like the Eye of Void. Under everyone's nervous gazes, time slowly passed. In the end, the middle-aged scholar withdrew his palm from the girl's Tianling acupoint. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Everyone's gazes retracted from the handsome girl and landed on the middle-aged scholar. They held their breaths and waited for the middle-aged scholar to speak. The middle-aged scholar smiled bitterly. I've checked the handsome girl's memories. She really didn't lie. In her memories, Zhuowen did explode. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar, and the noise continued to resound. Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the mysterious girl's pupils shrank. They felt that it was even more inconceivable. What's wrong with this Zhuowen? He didn't use that life-saving treasure and chose to explode. Does he want to anger us to death? Ziyu gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Oh, there should be something fishy about this matter. Based on my understanding of Zhuowen, he's not a simple-minded brute who only knows how to act recklessly." Su Zhou said rather calmly. The mysterious girl who had been silent also spoke. Su Zhou is right. Although I haven't had much contact with Zhuowen, I have witnessed his various performances in the Wujin Mountains. He is a resourceful and extremely cunning little fellow. I suspect that this little fellow might have used some kind of trick to deceive the handsome girl. In fact, he's still alive. He might even have quietly slipped to a place where no one is around to hide. Ziyu and the other two people looked thoughtful. They secretly nodded in their hearts. They also thought that Su Zhou and the mysterious girl's words made sense. If that Zhuowen really escaped, will he still look for us? Ziyu frowned. I'm not sure about this. Let's try to contact Zhuowen again after this place disperses. If he really keeps his word, he will definitely reply to us, Su Zhou said in a low voice. Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others didn't speak anymore. They acted like good actors and matched the expressions of the people around them. They also looked surprised and incredulous. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Then, how can Zhuowen self-destruct? He has a remnant map on him. I don't believe it. This handsome girl must have done something to her soul. In fact, she has already hidden Zhuowen. The crowd was in high spirits. They all stretched out their necks like ducks and questioned the handsome girl. The handsome girl's face was pale. She had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that her face turned pale. There were many pinnacle experts of the universe here. If these experts attacked her just because of a disagreement, how could she still be alive? The middle-aged scholar's face turned cold. He suddenly shouted. The sound waves were filled with a terrifying pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. The originally excited crowd immediately quieted down after the middle-aged scholar's shout. It was obvious that the middle-aged scholar was one of the stronger ones in this group, which was why his shout was so effective. Everyone, I have thoroughly checked the handsome girl's soul. There is indeed no problem. I can make a heavenly oath about this. The middle-aged scholar said solemnly. Since the middle-aged scholar had already said this, everyone calmed down. Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others frowned. They didn't believe the handsome girl's words at all, but the middle-aged scholar had already made a heavenly oath. If the handsome girl was lying, he wouldn't be so stupid as to make a heavenly oath. Could it be that Zhuowen was really dead? How can that be? Ziyu muttered to herself. Her eyes were full of ruthlessness. Shuzhou, the mysterious woman, and the others were also frowning. They didn't believe that Zhuowen was dead, but they had to believe it now. Zhou suddenly felt something. The communication jade talisman at his waist flashed faintly. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he quietly took off the communication jade token. The moment he saw the name of the sender of the communication jade token, his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Ziyu looked strangely at Su Zhou, who had lost his composure. In his impression, Su Zhou had always been mature, steady, and had a card up his sleeve. This was the first time he had seen him lose his composure like this. Chapter 4306. Su Zhou quickly calmed down. He put the communication jade talisman back at his waist and said, "This matter is of great importance. We'll talk about it when we get back." Ziyu and the others saw that Su Zhou was so cautious. Although they were curious, they didn't ask. In the end, the storm in Diluwa City ended in a farce. This the experts from the super domains who had been hiding in the dark had originally planned to reap the benefits of the battle. They didn't, but when he thought about it, it was all for naught. Great. A portion of the experts chose to leave Dilua City and prepared to return home. Female June also let out a sigh of relief. She thought that she had finally escaped a calamity, but she became nervous again when a voice transmission entered her mind. Shishi looked at old man Ming Dang, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi, who were eyeing her covetously. She felt bitter. She knew that the three of them were still suspicious of her. It seems that I can't leave Dilua City for a while. June sighed in her heart. Old man Ming Dang and the others had told her to stay first. They still had to examine her. Only she was truly safe after old man Ming Dang and the others' suspicions disappeared. On the other hand, Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others weren't in a hurry to leave Dilua City. Instead, they settled down in a secluded inn in Dilua City. Although Dilua City was almost destroyed because of the battle, there were still a few parts that were intact. Because the inn owner and workers had fled, they didn't need to pay to stay in the inn. It was completely free. The five of them entered the largest room. After Su Zhou confirmed that there was no one near the inn, he began to set up a silencing restriction in the room. Ziyu, the mysterious woman, and the others watched silently and didn't disturb Su Zhou. They faintly guessed that what Su Zhou was going to say next should be extremely important. And after confirming that there was no mistake, Su Zhou went to the round table in the center of the room. He took out a communication jade talisman from his waist and placed it on the table. Zhuowen sent me a message. Su Zhou's soft words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone trembled in shock. What? So Zhuowen isn't dead? Ha ha ha. Ziyu was the most excited and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The middle-aged man and the old man also let out a sigh of relief. They had relaxed smiles on their faces. Zhuowen was not dead, which meant that Zhuowen's map fragment was still there. This also meant that their efforts during this period of time were not in vain. This child did not use the Eye of the Void and was actually able to escape from the encirclement of the handsome girls. Moreover, he made Envy think that he had fallen. I really don't know how he got here. Ziyu muttered doubtfully. We have underestimated Zhuowen. It seems that his methods are more powerful than we thought. Now, let's take a look at the content of his message. Su Zhou stretched out his right hand and tapped the jade communication talisman on the table. The jade talisman glowed with a blazing white light, and words began to appear one after another. Brother Su Zhou, I'm free. The message in the talisman was very simple. There were only a few words. Brother Su Zhou, can you ask where he is now? It's time for him to fulfill the agreement. Ziyu urged anxiously. Void Day nodded and sent a message to Zhuowen asking for his location. Very soon, Zhuowen sent another message. It's not convenient at the moment. I'll contact you again after this period of time passes. What? This fellow still wants to delay? Ziyu asked. Yu was flustered and exasperated. She hurriedly sent a message to Zhuowen to meet up with them immediately. Unfortunately, Ziyu's message was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. In a sea of trees billions of miles northwest of Wujin Mountain, a figure stood on a huge rock in the depths of the sea of trees. He held the jade communication talisman in his right hand and silently glanced at the message Ziyu sent him. He sneered but did not reply. Instead, he put the jade communication talisman back on his waist. He was Zhuowen. After he quietly left Luo City through the transmission formation, he continued to run without stopping until he was far enough away from the sea of trees. This sea of trees was extremely vast. There was a strange fog lingering all year round. Even a great Xiaoyao cultivator would easily get lost here. Because the strange fog in the forest had the ability to confuse the soul consciousness, Zhuowen was relatively safe hiding in this place. Under the boulder, Ju Yuan was gasping for breath. Shifu, you even dare to provoke a strong cultivator like the handsome female warrior. Aren't you afraid that you won't have a place to stay in the Niwa region in the future? Zhuowen glanced at Zhu Yuan and did not correct the latter's address to him. He silently shook his head in his heart. If Zhu Yuan knew that he not only provoked the handsome female warrior, but also slaughtered most of the strong cultivators of the Niwa region and offended many super-strong cultivators of the Niwa region, who knows how Zhu Yuan would feel? We'll retreat here for a while. During this time, you'd better disguise yourself and go out to help me inquire about the news. If you do well to my satisfaction, I'll consider accepting you as a disciple, Zhuowen said lightly. Yuanjiu Yuan, who was still a little unwilling, immediately became more energetic after hearing this sentence. Also, take this sword with you. Zhuowen took out the Taiyu sacred sword and secretly sent a message to Xiao He, asking it to supervise him. After that, he sat cross-legged on the boulder and began to cultivate. He had just broken through the great tribulation of heaven and earth and had experienced several great battles. His injuries had increased by a lot, and his realm was faintly showing signs of slipping. If he did not consolidate his realm, it would be easy to leave behind hidden dangers, which would be a huge problem for his future cultivation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. This Zhu Yuan returned 3 times during this period, and all he brought back was good news. Zhuowen also knew that what happened in the Wujin Mountains had spread throughout the Niwa region. Almost all the cultivators in the Niwa region knew what happened in the Wujin Mountains, and they firmly remembered the name Zhuowen. Everyone in the Niwa region also believed that Zhuowen had self-destructed under the handsome female warrior's encirclement. After hearing this news, Zhuowen finally relaxed. It seemed that the humanoid puppet had fooled the handsome female warrior. He knew very well that without the handsome female warrior's cooperation, the news of his death might not have been believed. But with the handsome female warrior as a witness, no one would doubt it. Then 3 months passed, and suddenly a powerful ripple of energy appeared in the vast forest. The dense clouds that lingered above the forest suddenly spread out in all directions in a ring-shaped manner. From afar, one could see that the clouds above the forest were spiraling downward in the shape of an inverted funnel. A magnificent aura soared into the sky, but this aura came and went quickly, and it did not attract the attention of the nearby creatures. In the depths of the sea, Zhuowen slowly stood up from the huge rock. His eyes flickered with a blazing radiance that was dazzling. How lucky! Not only did I consolidate my realm, but I also broke through to the middle stage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Zhuowen murmured to himself, his eyes full of joy. He knew that the reason why he could break through so quickly was that the tribulation energy of his great tribulation of heaven and earth was too powerful, and the energy it fed back to him was also very powerful. Therefore, he could break through again in such a short time. Now, he had absorbed all the tribulation energy. If he wanted to break through again, it would not be as easy as it was now. Chapter 4307. Jiu Yuan, Shan Lingyun, Xiao He and others, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to welcome them. Master is above. Please accept a bow from your disciple. As soon as Zhu Yuan walked up, he immediately knelt on the ground with a serious face. Xiao He, Shan Lingyun, and others had a painful expression. This Zhu Yuan was a white-haired old man. At first glance, he was a highly respected person. Now he knelt on the ground without any integrity to worship Zhuowen as his master. His face was really thick. Zhuowen looked helplessly at Zhu Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Thinking that Zhu Yuan did his best to collect information from the outside world during this period of time, he sighed silently and said, Zhu Yuan, you get up first. Follow me first. As long as it is about formations, we can occasionally discuss with each other. Zhu Yuan suddenly raised his head. On his wrinkled old face there were tears. He cried without any integrity, Master, are you not going to accept me? Zhuowen scratched his temples and said helplessly, You see, you're not young anymore, and I am so young and beautiful. It is not appropriate for you to call me master, right? As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, Shan Lingyun, who was not far away, was unhappy. Why is it inappropriate? I look much younger than you, disciple. Don't you call me master too? But in terms of actual age, you are definitely not as good as me. Disciple, I warn you, don't judge people by their appearance. Don't look at Jiu Yuan. He looks like an old man. Maybe he is not as old as you. It is just that he looks more anxious. Shan Lingyun put her hands on her hips and glared at Zhuowen. Then she turned to look at Jiu Yuan and smiled sweetly. Jiu Yuan, I am Zhuowen's master. Since you recognize him as master, then you are my grand disciple. Come, call me grandmaster. Jiu Yuan looked at the little lowly in front of him. The sweat on his forehead suddenly became a lot more lush. He smiled bitterly and shouted, Grandmaster is good. Hey, good girl. Shan Lingyun's large eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. After that, she turned to look at Zhuowen, and her expression instantly became much more solemn as she said, Disciple, he has already called me martial ancestor. What do you think we should do? Zhuowen smiled bitterly. What else could he do? He could only accept them. Well, the Jiu Yuan, get up. Then I'll accept you as my disciple, Zhuowen said. The Jiu Yuan's eyes lit up with hope, and he kowtowed to thank him. All right, now that you are my disciple, there is no need for thanks between master and disciple. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Disciple, did you find any clues about your lover in the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires mountain in the Black Gold Mountain range? Shan Lingyun suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded and gently opened his right palm. On his palm, there was a platinum pentagram mark. This was the key to enter the Starlight World, and the only way for him to get in touch with the colored mud. At the beginning, the colored mud said that after he successfully left the Black Gold Mountain Range, she would tell him the specific location of Mo Yen Wushang. Zhuowen took a deep breath and began to communicate with the platinum star mark on his palm. Soon his consciousness began to blur. Dang! After his consciousness woke up, he found that he had appeared in a vast and boundless world full of starlight. In front of the endless starlight, a 7-colored pagoda was suspended in front of Zhuowen, while on the top of the pagoda, a thumb-sized little girl wearing a 7-color dress was sitting there crisply. She was rolling her eyes and looking at Zhuowen. Kai and I, you summoned me into the starlight world? Does this count as one of the 3 times? Zhuowen quickly asked. Kai and I rolled her eyes again and said, You only entered the starlight world with your consciousness. It does not count as one of the 3 times. You called me because you want to know the location of the other inheritor, right? Wen nodded, and his expression became excited. He spent so much effort to break into the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires mountain. Wasn't it to find Mo Yen Wushang? Kai and I stroked her white chin and said, In my senses, the other inheritor is no longer in the Nuwa domain. Wait a moment, let me deduce it. With that, Kai and I sat cross-legged on the top of the pagoda. The surrounding starlight began to spontaneously sweep towards Kai and I, and after a certain distance from Kai and I, it began to rotate regularly. After an unknown period of time, the starlight that was originally rotating around Kai and I suddenly collapsed. Countless starlight rushed up like a storm, and then scattered and combined together in a regular pattern. In the end, these starlight formed a map. The shape of this map was similar to a crouching tiger on the ground. In the map, there were large rivers, towering mountains, basins, cities, and other terrains and buildings. Which domain is this? Zhuowen looked seriously at the map that was purely composed of starlight in front of him. He felt that it was somewhat familiar and recognized that it should be a map of a domain. In the center of this map, there was a huge city standing. The light of this city was the brightest and most dazzling in the entire map. Wen's gaze fell on the magnificent city gate in front of this city. On top of the gate, there was a huge plaque hanging. On the plaque were the words, Void Yama City. Void Yama City? Isn't this the most central city of the Void Yama domain? Wen's pupils shrank. He immediately recognized that this map was actually a map of the Void Yama domain. In the past, he had read a rough map of the 100 domains outside the domain, and he still had some impression of most of the domain maps. In addition, there was a landmark like the Void Yama City, so Zhuowen immediately recalled. At this moment, the map formed by starlight collapsed with a loud bang. Countless starlight scattered again and scattered to every corner of the starlight world. Kayanai also slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuowen and said, "Kid, did you see it clearly? The other inheritor is in the Void Yama City of the Void Yama domain." Zhuowen cupped his fists at Kayanai and said, "Thank you." Kayanai curled her lips and waved her hand impatiently. "This is what I promised before. Well, now you can leave." As soon as the voice fell, Zhuowen's consciousness blurred again. When he woke up again, he found that he was no longer in the starlight world, but in the depths of the forest. And in front of him, Ju Yuan, Shanling Yun, and Xiaohei were looking at his face doubtfully, as if there was something on his face. "What are you looking at?" Zhuowen blurted out after he woke up. 3 people were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Shanling Yun said, "We thought you were possessed just now. Suddenly you stood there with your eyes closed and didn't move. No matter how we called you, you didn't move." "I was just thinking about something." Zhuowen casually found an excuse to fool them, but he was thinking about other things in his heart. Since Mo Yen Wushang was in the Void Yama City of the Void Yama domain, then it seemed that he needed to go to the Void Yama domain. And he remembered that Su Zhou came from the Void Yama domain, and it just so happened that he had reached an agreement with Su Zhou about the map fragment. If he gave the map fragment to Su Zhou should take him to the Void Yama domain to help him break through again. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out the communication jade and began to contact Su Zhou. On the other side, Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others were still waiting for Zhuowen's news in Zhaotian City near the Wujin Mountains. Chapter 4308. This is outrageous. It's already been half a year. There's no news from Zhuowen at all. Is he planning to stand us up? Ziyu slammed the table in the room and said angrily. The other 4 people in the room also didn't look very good. Because of Zhuowen's words, they had waited here for half a year. Now, there was no news from Zhuowen. He didn't even send a message. This made them suspect that Zhuowen had taken the map fragment and slipped away. Zhou sat to the side. His face was as calm as water, and he didn't say a word. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman at his waist lit up. Everyone immediately quieted down and stared at the communication jade talisman at Su Zhou's waist. Su Zhou took out the communication jade talisman. When he saw the sender's name, his eyes immediately became excited. He said in a deep voice, "It's from Zhuowen. He's finally here." You also muttered to herself excitedly. Su Zhou opened the jade talisman. After reading the message, he couldn't help but smile. Zhuowen has come out of seclusion. He intends to fulfill our agreement. He wants us to arrange a meeting place. Everyone in the room sighed. They were waiting for Zhuowen to say this. They hadn't waited for half a year in vain. "Where should we meet up?" Ziyu asked. "It's definitely not near Wujin mountain range. Let's go there." Su Zhou thought for a while and discussed with the others. After they finally decided on the meeting place, the 5 of them set off. At the same time, Zhuowen, who was far away in the forest, also received Su Zhou's message. I didn't expect to choose there. Well, after we meet there, it's more convenient to leave the Nuwa domain." Su Zhou put away the jade talisman and instructed Shanling Yun and Jiu Yuan. The 3 of them disguised themselves and left the forest. Although he said that the news of Zhuowen's death had spread across the Nuwa realm, theoretically, Zhuowen was relatively safe now. However, Zhuowen didn't dare let his guard down. Once he was recognized, then he would have to face the joint attack of most of the forces of the Nuo clan. At that time, he would really be unable to escape. Zhuowen brought Shan Lingyun and the Jiu Yuan this time, while Duan Jipeng's injuries had not yet healed, and he was still recuperating in the big world. The three of them headed north and quickly approached the northern border of the Nuo realm. According to the message Su Zhou sent to Zhuowen, the meeting place was a small, nameless city at the northern border of Nuo realm. This is the name of this small city was Mo Bay City, and it was the most remote city in the Nuo realm. The chaos energy was extremely scarce, and very few cultivators stayed in this city. Most of them were poor cultivators and mortals who had yet to attain their Tao. 2 days later, Zhuowen and the other two arrived at Mo Bay City. The city walls of Mo Bay City were extremely low, and the area was not large. From afar, it looked like an inconspicuous small mound. On the other hand, Mo Bay City was surrounded by towering ice mountains. The tall, snowy mountains and the small city formed a stark contrast. Zhuowen didn't rashly enter Mo Bay City. He observed outside the city for a while, and after confirming that there was no ambush in Mo Bay City, he brought Shan Lingyun and the Jiu Yuan into the city. The city gate of Mo Bay City was not big, and the guards of the city gate were dressed in rags. They stood on both sides of the gate in a crooked manner. They did not even look at Zhuowen and the other two before letting them in. This Mo Bay City is too shabby. Even the guards are so dispirited. Any random cultivator would be able to break through this small city. Shan Lingyun couldn't help but ridicule. You also know that this Mo Bay City is shabby. There must be nothing good in this place. What cultivator would be willing to attack this shabby city? The Jiu Yuan quickly said. Shan Lingyun glared at the Jiu Yuan. The latter shrank his head, showed a flattering smile, and quickly slapped his mouth. Zhuowen turned his head and glared at the two. The two who were bickering shrank their heads and giggled. Soon, Zhuowen came to the city lord's residence of Mo Bay City. This city lord's residence looked quite shabby, a bit like an ordinary attic. May I ask if you are Zhuo Darren? The two guards at the gate of the city lord's residence saw Zhuowen and the other two from afar. They quickly stepped forward and asked, Yes. Zhuowen nodded gently. Then follow me. One of the guards quickly led Zhuowen and the other two into the city lord's residence. After crossing several corridors, Zhuowen came to a garden in the city lord's residence under the guidance of the guard. In the garden rockery, there was a mechanism. The guard opened the mechanism, and a tunnel that led to the depths of the ground appeared in the rockery. The three of you, Suzhou Darren ordered us to send you here. Next, you need to walk by yourself. Follow this tunnel to the end, and you will reach the bottom. The guard respectfully bowed and left the garden. Zhuowen, on the other hand, entered the tunnel after checking that there were no traps in the tunnel. The tunnel was not deep. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them reached the secret room at the bottom of the tunnel. Brother Zhuo, you are finally here. Zhuowen had just entered the secret room when he heard a hearty voice. Zhuowen looked up and found that the secret room was quite spacious. The decorations inside were also very luxurious. In the center of the secret room, Suzhou, Ziyu, and the mysterious woman were sitting on red sandalwood chairs on both sides. A middle-aged man was standing on the side, cautiously. Seeing Zhuowen come in, Suzhou quickly stood up and walked over to greet him. Ziyu coldly glanced at Zhuowen. She still sat there calmly and had no intention of getting up to greet him, while the middle-aged man sitting next to Ziyu also looked on coldly. His attitude was surprisingly the same as Ziyu's. On the other hand, the mysterious woman and the other old man followed Suzhou to greet them. I've been in seclusion for the past 6 months to consolidate my cultivation. You also know that I've experienced several big battles. If my cultivation isn't stable, it's in danger of slipping down. Zhuowen cupped his hands and smiled. Su Zhou waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhua, you're treating me like an outsider. I've always believed that you're a person who keeps his promises, not to mention half a year, even if it's 10 years or 100 years. I'm willing to wait." Zhuowen smiled and didn't care about Su Zhou's polite words. His gaze fell on the mysterious woman standing not far away from Su Zhou. "Hello, we meet again." Zhuowen smiled. Wu, it was this woman who had handed the Eye of the Void to him in the Golden Mountain Range. She had also given him an extremely precious healing medicine. Zhuowen was extremely grateful to her. The mysterious woman nodded lightly and said, "I've said it before. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. My name is Lianrong. My teacher is the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy's Saint Master Qinglian." Zhuowen's pupils constricted, and he looked at the mysterious woman in surprise. He didn't expect that this mysterious woman called Lianrong was actually from the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. As for the so-called Saint Master Qinglian, Zhuowen had no idea at all. But Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 4309. Lord Lianrong. You're actually Saint Master Qing Lian's disciple? Why didn't you mention it before? Su Zhou asked in surprise. Zhuowen didn't know the Saint Master's position in the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy, but Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others were very clear. There were a total of 9 Saint Masters in the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy, and they were in charge of the 9 sacred courtyards of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy. Their statuses were lofty and almost unattainable. The 9 Saint Master statuses were second only to the extremely mysterious Dean. They were the overseers of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy on the surface. As for the cultivation and strength of the 9 Saint Masters, they stood at the peak of the 100 outer regions. However, what they were most famous for was not their strength, but rather their godly ability to educate. It was said that even animals that were born slow-witted could instantly gain intelligence under the guidance of the Saint Masters. As for extremely talented geniuses, under the guidance of the Saint Masters, their future achievements would surpass the shackles of their own talent and reach a higher level. It was precisely because of the Sacred Master's ability to enlighten that countless geniuses from the outer realms' 100 territories wanted to enter the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy. They hoped that one day they would be valued by the Sacred Master and receive his guidance. However, the Saint Masters were supreme existences in the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy. If a genius couldn't enter the Saint Master's eyes, then it would be impossible to receive their guidance, let alone become the Saint Master's personal disciple. Once one became the Saint Master's personal disciple, their future would be limitless. However, the Saint Masters were extremely picky. As long as there was the slightest flaw, he wouldn't casually accept a disciple. Therefore, the disciples that the Saint Masters accepted were basically perfect geniuses in the eyes of the outside world. In other words, they were the so-called super geniuses. Over countless years, the number of disciples that the 9 Saint Masters accepted could be counted on one hand. Although there weren't many, all of them had become true top-notch experts under the guidance of their respective Saint Masters. Their reputations spread far and wide, and their names shook the 100 territories. Lianrong was actually the personal disciple of one of the 9 Saint Masters, Saint Master Qing Lian. Just this identity alone was enough for her to do whatever she wanted in the 100 territories. She restrained her expression and glanced at Su Zhou and the others before saying, "I was just taken in by Master not long ago. Moreover, you should more or less understand my personality. I don't like to make a big fuss about it, and there's no need for me to say it." Su Zhou and Ziyu looked at each other bitterly. They could be considered old acquaintances with Lianrong. They more or less understood Lianrong's cold personality. So, they weren't too surprised when Lianrong said this. Zhuowen observed the expressions of Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the others. He could also see that the sage master that Lianrong mentioned should be extremely powerful. Lianrong ignored Suzhou, Ziyu, and the others' shock. Her beautiful phoenix eyes landed on Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I've been observing you all this time. Your natural talent and strength aren't inferior to Sakyamuni, who shook the 100 territories all those years ago. Moreover, what's even more commendable is that you're the one with the supreme Tao root who broke the taboo. In countless years, you're the only one who broke the taboo. If you go back with me, I believe that my master will be very interested in you and will take you in as a disciple. Lianrong looked at Zhuowen and spoke sincerely. Suzhou, Ziyu, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Although they knew that Lianrong had noticed Zhuowen from the beginning, they didn't expect her to give Zhuowen such a high evaluation. If Zhuowen successfully entered the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy and was taken in as a disciple by Sage Master Qinglian, his status would immediately change. Zhuowen was extremely calm. From Suzhou, Ziyu, and the others' expressions, he could see that Lianrong's suggestion was extremely beneficial to him. However, Zhuowen also had his own hesitation. He had too many secrets on him, especially the Archean primordial chant, which was a shocking cultivation method. If he entered the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy and was taken in as a personal disciple by the sage master behind Lianrong, then there was an extremely great danger that his secrets would be exposed. After all, the sage master's status was there. His strength was outstanding, and his insight wasn't something that ordinary experts could compare to. However, Zhuowen also knew that joining the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy also had great benefits. After all, it was the largest power in the 100 territories outside the 100 territories. Its deep foundation that had existed since ancient times was enough to make it easier for him to raise his cultivation. Miss Lianrong, I need to consider, Zhuowen said after pondering for a moment. Lianrong frowned slightly. Zhuowen's reaction was far beyond her expectations. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been wild with joy and trembled with excitement after receiving an invitation from the sage master's personal disciple. But Zhuowen was still so calm and had even rejected her indifferently. Consider? Are you sure you need to consider? Lianrong thought that she had misheard and asked again. Zhuowen nodded. Yes, I do need to consider. Suzhou, Ziyu, and the other 3 speechlessly looked at Zhuowen, who was seriously considering. They wailed in their hearts. Why didn't this opportunity come to them? Lianrong was rather unhappy, but she didn't show it on the surface. She took out a green token and handed it to Zhuowen. This is my recommendation token. If you've thought it through, take this recommendation token and come to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy's Qinglian Sacred Tao Academy to find me. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Suzhou, I'll leave the matter of the map fragment to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. After Lianrong finished speaking, she didn't wait for Zhuowen's reply. She lightly tapped the void with her jade feet and disappeared along with spatial ripples. Suzhou hurriedly bowed in the direction that Lianrong left and then came to Zhuowen's side. He said helplessly, Brother Zhuowen, that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lord, Lianrong thinks so highly of you, and your talent is not weak either. If she were Saint Master Qing, then, if you put in a few good words in front of her, you will be fellow disciples. Zhuowen's gaze was calm. Brother Suzhou, I didn't refuse. I just said that I'll consider it. If I've really thought it through, I'll naturally look for Lady Lianrong. Suzhou shook his head and cursed in his heart. You've already missed the best opportunity to reject that lady in person. It's already good that she didn't flip out in front of you. Do you really think you're a big shot? Next time, even if you've thought it through, she won't speak up for you like this. Zhuowen naturally didn't know what Suzhou was thinking. He took out the map fragment and handed it to Suzhou. This is the map fragment of the Wujin mountain range. According to our previous agreement, you said that it can help me break through the peak of the universe tribulation, right? Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the other three looked at the map fragment in Zhuan's hand and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their eyes flickered with excitement. Of course. Brother Zhua, you're really good. Now give me the map fragment. Su Zhou couldn't help but reach out his right hand to grab the map fragment in Zhuan's hand, but Zhuan dodged it. Wait. According to the agreement, you also need to help Duan Jipeng improve his cultivation. You should know this, right? Zhuan asked indifferently. Su Zhou frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Brother Zhua, I, Su Zhou, have never gone back on my word. This time is no different. If Brother Zhua is worried, I can swear a heavenly Dao oath. With that, Su Zhou deftly swore a heavenly Dao oath. Chapter 43:10. In the Void Yama realm, there is a famous divine Void Mountain. In every corner of the divine Void Mountain, there are many divine Void Springs. These divine Void Springs can greatly increase the cultivation speed of cultivators below the Defying Ancient Star rank. The family behind me is in charge of Xuyan realm. They have some Shinshu Springs. I can bring the two of you into the Shinshu Springs controlled by my family to cultivate until you break through. Su Zhou looked at Zhuan. Shinshu Springs? Okay, deal. Zhuan nodded and threw the map fragment to Su Zhou. He had also heard of the Shinshu Springs. It was one of the many treasured lands in Xuyan realm and was quite famous. In addition, Su Zhou had made a heavenly oath. So Zhuan let down all his guard and straightforwardly handed over the map fragment to Su Zhou. After Su Zhou took the map fragment, he hurriedly opened it and checked it repeatedly. Ziyu, the old man, and the middle-aged man also hurriedly came over. After the appraisal was correct, they were all wild with joy. After many twists and turns, in the chaos of countless experts fighting for it, they had the last laugh. Zhuan silently looked at the excited Su Zhou, Ziyu, and the other three. His expression was calm. If it wasn't for the fact that the colored mud told him that Moyan Wushang was in Xuyan Divine City and that Su Zhou came from Xuyan Realm, Zhuan didn't intend to give the map fragment to Su Zhou. The colored mud's news also made Zhuan change his mind. After all, if he wanted to find Moyan Wushang, he might need to rely on the power behind Su Zhou. Brother Zhua, you are weak now. Although your talent and strength are strong enough, you still don't have the ability to keep the map fragment. How about this? How about you give the other map fragment to us? Don't worry, we will give you enough. We will reward you. After Su Zhou put away the map fragment, he exchanged glances with Ziyu and turned to Zhuan. Brother Su Zhou, I have a use for the first map fragment. I won't use it as a bargaining chip, Zhuan said with a frown. Before Su Zhou could speak, Ziyu couldn't help but sneer. Zhuan, you're wanted by many experts right now. If they know that you're not dead, what do you think will happen to you? Zhuan looked coldly at Ziyu. You're threatening me? Ziyu looked like a petty person intoxicated with success. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhuan. Threatening? Sorry, I'm just stating the facts. For a rogue cultivator like you with no background, so what if your talent is strong? The superpowers of the super domains can send out any one of them. Any expert can crush you to death. It's a waste for the map fragments to be in your hands. The wisest thing for you to do is to hand over the second map fragment. This way, you won't be in danger of being hunted down. Zhuan's eyes gradually narrowed. He couldn't help but step back. But just as his right foot took a step back, the middle-aged man behind Zhuan silently circled behind him and blocked his path of retreat. Brother Su Zhou, what do you mean by this? Do you want to break your promise? Zhuan felt the powerful aura of the middle-aged man behind him, and his hair stood on end. He turned to question Su Zhou. Su Zhou and the old man stood to the side. They had no intention of interfering. Seeing Zhuan's question, Su Zhou calmly said, Brother Zhuan, did you misunderstand something? I did have an agreement with you, and I also made a heavenly oath. But this agreement is only between you and me. It has nothing to do with Brother Ziyu. Yes. And in the agreement, it didn't say that I have to help you when you're in danger, right? Also, I think Brother Ziyu is right. You can't keep the other map fragment. You should hand it over to Brother Ziyu. Their clan also has control over the map. If you agree to his request, you can also enter his clan's treasured land to cultivate. Why not? Zhuowen's expression completely turned cold. He knew that he had been played. It seemed that Su Zhou and Ziyu had already planned this. They were just waiting for him to jump into the trap they had prepared. What if I don't hand it over? Zhuowen said gloomily. Su Zhou only smiled and didn't speak. Ziyu smiled sinisterly. If you don't hand it over, then don't think about leaving today. Zhuowen had just finished speaking when the old man behind Su Zhou stepped forward and blocked Zhuowen from the other side. His powerful aura locked onto Zhuowen. 2 peak Dharma adepts of the universe surrounded Zhuowen, causing the pressure on him to increase. Although Nu was also a peak Dharma adept of the universe, the reason why he could escape from Nu was because he had the right time, place, and people. If not for these, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. And now, facing 2 peak Dharma adepts of the universe, Zhuowen's sense of danger increased greatly. Boom, boom. The middle-aged man and the old man both summoned their respective Dharma adepts. Instantly, the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. The pitiful Mabe city couldn't withstand the pressure of the 2 Dharma adepts and was directly crushed into ruins. And all the living things in Mabe city were completely annihilated. They couldn't be more dead. Zhuowen stood in the middle of the ruins. The middle-aged man and the old man surrounded Zhuowen, one in front and one behind. Their huge Dharma adepts looked down at Zhuowen from above. The 2 of them didn't dare to be negligent. After all, Zhuowen had escaped unscathed from Nu. This person was as cunning as a fox. They couldn't let their guard down. Attack! Ziyu shouted. The middle-aged man and the old man attacked together. Their terrifying auras were like erupting volcanoes that rushed into the sky. The 2 Dharma adepts waved their huge arms and smashed down like mountains towards Zhuowen on the ground. The 2 Dharma adepts' attacks were extremely tricky and unpredictable. They almost blocked all of Zhuowen's escape routes, forcing him to face the attacks head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong wind was like sharp knives that wantonly rushed towards Zhuowen's face, sweeping up his messy long hair. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 arms finally smashed down, and the entire ground resounded with a terrifying, explosive sound. It resounded continuously, reverberating throughout the entire space, rumbling nonstop. The middle-aged man and the old man slowly retracted their Dharma adept's arms. A bottomless pit appeared where Zhuowen had been standing. At the bottom of the pit, magma surged. The blazing heat shot into the sky, as if it could vaporize space. That Zhuowen's aura disappeared. Did he die just like that? The middle-aged man and the old man looked at each other, a little surprised. This Zhuowen was a bit too weak. If this kid only had this little bit of ability, then how could the handsome woman not be able to capture him and be played around by him in the end? I thought this person was very powerful. It turns out that in front of a pinnacle Dharma adept, he still can't withstand a single blow. Ziyu laughed proudly. Su Zhou, who was standing not far away, frowned slightly. He felt that something was strange. He didn't think that Zhuowen was a match for a pinnacle Dharma adept, but he also didn't think that Zhuowen would be so easily dealt with. Su Zhou's gaze shifted slightly and he glanced at Ziyu. He found that there was a large puddle of water on the ground not far from Ziyu's feet. Chapter 43:11. Ziyu watched as the attacks of the 2 pinnacle Dharma adepts of the universe finally landed where Zhuowen was and blasted a bottomless pit. She couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. In her eyes, Zhuowen would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die under the joint attack of the 2 pinnacle Dharma phase experts of the universe. After they captured Zhuowen alive, She had the means to use all kinds of torture to force out the whereabouts of the other piece of the map. Thinking of this, Ziyu's smile became even brighter. The curve of her lips became even deeper. Not good. Brother Ziyu is in danger. Quickly dodge! Ziyu was feeling the proudest when Suzhou's shout rang out. He suddenly looked at Suzhou and found that the latter was looking behind him in horror. Ziyu knew that things weren't good. She turned her head and immediately saw the human-shaped water stain behind him. The lines on the surface of the human-shaped water stain quickly became clearer and clearer. Then, an unforgettable face appeared in front of her. Zhuan? You. You looked like she had seen a ghost. Her eyes were wide open. She looked incredulously at the smiling youth in front of her. You seem to be smiling very happily when you see me die. Zhuan's smile became even brighter. But in Ziyu's eyes, this smile was like a death sentence that made her extremely uncomfortable and stiff. Purple Yu's face was pale. He didn't speak anymore and quickly retreated. But unfortunately, Zhuan was already prepared. He suddenly punched Ziyu's body. Pooh! Chi! Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. She arched her back like a cooked shrimp from Zhuan's punch. Purple after all, Yu was only at the pinnacle of gushing. Before Zhuan broke through the Qinkuan Great Tribulation, he could easily crush Ziyu. Now, Zhuan was already at the middle stage of the Qinkuan Great Tribulation. Capturing Ziyu was just a matter of reaching out his hand. While Ziyu was enduring the severe pain in her abdomen, Zhuan's right hand was like a pair of pliers that fiercely pinched Ziyu's neck. Surging energy spread to Ziyu's 8 meridians like ropes, imprisoning Ziyu's entire body. Ziyu, who was still fiercely struggling, suddenly rolled his eyes when the energy entered his meridians. The intense pain made him scream miserably. His body twitched crazily. You, let go of young Master Ziyu. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He urged his huge cosmic avatar to charge madly at Zhuan. On the other hand, the old man was much calmer. He didn't charge over with the middle-aged man. Instead, he retreated to Suzhou's side and protected him at all times. Zhuan looked at the middle-aged man who was getting closer and closer. His lips curled into an imperceptible sneer. He suddenly raised his right hand, and Ziyu was forced to face the middle-aged man. If you dare to take another step forward, do you believe that I will immediately kill Ziyu? Zhuan's voice was terrifyingly calm. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was charging over. The strength in his right hand became heavier and heavier. Ziyu, who was being held in his hand, was flushed red. Her face was full of pain. Fruit indeed! Under Zhuan's threat, the originally aggressive middle-aged man calmed down and hurriedly stopped his footsteps. Then kill yourself to atone for your crimes. Only then can your sins be washed away. The middle-aged man said angrily, Are you forcing me to kill Ziyu? Zhuan teased, Don't be rude. Ziyu quickly transmitted to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man called Ji Ho sighed in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey Ziyu's orders. He looked at Zhuan and snorted coldly. You, what do you want in order to let young Master Ziyu go? Very simple. All of you retreat 500 million kilometers. Zhuan said lightly. 500 million kilometers. Zhou frowned. He looked deeply at Zhuan and continued, Brother Zhuan, we were just joking. You don't have to take it to heart. Let Brother Ziyu go. After all, Ziyu's background isn't any weaker than mine. You'd better not hurt him. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Retreat? Otherwise, Ziyu will die. Zhuan didn't even look at Suzhou. Instead, he looked at the panicking Ji Ho and spoke in a voice as cold as a knife. Ji Ho glanced at Ziyu, nodded, and started to retreat. Clang! When he retreated to Suzhou and the old man's side, he hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists. Both of you! Nothing must happen to young Master Ziyu. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be implicated. Please give me some face and retreat with me. Although Jiho's tone was polite, he didn't restrain his aura at all. It was tightly locked onto the old man and Suzhou. Suzhou and the old man's faces were gloomy. They knew that if they didn't agree, Jiho would most likely attack them and force them to retreat. They weren't very afraid of Jiho. What they were most afraid of was that if they really clashed with Jiho, Zhuowen would likely take advantage of the situation. At that time, even Suzhou would be kidnapped by him. All right, I'll retreat with you, Su said. Zhou had naturally considered this situation as well. He coldly glanced at Zhuowen, and under the protection of the old man, he slowly retreated with Jiho. The three of them retreated all the way to a mountain peak 500 million kilometers away before stopping. This range happened to be the limit of Jiho and the old man's divine senses. In other words, they didn't know how Zhuowen and Ziyu were 500 million kilometers away. This person is as cunning as a fox and cautious. He actually found a countermeasure so quickly in the face of the sudden situation just now. What a terrifying person. Jiho said with a gloomy face. We've miscalculated this time. The secret skill that this person mastered is really impossible to guard against. We didn't even notice when he appeared beside Brother Zio. Su exclaimed. Zhou rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. He had thought that everything would go smoothly and be under his control. But he didn't expect that things would develop in a completely out-of-control direction. This person sent us away to escape. I just don't know if he'll let young Master Zio go. Jiho said worriedly. Suzhou sneered. Let Zio go? Jiho, you're too naive. Zio is Zhuowen's bargaining chip now. It's equivalent to a death exemption gold medal. Think about it, if you had a death exemption gold medal, would you easily return it to the original owner? Jiho's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. So what? Do I have any other choice now? If I don't do as he says, young Master Zio will die on the spot. Now, at least I can confirm that young Master Zio is still safe. Zhou didn't answer Jiho. Instead, he gave the old man beside him a look and spoke telepathically. Elderling, I remember that old man Ming Deng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi haven't left Niwa domain yet. Elderling glanced at Jiho, who was still secretly worried about Ziyu, and replied telepathically. Yes, the three of them don't really believe that Zhuowen died just like that. They said that they want to see him if he's alive or dead. They even went to Niwa City to look for clan leader Niwa. They should still be in Niwa City now. Chapter 43:12. Okay, now secretly send a message to the three of them. Tell them that Zhuowen isn't dead and that he's nearby. Tell them to act secretly. This time, we must kill this Zhuowen. Suzhou's eyes flashed with a cold light. He felt more and more threatened by Zhuowen, and in addition to Lian Rong's high regard for Zhuowen. This caused Suzhou to feel a deep jealousy toward Zhuowen, and his killing intent toward Zhuowen was getting stronger and stronger. Should we discuss this with Jiho? Elder Ling looked at Jiho, who was still standing in front anxiously. Suzhou shook his head. We can't tell Jiho about this. Once we do, he definitely won't agree. After all, if old man Mingdang and the others really find out that Zhuowen is here, they won't care about Ziyu's life or death. And once Jiho finds out, he will definitely become an obstacle to us. Elder Ling nodded. He took advantage of Jiho's days to pass on the information about Zhuowen to old man Mingdang and the others. Female in a secret place in the core of Niwa Domain, there was a huge divine city. This divine city was the birthplace of Niwa Domain's core power, the Niwa clan, Niwa Divine City. At this moment, in the great shrine of Niwa Divine City, Huangju, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was forced to come out of seclusion to greet 3 uninvited guests. These 3 uninvited guests were none other than the bright lamp old man and his 2 companions who refused to give up. Although the 3 of them were only at the pinnacle of the universe's Dharma plane, and there was still a certain gap between them and Huangju. However, their backgrounds were much greater than Huang Ju's. Therefore, Huang Ju came out of seclusion to greet them personally. In the great shrine, Huang Ju sat on the spacious and luxurious main seat. His hands and feet were placed neatly on either side of him. His gaze was solemn as he looked at the 3 luxurious seats on the right side of him that were also overflowing with light. At Huang Ju's side, Nina's hands were folded over her abdomen as she stood quietly to the side. At this moment, Nina's face was slightly pale and her curvy body was faintly trembling. She looked rather weak. In on those 3 seats sat 3 stalwart figures. They were none other than Old Man Ming Dang, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi, who had come uninvited. Huang Ju looked at Old Man Ming Dang and the other 2 sitting in front of him and felt a slight headache. The 3 of them had extremely strong backgrounds. Even he did not dare to offend them. Think Huang Ju couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart as he cursed Zhuowen in his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, you've already checked Nu's divine soul. I think we, the Nua clan, have shown enough sincerity. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Huang Ju discreetly glanced at the woman beside her. Seeing that the latter was so weak that she could barely stand, she sighed in her heart. Bai Yu Ming Dang and the others still didn't believe Nu's words. Therefore, after their visit, they suggested to Huang Ju that they should personally examine Nu's memories. Huang, although Ju, was furious. The forces behind the 3 of them were indeed much stronger than the Nua clan. Therefore, he could only inconvenience Nu again. After experiencing the pain of having her soul searched again, Nu's divine soul had suffered a certain amount of damage. If it weren't for her strong will, she would have fainted on the spot. Old Man Ming and the others frowned. They had all checked Nu's memories. Just as the middle-aged scholar had said in Nu's memories, Zhuowen had indeed self-destructed in the end. Nu hadn't been able to get anything from Zhuowen. However, the 3 of them were still unwilling to give up. In their opinion, the map fragment was of great importance. The material used to make it must be extraordinary. Even if Zhuowen had self-destructed, it shouldn't have been able to turn the map fragment into dust. Unless, of course, Zhuowen had hidden the map fragment somewhere else. Only yes, Zhuowen had already self-destructed and died. Even if he had indeed hidden the map fragment somewhere else, it was as good as nothing to them. Who knew where Zhuowen had hidden the map fragment? Old Man Ming sighed softly. He took a deep look at Nu, then cupped his fists at Huang Ju and said, Clan leader Huang Ju, the 3 of us have been presumptuous this time. Old Man Ming apologizes to you. Clan leader Nu is indeed fine. The 3 of us have been overthinking. Huang Ju sighed in relief. He was really afraid that Old Man Ming and the others would not let go of Nu. If that was really the case, he might have to take the risk of offending the forces behind the 3 of them to protect Nu. Looks like it's all a misunderstanding. It's rare for the 3 of you to come to Nua City. Why don't you stay for a while and let the Nua clan take good care of the 3 of you? Huang Ju said in a relaxed tone. Old Man Ming, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi were clearly a little ashamed. They all thanked Huang Ju politely and apologized to Nu. They had given Huang Ju and Nu enough face. Nu, whose expression was originally not very good, saw the 3 of them lower their heads and apologize, and her expression finally improved a little. Under Huang Ju's beckoning, Old Man Ming and the others were about to follow Huang Ju into the inner hall to attend the banquet. However, their communication jade talismans lit up at an inappropriate time. When they checked their communication jade talismans, their expressions changed greatly. They quickly confirmed it with their eyes and quietly nodded. What are the 3 of you still hesitating for? I've already ordered the servants to prepare the banquet. We're only waiting for the 3 of you. Huang Ju seemed to have sensed something and turned around. He found that Old Man Ming and the others had stopped and were communicating with their eyes. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Clan leader Huang Ju, We're really sorry. We suddenly had something to take care of. I'm afraid we won't have time to attend the banquet. We'll bid our farewells here. We'll pay you a visit another day to apologize." Old Man Ming and the others graciously cupped his fists towards Huangju. Then he hurriedly left Nuwa City with Blood Beauty and Yun Chenzi. Great clan master, they seemed to be very anxious. Did something happen? Nu asked. Nu looked at the backs of Old Man Ming and the others as they left. Her heart relaxed a lot, and she finally opened her mouth to speak. "I'm not sure either. Perhaps the power behind them has some urgent matter that requires them to be summoned," Huangju said. Ju's gaze was also rather puzzled. He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at Nu and gently said, "Nu, I've wronged you this time. Originally, you took back the dark chakra eye and made a great contribution. However, I still made you suffer the pain of having your soul searched." Nu shook her head repeatedly and said, "Clan leader, you're treating me like an outsider. This matter isn't your fault. You can only blame that Zhuowen. If not for him, I wouldn't have been suspected. I really didn't expect that, after Zhuowen died, I would still be tricked by him." Zhu patted Nua's shoulder and said with a smile, "You've already done very well. If not for you, we wouldn't have been able to take back the dark chakra eye. As for Zhuowen and Duan Jipeng's deaths, they deserved more than death. After all, our Nuwa clan is sacred and inviolable. They offended us and had to bear the price of death." Chapter 40, 3:13. After Old Man Ming Deng and the other two hurriedly left Nuwa City, they gathered in a mountain valley far away from Nuwa City. "Ming Deng, do you think this information is reliable?" Shui Mei looked at the old man holding the lamp. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed as she asked uncertainly. "This information was sent by Ling Long of the Xianyan realm. Ling Long and I have a bit of friendship. Since he dares to say that Zhuowen is not dead, I think it should be true. After all, if he gave false information, he would have offended the three of us." Old Man Ming Deng's analysis was clear and logical. "This Zhuowen is really beyond my expectations. If it weren't for the fact that this kid has offended so many people, I would really like to take him as my disciple." Yun Chenzi rubbed his chin with his right hand and chuckled. Blood Shui Mei glanced at Yun Chenzi and sneered. "It would be a real tragedy if he became your disciple. I remember that none of your disciples had a good ending. All right, stop arguing. Let's believe Ling Long for now. According to him, Zhuowen should be near Mo Bay City at the northern border of Nuwa Realm. It just so happens that the three of us have the transmission mark given to us by Huangju. With this mark, we can freely teleport to any transmission array in Nuwa Realm. I remember that there is a transmission array at the northern border. It's not far from Mo Bay City. Let's try it now." As Old Man Ming Deng spoke, he activated the transmission mark in his hand. Suddenly, a blazing white light burst out from the back of his hand and enveloped his entire body. Blood Shui Mei and Yun Chenzi also followed suit and activated the transmission marks on their hands. At Old Man Ming Deng and the other two hurriedly rushed towards Zhuowen's location. Zhuowen was still standing there. At this moment, his right hand was clutching Ziyu's neck. It was not until his divine sense could no longer detect the traces of Su Zhou and the other two that he loosened his grip slightly. "Cough! Cough!" Mystery coughed violently. He looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of fear and panic, like a small beast seeing its natural enemy. "Zhuowen, I did as you said and got Marquis Ji to retreat 500 million kilometers away. You should be satisfied, right? Can you let me go now?" Ziyu asked carefully. Zhuowen looked at Ziyu with a smile that was not a smile. He gently said, "Ziyu, did I say that I would let you go if you did as I said?" Ziyu was frightened. All the hairs on his body stood up. He stiffly looked at Zhuowen and stammered, You sent them away? Or you want to kill me?" At this moment, Ziyu completely regretted it. Marquis Ji was sent away. No one could save him now. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me and do as I say, I won't kill you. It all depends on your performance. Zhuowen smiled warmly. Purple, however, Mystery did not feel any warmth from Zhuowen's smile. Instead, she felt a deep chill. Now, send a message to Marquis Ji. He must not report what happened today to the power behind you. If he does and I find out about it, then I'll kill you right away. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Purple Mystery sighed in his heart. For the sake of his life, he could only do as Zhuowen said and send this message to Marquis Ji. I've sent it, Zhuowen. Do you need me to do anything else? Mystery put the communication jade talisman back at his waist and looked at Zhuowen in fear. He wanted to stay away from Zhuowen, but he did not dare to. I need you to sleep for a while. Zhuowen grinned. He stepped forward and punched Ziyu's head, knocking him unconscious. Zhuowen handed the unconscious Ziyu to Shan Lingyun and Zhu Yuan in the Great World to guard. He quickly rushed towards the northern border. Su He could no longer trust Zhou. If he wanted to find Moyan Wushang, he could only rely on himself to go to Shuyan Divine City. Female at the northern border of Hua domain stood a tall divine pillar that reached into the clouds. In front of the divine pillar was a huge battlement. At and top of the battlements, there were troops of cultivators guarding the border. Only, however, the number of cultivator troops on the battlement was smaller than usual. There were some cultivator troops were attracted by the battle in Mabe City just now. Many cultivator troops were dispatched to Mabe City to investigate. The surface of the divine pillar in front of the battlement had all kinds of complicated patterns. An invisible energy ripple spread from the divine pillar, forming an invisible and powerful barrier at the northern border. At this moment, there were many cultivators lined up at the city gate, waiting for the gate guards to inspect them. They were all cultivators who were planning to leave the Nuar realm. Some of them were local cultivators who were traveling, doing business, migrating, or returning to their own realms from other realms. But generally speaking, most of these cultivators who left Nuwa domain from the border belonged to the bottom level. They did not have much money to pay for long-distance teleportation arrays. Therefore, they could only choose to leave Nuwa domain by drifting for a long time. Zhuowen, on the other hand, did not lack money. He had chosen to leave the Nuwa realm in this way for his own safety. Xiaozhuan, who had disguised himself, quietly mixed into the group and silently waited for the group to advance and be inspected. After about a few hours, Zhuowen, who had mixed into the group, discovered the auras of Su Zhou, Jiho, and Elderling. He quietly glanced at the dark clouds in the distance. He knew that Su Zhou and the other two should be observing this place from the depths of the dark clouds. Zhuowen was not worried that the three would attack. After all, Ziyu's life was still in his hands. Jiho would definitely not dare to act rashly. In order to ensure Ziyu's safety, Jiho would not let Su Zhou and Elderling act rashly. At this rate, Su Zhou and the others could only watch as he left the Nuar realm. Very soon, it was Zhuowen's turn. There were two guards at the door. They stepped forward and used their consciousness to scan Zhuowen inside and out. They also searched his body. After asking about Zhuowen's identity and origin, they let Zhuowen leave. Go. After leaving Nuwa Domain's border, Zhuowen subconsciously glanced at the dark clouds in the distance that were constantly sinking. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Su Zhou, so what if you've used all your tricks? You can't do anything to me. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Once my cultivation is strong enough, no one can save your life. However, what Zhuowen did not see was that Su Zhou, who was observing him from the depths of the dark clouds, had a smile on his face. Zhuowen, you're still too careless. Although I can't do anything in your scheme, sometimes there's no need for me to personally kill someone. Su Zhou whispered in his heart. He glanced at Elderling beside him. The latter understood and quietly took out a communication jade talisman. He sent a message to Old Man Ming Dang and the other two, informing them of Zhuowen's specific situation. Chapter 43:14. At this moment, Old Man Ming Dang and the other two were still hiding in the battlements of the border. They had been silently observing the cultivators passing by, but what troubled them was that they couldn't tell which one was Zhuowen. They had too little contact with Zhuowen and weren't familiar with him at all. In addition, Zhuowen was in disguise. It was basically impossible for Old Man Ming Dang to easily recognize Zhuowen. Just as they were vexed, they received another message from Elder Ling. This message was like a timely rain to the three of them, quenching their thirst. "That's the real Zhuowen," Old Lamp shouted and leaped out of the darkness. He quickly rushed to a small hill outside the battlements and blocked the path of a figure. Old Lamp's eyes lit up. Old Lamp's eyes lit up. Blood Beauty and Yun Qinzi followed closely behind, surrounding him from both sides in a pincer formation. In the blink of an eye, the figure was surrounded by the three in a triangular formation. There was no way out. Old Man Ming Dang and the other two didn't conceal their auras. Therefore, their actions naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators and guards entering and exiting the border. Why? When they felt the terrifying auras from Old Man Ming Dang and the other two, they all revealed looks of fear and trepidation. They hid far away and didn't dare to get too close. What's going on? Why are Old Man Ming Dang and the other two here? In the distance, within the endless dark clouds, Ji Ho, who had been silently watching, suddenly changed his expression. If in the past he would be happy to see Zhuowen suffer, but Ziyu's life was now in Zhuowen's hands. If something happened to Zhuowen, wouldn't Ziyu be finished too? Ji Ho originally wanted to intervene in this matter, but he was stopped by Elder Ling. "Ji Ho, calm down. I know you're worried about Ziyu, but you have to think clearly. This is the only way you can save Ziyu." Su Zhou said slowly. Ji Ho's pupils shrank. He looked at Su Zhou and asked darkly, "Did you inform Old Man Ming Dang and the others?" Su Zhou was noncommittal as he smiled faintly. "Marquis Ji, I'm trying my best to save Brother Zio. Think about it carefully. With Ziyu as a hostage, do you think you have a chance to save Ziyu? You will only be led by the nose by Zhuowen. As for me and Elder Ling, there's no need to talk about it. If we make a move, you will definitely be pressured into stopping us. Won't we end up in an endless loop? Won't we have to watch Zhuowen take Brother Zio away and escape easily? Once he escapes, it will be very difficult for us to find his whereabouts." Ji Ho calmed down. What Su Zhou said was reasonable and not unreasonable. He couldn't think of any reason to refute it. But if a third party intervenes, then it has nothing to do with us. As long as Old Man Ming Dang and the other two kill Zhuowen, won't Brother Zio be safe? Su Zhou revealed a sinister smile. Ji Ho was silent for a moment before he retorted. This Zhuowen is full of cunning. When Old Man Ming Dang and the other two attacked him, he might have guessed that we were behind it. What if he kills young Master Zio in a fit of rage? Zhou laughed. He won't dare to kill him. Ziyu is mainly a bargaining chip in Zhuowen's hands to restrain you and Elder Ling. If he loses even this bargaining chip, he will have to face the crazy revenge of you and Elder Ling. Now he is already facing the encirclement of 3 pinnacle Dharma plane cultivators. If he kills Ziyu, then he'll have to face the encirclement of 5 pinnacle Dharma plane cultivators. As long as Zhuowen isn't crazy, he won't kill Ziyu. Ji Ho's eyes brightened as he looked at Su Zhou with a trace of fear. Su Zhou was indeed worthy of being called the most scheming genius on the Outer Realm Celestial Leaderboard. This trick was too ruthless. Even if one knew that they were behind it, he wouldn't dare to kill Ziyu directly. He could only suffer in silence. Inside, while Su Zhou and Ji Ho were silently observing from the depths of the dark clouds, Zhuowen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He raised his head and looked around. He looked at Old Man Ming Dang and the other two who surrounded him. His mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly realized that all of this was Suzhou's doing. I miscalculated. I didn't think that Suzhou would leak the news to old man Mingdang and the others in order to eliminate me. Zhuowen thought to himself. Zhuowen, I know it's you. Don't hide anymore. Show your true face. Old man Mingdang looked down at Zhuowen, who was wrapped in a black robe. His powerful aura completely locked onto Zhuowen. Zhuowen sighed and no longer pretended. He lifted his hood and revealed his true face. Why are the three of you looking for me? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he asked. Humph, you already know the answer. Hand over the map fragments on you. We will consider leaving your corpse intact. Blood Beauty licked her scarlet lips and said, coquettishly, the three of you, you are making things difficult for me. The map fragments are no longer with me. You may not know this, but the reason why I participated in the great hunt in the Golden Mountains was actually because Suzhou asked me to help him obtain a map fragment hidden in the Golden Mountains. After I obtained the map fragment, I needed to hand it over to Suzhou, and he would give me the corresponding reward. Just now, I gave the map fragment to Suzhou, and then I prepared to leave the Nuar realm. If you want the map fragment, you can go and find Suzhou. Wen shrugged and pushed all the blame to Suzhou. Dang old man Mingdang and the other two exchanged glances, then secretly glanced at the dark clouds in the distance. They were not ordinary people, and they had long noticed Suzhou and the other two hiding in the dark clouds. The three of you, I have indeed made an agreement with Zhuowen, and he has indeed given me the map fragment he obtained from the Golden Crow Mountains. However, this child didn't only have one incomplete map on him. He also had another incomplete map, which he had obtained from a tomb in the past. I believe you all know my father, and that he has a bad temper. If you think that my map fragment is easy to take, feel free to attack me. However, you may have to face my father's crazy revenge after this. Suddenly, Suzhou's calm and sonorous voice rang out from the dark clouds. When old man Mingdang and the other two heard Suzhou mention his father, their expressions changed drastically. They did not take Suzhou seriously. But Suzhou's father was a famous expert in the Void Yama realm. He was a terrifying existence that they could not afford to offend. With such an expert supporting them from behind, how could they dare to casually make a move against Suzhou? You must be joking, Sir Suzhou. Since this kid still has a map fragment on him, we naturally have to ask him for it. As for young Master Suzhou's map fragment, it's yours. We don't dare to covet it. Yun Qinzi cupped his fists at Wu Yun in the distance and spoke in a polite manner. Wen frowned slightly. He looked coldly at the dark clouds in the distance and knew that something was wrong. He knew that whatever he said next would be useless. Look, he had to find a way to escape. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he looked around, thinking of a way to escape. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 40, 3:15. Zhuowen, there's no need for me to continue talking nonsense. Hand over the map fragment, and we'll leave you with an intact corpse. The old lamp elder began to become impatient. He spread his hands at Zhuowen and said rudely, Okay, I'll give it to you right away. Wen nodded seriously and then pretended to take something out of the macro world. Seeing that Zhuowen was so tactful, the old lamp elder and the other two secretly nodded, and their eyes revealed a look of contempt. Zhuowen gently pulled out his right hand, and a divine sword that shone with purple, gold, and black brilliance appeared in his palm. Draw the moment he pulled out the Taiyu sacred sword, Zhuowen summoned his own Qian Kun world. Sword shaking the 9 heavens, Hong Meng heaven and earth, life in the morning, death in the evening. In an instant, Zhuowen displayed one divine ability after another. Terrifying sword light burst out like a storm, and with Zhuowen as the center, it quickly spread out in all directions. Whoosh! At the same time, the first 5 layers of Zhuowen's 9-layered Qian world were opened. 5 kinds of terrifying tribulation energy surged out like a tide, completely drowning the old lamp elder, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi. After doing this, Zhuowen used the Hongmeng body technique and shot out like a bolt of lightning, rushing in the direction of the extreme north. The old lamp elder and the other 2 obviously did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly attack, and for a moment they were caught off guard. Fortunately, the 3 of them were peak masters of the Dharma phase of the universe, and their reactions were very fast. After Zhuowen displayed his divine ability, they quickly retreated, and after putting some distance between them, they summoned their respective Dharma phases of the universe to resist Zhuowen's divine ability and tribulation energy. When they had completely dealt with Zhuowen's offensive, Zhuowen had turned into an illusory Xiaohei dead in the distance. Chase! This time, we won't let him escape. Ming the old lamp elder, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi simultaneously turned into 3 long rainbows and chased into the distance. Let's go take a look too. In the depths of the dark clouds, Suzhou, Jiho, and Elderling followed closely behind. They didn't follow very closely, but rather trailed far behind with no intention of approaching. Zhuo pushed his movement technique to the extreme. His speed was comparable to most cosmic Dharma adepts. However, what made Zhuowen's heart sink slightly was that the bright lamp old man and the other 2 were even faster. Yun Qinzi's speed was the fastest among the 3. Beneath his feet, an incomparably gigantic cloud dragon appeared. This is the cloud dragon, shuttled about recklessly as if it had entered a no man's land, rapidly approaching Zhuowen. Seeing how fast the cloud dragon was, Old Man Mingdeng and Blood Beauty leaped onto its back after getting Yun Qinzi's permission. Their powerful auras completely locked onto Zhuowen. Seeing that the distance between Zhuowen and the cloud dragon was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen also felt that it was troublesome. He knew that if this continued, they would definitely catch up. When they passed by a huge river, Zhuowen suddenly plunged into the river. Then he used his secret technique, invisible water escape. He turned into invisible water and merged into the river, following the surging river to the east. Whoosh! Pang! The big cloud dragon followed closely behind and also plunged into the water, wantonly surging in the depths of the river. On the cloud dragon's back, the bright lamp old man and the other 2 were not affected by the river's current at all. As long as the water was within a few meters of them, it would automatically separate them. That Zhuowen's aura has disappeared? The old lamp man was left bewildered. His profound divine will unfurled like a spider web, covering an area of hundreds of millions of miles around Jianghe. He scouted everything clearly, but could not sense Zhuowen's aura at all. Blood Beauty and Yun Qinzi were also shocked. Their divine senses also couldn't detect any aura of Zhuowen in the river. Imitation the moment Zhuowen jumped into the river. Zhuowen suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, his aura completely gone. The 3 of you, this kid has mastered a strange secret technique. He can turn himself into a pool of invisible water without any aura. Even you can't detect it. He should have used that secret technique to merge himself into the river, following the river's flow to the east. While the bright lamp old man and the other 2 were vexed, Su Zhou's voice came from the water. The bright lamp old man and the other 2 urged the cloud dragon to jump out of the water without hesitation. They saw Su Zhou, Jiho, and Elderling floating on the water not far away. Since you know about this, why didn't you say it earlier? The bright lamp old man said rather unhappily. Su Zhou, the corners of Su Zhou's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile, "The 3 of you, it's not that we don't want to say it, but this kind of important information isn't free. Moreover, I have a way to track Zhuowen's whereabouts. But what kind of price can you pay?" The bright lamp old man and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect Su Zhou to raise conditions with them at this time. They had to admit that this kid was really bold. Sure, as long as you are sure that you have a way to track Zhuowen, you can raise a condition that is within the scope of what we can afford. The bright lamp old man discussed with the blood beauty and Yun Qinzi before nodding lightly. Actually, my condition isn't too excessive. I just want to exchange treasured lands with the families behind you. Both sides can reach an agreement so that the juniors of both sides can enter each other's treasured lands and promote each other, Su Zhou said with a smile. The bright lamp old man, the blood beauty, and Yun Qinzi looked at each other. The families behind them were all extraordinary. They each controlled a treasured land in their respective realms. While these treasured lands were the foundation of their families, the foundation of their future prosperity. If Su Zhou and the others were really sincere, exchanging treasured lands was actually a win-win situation. We can't decide on this matter, but we can report it to the higher-ups. If the higher-ups don't agree, your request may be invalid. The bright lamp old man said indifferently, It's fine. This is just one of my small requests. Actually, I have another request. Su Zhou said with a smile. The bright lamp old man frowned slightly. This Su Zhou's request was a bit too much. Did he really think they were doing charity? After you obtain the map fragment, you need to give a fifth of the quota to Ziyu and Ji Ho. Whether we can track down Zhuowen or not depends on their cooperation. Su Zhou looked at Ji Ho beside him and said with a smile. The bright lamp old man and the other two discussed and nodded in agreement to this request. There were a lot of spots for each map fragment, so it wasn't too difficult for them to take out 1/5 of the spots. Ji Ho, I fought for what should be fought for you. It's your turn now. I know that you and you should have a way to track each other. Whether we can catch up to Zhuowen and save Ziyu now depends on whether you're willing to help us or not. Su Zhou looked at Ji Ho and said seriously. Ji Ho sighed lightly, and then he glanced deeply at Su Zhou and said, Su Zhou, your wisdom really terrifies me sometimes. I've been persuaded by you. I'll help you track down Zhuowen. As long as young Master Zio is still in Zhuowen's hands, then I'll know their exact location. Chapter 40, 3:16. The surging waves of the Yangtze River were like the arms of a ferocious beast, fiercely hitting the bluestones on both sides of the river. He also did not notice that when the waves hit the bluestones on the shore, a pool of invisible water silently adhered to the bluestones. Then this inconspicuous pool of water slowly seeped into the ground, slowly moving towards the south of the shore. It was a vast and boundless wilderness. Patches of green grass spread out from far to near. In further away was a dense forest with towering ancient trees. In the depths of the forest, wisps of smoke rose in spirals. It was a serene and peaceful scene, and on a small, inconspicuous hill in the wilderness, puddles of water spread out from the ground, and then began to condense into a human figure. The figure condensed and merged at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally forming a tall and straight young man. After drifting in the river for 49 days, I've come to the source of the river. I think I've already escaped far enough. Old man Mingdang and the others should not be able to catch up. It was Zhuowen. He stood on the hill, looking at the lush forest in the distance and the rising smoke in the depths of the forest. There was a trace of peace in his heart. Only yes, the peace in his heart was quickly replaced by a dull heartbeat. Didn't know why, but his heart was beating extremely fast. It was as if there was some kind of huge drum that was constantly beating, rumbling loudly. An ominous premonition washed over him like a tidal wave. Rumble. Suddenly, the hill under Zhuowen's feet collapsed. Then 3 incomparably huge Dharma idol arms stretched out and fiercely slapped at Zhuowen. Zhuowen instantly brought out the 9 layers of the universal world. The first 5 layers were opened, and 5 kinds of terrifying calamity energy surged out. Bang! 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 The 3 huge Dharma idol arms, as if they were unstoppable, completely shattered the 5 kinds of calamity energy, and then heavily smashed into the 9 layers of the universal world in the void behind Zhuowen. The Dharma idol arms and the universal world collided, and a huge explosion resounded. It was as if stars were constantly colliding. It was extremely terrifying and shook the world. Pucci! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale as he was sent flying by a tremendous force. His figure was in an extremely miserable state, while the 9th level of the universe world had become much dimmer. The various calamities within the universe world seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as they flew about wantonly like rivers and seas. Dang after Zhuowen was pushed back by the attack. The small hill was completely shattered, and a huge crater appeared in its place. While in the deep pit, the true faces of 3 solemn Dharma idols appeared. This is the 3 Dharma Laksana, remained silent. Together, they once again launched a strong attack on Zhuowen. They did not intend to give Zhuowen any chance to breathe. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he saw their true appearances. He recognized them with a single glance. They were Old Man Ming Deng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi. From the angle of their attacks, it could be seen that the 3 of them had been lying in ambush here. Only that's right. How did they know of his whereabouts and set up an ambush in advance? Although Zhuowen's heart was full of doubts, but he also knew that now was not the time to be puzzled. With his current strength, it was still too difficult for him to fight against 3 pinnacle Dharma Laksana powerhouses. He used the secret technique, formless water escape. He blended into the depths of the earth and quietly left this place. Damn it! This kid's secret technique is too strange. Once he turns into a puddle of formless water, it's as if he has really disappeared. There's no aura at all. Old Man Ming Deng frowned and said with some distress, "That's right. Once he uses his secret technique, we can't do anything to him at all. If it wasn't for Su Zhou being able to locate his whereabouts, we would have lost him long ago." Yun Qinzi sighed softly. "Right now, we don't have any better ideas. We can only continue to chase. This kid is already injured. I don't believe that he can use that kind of secret technique without any restrictions. This kind of secret technique must have all kinds of restrictions." Blood Beauty's beautiful eyes were gloomy as she said, "Blood Beauty is right. Let's continue to chase. We'll waste time with this kid until he dies of exhaustion." Old Man Ming Deng snorted coldly and rushed out again. After that, Old Man Ming Deng and the other 2 communicated with Su Zhou while tracking Zhuowen's location. Every time Zhuowen appeared from the formless water escape, the 3 of them would appear before Zhuowen and join forces to ruthlessly attack Zhuowen. After a while, after being ambushed again and again, the injuries on Zhuowen's body became more and more serious. Although he had thought of using the Grand Sovereign Seal, but it consumed too much energy. Once he used the Grand Sovereign Seal, he was confident that he could injure one of them, but he would also be exhausted. He wouldn't even be able to use formless water escape. But at that time he would be dead without a doubt. Therefore, he could only passively run for his life. Time and time again he was tracked by Old Man Ming Deng and the other 2. Then the 4 of them would erupt into a great battle, and Zhuowen would run again. Just like that, he entered an endless cycle. What's going on? How can Old Man Ming Deng and the other 2 be able to track my exact location so accurately? The water of form was hidden in a calm lake. Zhuowen moved slowly while anxiously thinking. This was already the 10th time he had been ambushed. His injuries were extremely serious, and even his consciousness was a bit blurry. However, he still couldn't shake off Old Man Ming Deng and the other 2. Zhuhi stabilized his mind and began to think. He didn't think that someone had used any tracking method on him. After all, his divine sense was extremely sensitive. If someone had used a tracking method on him, it was impossible for him not to know it all. Also, in other words, the problem didn't lie with him. Then where did it lie? Ziyu is awake. He's been shouting and screaming. I want to knock him out again. While Zhuowen was thinking, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind. That's right, the problem must lie with Ziyu. Zhuowen was suddenly enlightened. Since there was no problem with him, then it could only lie with Ziyu. The only foreign object on him was actually Ziyu, and Ziyu was Marquis Ji's master. Perhaps Ziyu and Marquis Ji had some means of communication that he didn't know about. Think. Zhuowen's eyes had a trace of hostility. Part of his soul entered the great world. He saw Ziyu tied to a tree stump on the island in the middle of the lake. She was constantly shouting and screaming. Shi Patian was guarding beside the tree stump with a leather whip in his hand. He was gloating as he watched Ziyu howl. Master! Shi Patian saw Zhuowen come over and quickly stood up. He looked a bit guilty. Zhuowen, where is this place? You should let me go. After all, you're safe now. Let me go. Ziyu saw Zhuowen come over, and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly shouted for help at Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at Ziyu and asked, Safe? Do you really think I'm safe? Ziyu was startled and said in surprise, Isn't it? Yes, your mother. Shi Patian, whip him. I didn't say stop. Keep whipping. Zhuowen was suppressing a fire in his stomach as he ordered Shi Patian. Shi Patian shouted. Shi Patian was very excited. He waved the whip in his hand and unceremoniously whipped Ziyu. Ziyu was dumbfounded. She didn't know what was wrong with Zhuowen. Wasn't it too much to want to whip him? But immediately after, the violent whipping and the terrifying pain caused him to only care about screaming miserably. How could he think of anything else? Ah, 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 ah. Chapter 43:17. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of the whip lashing continuously echoed in the air, accompanied by the screams of pigs being slaughtered. The sounds intertwined endlessly in the big world. Master, my hand is sore. Shi Patian said. Patian held the whip in his small hand and fiercely swung it. Then he turned to look at Zhuowen with a bitter face. Under Zhuowen's command, Shi Patian had been lashing the whip for several hours. His arm was stiff and sore as if petrified. Zhuowen was expressionless. He raised his right hand and motioned for Shi Patian to stop. His indifferent gaze fell on Ziyu. Here Ziyu's face was already bruised and swollen. She was now lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Zhuowen, why did you hit me? I've been well behaved during this time. I didn't provoke you. Ziyu trembled. She looked at Zhuowen in horror. Her voice trembled and her heart was full of confusion. She didn't seem to have done anything. Why was she so unlucky to be hung up and beaten by Zhuowen like this? Why? Zhuowen didn't speak. He only stared coldly at Ziyu. The latter's scalp was numb and her tone was much weaker. If you have something to say, then say it. I will definitely cooperate with you. Ziyu smiled rather fawningly. Do you have a special way of contacting Marquis Ji? I found that no matter where I go, Marquis Ji can find me. Zhuowen pretended to ask deeply. He knew that if he asked Ziyu directly, she might not tell the truth. So he planned to use this method to ask Ziyu. You. Ziyu was shocked. You was shocked. She cursed Marquis Ji 100 times in her heart. He did have a more hidden connection with Marquis Ji. This was so that if Ziyu was separated from Marquis Ji in a dangerous situation, Marquis Ji could locate his position in the shortest time and come to rescue him. Originally, he was still looking forward to Marquis Ji secretly tracking his position. As long as he didn't give himself away, then there would be a chance to save him. But he didn't expect Marquis Ji to be exposed so quickly and cause him to suffer an unexpected calamity. Speak. Wen shouted coldly. His eyes were ferocious as a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Purple Mystery's body trembled. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, Zhuowen would probably execute him on the spot. There is indeed a special method of communication between Ji, Ho, and me. Zhuowen, I really didn't want to hide this from you, but I didn't think that Marquis G would dare to track you. This has nothing to do with me." Ziyu readily admitted it. She was afraid of being suspected by Zhuowen, so she tried her best to clarify her relationship with Marquis G. "Take it out." Wen was expressionless. He spread his hands at Ziyu and said coldly. Purple Yu trembled and barely managed to sit up. Then she formed a complicated seal with her right hand and pointed at her glabella. Only a purple lotus mark appeared between Ziyu's eyebrows. This mark was vivid and lifelike, as if a real lotus had bloomed on Ziyu's forehead. Ren the flower imprint slowly separated from Ziyu's eyebrows and floated above Ziyu's palm. "This is the medium for me to contact Marquis G. This imprint can't directly contact Marquis G, but through this imprint, both of us can track each other's location." Ziyu sighed softly. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the lotus mark on Ziyu's palm automatically appeared in his hand. "I hope you're telling the truth. If you're lying, I'll let you die a horrible death." Zhuowen looked coldly at Ziyu. Then he motioned for Shi Patian to take good care of Ziyu and left the great world. How in a vast and deep lake, a stream of invisible water quietly dived into the deepest part of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were huge irregular rocks and many dilapidated ancient buildings. Coral reefs as big as hills could be seen everywhere. Wu the water of form leisurely entered a huge coral reef. Numerous strange fishes were swimming back and forth in this coral reef. Suddenly, an extremely active school of strange fish swam back and forth in the coral group as if they were threatened. They all drilled into the depths of the coral group and hid, not daring to come out. Xingjing while Zhuowen was feeling puzzled. A massive shadow slowly moved over. Soon, it enveloped the entire coral cluster. Zhuowen, who was in the invisible water, could not help but look up. He found that, above the corals, there was a huge monster that looked like a spearfish. It was swimming towards them with great agility. Three-spear divine fish. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Three-spear divine fish was a kind of giant beast that specialized in speed. Although its strength was average, its speed in the water was unparalleled. It was said that its speed was comparable to that of most cosmic Dharma plane experts. Zhuowen controlled the invisible water and quietly approached the three-spear divine fish that was still looking for prey above the coral group. When the invisible water streaked across the three-spear divine fish's forehead, a purple lotus mark fell and imprinted itself between the three-spear divine fish's eyebrows. Roar! The three-spear divine fish seemed to be surprised. It roared and quickly rushed into the distance. Its speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surrounding water surged, forming a terrifying waterspout. Under the force of the waterspout, the invisible water quickly moved in the opposite direction of the three-spear divine fish. On the surface of the huge lake, three figures quietly arrived. They were the old lamp elder, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi. According to the news from Ji Ho, this kid escaped to this lake. He is now 3,000 feet below the surface of the lake, quickly moving towards the northwest. There's no time to lose. Let's chase. The old lamp elder put away the communication jade talisman, glanced at Blood Beauty and Yun Qinzi, and quickly dived into the lake. After diving to a depth of 3,000 feet, he quickly chased in the northwest direction. He could get in touch with Ji Ho at any time, so he could easily locate Zhuowen's position. However, what surprised the three of them was that Zhuowen's speed this time was shockingly fast. After these days of tracking, they also understood that when Zhuowen used the invisible water escape technique, his speed was not fast. He was much slower than the three of them. This was also the main reason why the three of them predicted Zhuowen's destination in advance and ambushed him in advance. However, this time, Zhuowen's speed surprised them. His speed was only a little slower than theirs. The three of them were puzzled, but they did not think too much about it. Instead, they increased their speed, hoping to catch up with Zhuowen as soon as possible. They could feel that Juoen was about to reach his limit. This time, if they attacked him again, this kid would not have any extra strength to use the invisible water escape technique. At that time, this kid would become a fish on their chopping board, unable to resist at all. Chapter 40, 318. We're about to get close to that Juoen. I didn't expect that he would dare to enter the deepest part of the lake. I don't know what he's up to. Old man Ming Deng frowned as he muttered to himself. Be careful, this place isn't simple. I can sense extremely powerful auras lurking in the depths of the darkness. Blood Beauty frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings as she reminded him in a soft voice. There are many powerful giant beasts hidden in the depths of the lake. Did Juoen deliberately lead us here? Or has he already given up on resisting? Yun Qinzi asked with a solemn expression. Be careful, don't alert the enemy. We'll mind our own business with these giant beasts. As long as we don't provoke them, I don't think they'll attack us. Old man Ming Deng reminded as he looked at the giant figures passing by in the darkness. His expression was quite ugly. They quietly approached the depths of the darkness. In the darkness around the three of them, huge black shadows stirred the water and circled around them, like a group of demons dancing in the night. 1. 2 pairs of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Gazes filled with malice landed on the bodies of the bright lamp old man and the other 2, causing the 3 of them to feel uncomfortable all over. If the bright lamp old man and the other 2 had not concealed their peak Dharma powers, perhaps the owners of these malicious gazes would have already swarmed over and devoured the bright lamp old man and the other 2. That Juoen has stopped. He's just 100 meters ahead. Old man Ming Deng seemed to have sensed something. He quickly sped up and arrived 100 meters away. Soon, a huge underwater mountain appeared in front of the 3 of them. On the mountainside of the mountain, there were numerous caves. They occupied almost 1/3 of the entire mountain. These caves were very large, and each cave entrance was dozens of feet wide. From afar, they looked like the giant maw of a Taotai that wanted to devour everything. It gave people a sense of unease. Zhouwen's position is in the 30th cave on the left. Let's go in and capture him. Old man Ming Deng breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Zhouwen's position. He didn't think too much about why Zhouwen had entered this place. Instead, he rushed into the cave like lightning. He felt that this place gave him an uncomfortable feeling. He just wanted to find Zhouwen as soon as possible and leave this place. Cave. Inside the cave was a deep passage. In this dark and seemingly endless tunnel, the water that flowed through the tunnel was as viscous as blood, giving the 3 of them the feeling that they were in blood. Roar. Not long after the 3 of them entered, a roar came from the depths of the cave. Then, a huge black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Old man Ming Deng and the others finally saw clearly that this black shadow was actually a 3-spear divine fish. Whoosh! 3 the spear divine fish was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it brushed past old man Ming Deng and the other 2 and headed out of the cave. Zhouwen's position is on these 3 divine fish. Old man Ming Deng confirmed with Jiho again and was stunned when he found that Jiho's position was on these 3 divine fish. It's very likely that he's attached himself to the 3 divine fish spears. After all, the formless water formed by his secret technique is seamless. After entering the bodies of the 3 divine fish spears, he's borrowing the speed of the 3 divine fish spears to flee. Shueme said. Yun Qinzi nodded in agreement and said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's catch up and kill these 3 divine fish. Blast them to smithereens. I don't believe that Zhouwen won't show himself. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, terrifying killing intent burst out from their eyes. In the next moment, the 3 of them no longer concealed their auras. Instead, they summoned their cosmic manifestations and rushed out of the cave to catch up to the 3 divine fish. The 3 divine fish, who had been leisurely swimming, didn't even have time to react before they were surrounded by the three cosmic manifestations. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the three cosmic manifestations, the three cosmic manifestations unleashed terrifying attacks. Countless streams of light flashed in the dark lake. Boom, boom, boom. In the dazzling light, the pitiful three divine fish was blasted to smithereens. Before they died, they could only let out a mournful cry. The momentum of the three's attacks was extremely great. Almost the entire lake was affected. Countless water tornadoes surged up from the water surface and into the clouds. Why hasn't this kid shown himself yet? If he was really hiding inside the three-spear divine fish, he should have shown himself and fled after seeing us chase after him. The old man looked at the remains of the three-spear divine fish in surprise and said with some confusion, Blood Shui Mei and Yunchenzi were also dumbfounded. It seemed that reality was a bit different from what they had expected. Ji Ho sent another message? What? Ziyu's imprint disappeared. She's dead? Old man Mingdang was dumbstruck after seeing Ji Ho's message. What? Ziyu's imprint disappeared. That means that Ziyu is dead. Then Zhuowen is also dead? We accidentally killed them just now. Shui Mei and Yun Qinzi were also dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! While the three of them were still in a daze, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the caves of the enormous mountain behind them. Terrifying roars rose and fell one after another. Whoosh! 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 Then, one after another, huge black shadows rushed out from the densely packed caves, crazily charging towards the three old men. It's a school of three divine fish. Damn it, I forgot that the three divine fish are huge beasts that live in groups. They are also very united. As long as one of them is killed, the other three divine fish will crazily avenge their companion. Old man Mingdang slapped his forehead and cursed with a slightly pale face. Run! Yun Qinzi and Shui Mei didn't even think about it and fled towards the back. However, just as they turned around, they immediately discovered that the other huge beasts hidden in the darkness had gathered together and blocked their escape route. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at them and made their hair stand on end. There were pursuers and ambushes. They had nowhere to go. Damn it, what bad luck. I thought I could catch Zhuowen and make a great contribution, but I didn't expect to get into trouble instead. The two of you, follow me and carve out a bloody path. Ming shouted. Old man Mingdang's eyes were filled with hostility. He had a belly full of anger due to his failure to catch Zhuowen. He urgently needed to vent it now, and these uninvited exotic beasts were perfect for him to vent his frustrations. Shui Mei and Yun Qinzi were helpless. They knew that they had to fight and gave up on the idea of running away. Kill! With a roar, countless huge beasts and the three Dharma manifestations finally collided, erupting into an earth-shattering underwater battle. Lake on a mountain not far away, Marquis Ji's face was pale. He gripped the jade communication talisman in his hand and gritted his teeth. Young Master Zio's imprint has disappeared. That Zhuowen has killed young Master Zio. Bastard, I must kill him. Su Zhou stood not far away from Marquis Ji, followed by Elder Ling. He deep in thought, he muttered, Marquis, Brother Zio might not really be dead. That Zhuowen is not a stupid person. Zio should be of great use to him. He won't kill him so easily. The disappearance of the imprint could also be that Brother Zio handed it over himself and gave it to Zhuowen to erase. Marquis Ji, who had fallen into despair, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. He turned to stare at Su Zhou and asked, Really? The possibility is very high. Of course. To prove whether Brother Zio is still alive, we still need to prove it to Zhuowen. Su Zhou's lips curled as he took out the jade communication talisman at his waist. Chapter 40, 319. You're sending a message to Zhuowen? Ji asked. Ho saw Su Zhou slowly put away the jade talisman after sending the message. His pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, "Yes." Su Zhou smiled faintly. Ji Iho's expression was strange. "Su Zhou, Zhuowen has been treated like this by us. Even if Zhuowen is really alive, do you think he will reply to your message?" Su Zhou confidently said he will, because my message to him is very simple. I just want to know if Ziyu is alive or dead. If he doesn't reply, then I will beat him at his own game and send the news of Ziyu's death back to his family. Once the news of Ziyu's death spreads, with the power of her family, do you think they will let it go and not arrest Zhuowen? As long as he replies, then I won't spread the news. This is not a loss for Zhuowen. After all, he took out the tracking mark on Ziyu. With his ability, it will be very difficult for us to find him now. Using accurate news to shut me up is obviously not a losing deal. Zhuowen is a smart person. Ji Ho repeatedly nodded his head when he heard that. His gaze, when looking at Su Zhou, instead became reverent. Su Zhou had just finished speaking when the jade talisman in his right palm lit up. He opened it and saw that Zhuowen had replied, "She's not dead, but you're dead for sure." Su Zhou slowly put away the jade talisman and shook his head. Zhuowen replied to me, "Ziyu is indeed not dead. All right, I've completed the purpose of this trip. Ji-ho, let's bid farewell here." Su Zhou didn't wait for Ji-ho's reply. He took out a divine ship and jumped onto the deck with Elder Ling. Then he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ji-ho looked at the huge lake in the distance and sent a lot of messages to Ziyu. When he didn't get a specific reply, he could only leave. "Gongzi, why are you in such a hurry to leave? That Zhuowen is a huge trouble. We should continue to track that Zhuowen to prevent future troubles." Elder Ling followed behind Su Zhou on the divine ship's deck and asked in confusion. Su Zhou placed his hands behind his back and sighed lightly. "Staying here will only be a waste of effort. I made a mistake this time. I underestimated Zhuowen's strength. Not only did I fail to obtain the other map fragment from Zhuowen, but I also offended Zhuowen, a genius with limitless potential." Elder Ling said disapprovingly, "Young master, this Zhuowen's talent is indeed peerless. He far surpasses all the geniuses on the Outer Realm's celestial ranking, and is close to those geniuses who truly stand at the peak of the invincible realm and the ancient heavenly Tao Academy. But in the end, he was only a loose cultivator. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he refused Lord Lianrong's invitation. Such a self-righteous fellow. So what if his talent was strong? It was most likely to die prematurely. A dead genius is no threat at all." Su Zhou didn't say anything. Instead, he silently looked at the clouds that constantly drifted by. However, reason told him that Zhuowen was just one person after all. He couldn't cause too much trouble, but there was always an uncontrollable fear in the depths of his heart. Then this fear made him rather irritated. He kept thinking of Zhuowen's cold and emotionless face. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Su Zhou's eyes became unprecedentedly sharp. He slowly said, "Elderling, after returning, I plan to enter the secret realm to train. If I don't break through to the peak of the universe tribulation, I won't come out of seclusion." "Secret realm? Young master, are you serious?" "Secret realms are extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, it's very easy to die inside. You can't be impulsive." Elder Ling's pupils constricted as he hurriedly dissuaded him. Su Zhou calmly said, "I've made up my mind. After I come out of seclusion, I'll meet the conditions that Lord Lianrong mentioned. At that time, I'll have the qualifications to enter the ancient heavenly Tao Academy. This is the reward that Lord Lianrong gave me. I don't want to waste this reward." Elder Ling looked at the serious Su Zhou. He knew that Su Zhou had truly made up his mind. "Sigh, I still have to return and report this to Lord. As long as Lord agrees, you can enter the secret realm." Elder Ling sighed. "He will agree. Su Zhou took a deep breath and turned his head to look deeply at the back of the divine ship. Zhuowen, I won't lose to you. Whether it's strategy or strength, I will win. Boom! Boom! Wide, above the vast and seemingly endless lake, a series of extremely terrifying explosive sounds resounded. Boom! After the explosions, tens of thousands of terrifying water pillars rose from the calm surface of the lake. These water pillars were scarlet red, as if they were dyed red by endless blood. If one looked carefully, they would see that the water pillars were mixed with the remains of many corpses. Water. The pillars shot into the sky and then quickly fell down, landing heavily in the lake. Only the originally clear blue lake had turned into a lake of blood. It was as if the entire lake had been heavily damaged and was constantly flowing with mournful blood. 3 disheveled figures slowly emerged from the depths of the blood-colored lake. They were Old Man Ming Deng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi. The 3 of them had drooping heads, their bodies were tattered, and their auras were extremely weak, while their cosmic forms were dim and lifeless, looking rather illusory and unreal. The 3 of them had experienced a difficult battle at the bottom of the lake. The aftermath of the battle had set off waves at the bottom of the lake and attracted most of the giant beasts to besiege them. Tens of thousands of giant beasts crazily attacked the 3 of them. That spectacular scene was still unforgettable to them, and they still had lingering fears. There are so many powerful giant beasts hidden in this lake. If the 3 of us hadn't worked together, any one of us would have died here. Yun Qinzi looked at the lake of blood beneath his feet. His limbs trembled uncontrollably when he thought of the fierce battle just now. He had almost died here. Damn it! We don't know where that Zhuowen is, and we've lost all clues to Ziyu. We've really suffered a double loss this time. Old Man Ming Deng's face was gloomy. His fists were tightly clenched, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Blood Beauty was rather helpless. She looked at Old Man Ming Deng and said, Ming Deng, ask Marquis Ji again. See if he has any other tracking methods. I suspect that Zhuowen isn't dead. He's been misleading us all this time. Old Man Ming Deng sighed. How could I not have thought of this? I've already asked Marquis Ji, but he hasn't replied. He probably doesn't have any other methods. Blood Beauty and Yun Qinzi fell into silence. Wen followed the flow of the water and came to the shore of the lake. He attached himself to a giant beast and used his spirit to influence the giant beast to quickly rush in the direction of the Nuwa realm. This was still the border between the Nuwa realm and the other realms. His injuries were extremely serious. If he hid in a nearby realm, he would easily run into Old Man Ming Deng and the others again. The so-called most dangerous place was actually the safest place. As long as Zhuowen hid in the Nuwa realm again, he believed that Old Man Ming Deng and the others wouldn't think that Zhuowen had the guts to return to the Nuwa realm. After all, he was the target of public criticism in the Nuwa realm. He had offended most of the factions. Once he was recognized, he would be hunted down and killed. Chapter 40, 320. The giant beast stopped on the ice plains thousands of miles away from the northern border of the Nuwa domain. No matter how Zhuowen stimulated the giant beast with his divine soul, the latter did not dare to approach. He knew that if he went any further, he would be in the territory of cultivators. If the giant beast got too close, it would be easily attacked by the cultivators. Shortly after, when left the giant beast, he rushed towards the city at the northern border. When he approached the city, he turned into invisible water again and easily blended into the Nuwa domain. Next, he began to move around and attach himself to all kinds of cultivators, strange beasts, divine ships, and other things. He kept getting closer to the center of the Nuwa domain. Finally, after Zhuowen found a remote village that was hidden enough, the invisible water descended into the well of the village. When the night was dark, he came out of the well and found a cave near the village as his place of seclusion. After setting up a few restrictions in the cave, he summoned Shan Lingyun, Zhu Yuan, Shirpatian, and Xiao He. After telling them some things, he completely fainted. During this period of time, he'd been fighting and fleeing almost continuously and had exhausted his mind and energy a long time ago. Now that he was in a safe place, a strong sense of exhaustion swept over him, causing Zhuowen to fall into a deep sleep. After a long time, Zhuowen slowly woke up and saw Shan Lingyun, Shi Patian, Jiu Yuan, and Xiaohe looking straight at him. "How long have I slept?" Zhuowen patted his head and asked weakly. 3 days and 3 nights. My disciple, your injuries are still very serious. Don't move around. Shan Lingyun quickly held down Zhuowen, who was trying to get up, and said. Zhuowen realized that his whole body was in unbearable pain. It was as if his whole body would fall apart if he moved. His divine soul, was even more seriously injured. Now he had a splitting headache. Even thinking felt like a luxury. Fortunately, you summoned us before you fainted. Otherwise, if no one helped to treat your injuries, you might not have been able to wake up so quickly, Shan Lingyun said. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of medicinal paste and carefully applied it on Zhuowen's wounds. A trace of coolness flowed from his wounds to his limbs and bones. Master, it's time to take the medicine. Open your mouth. Shi Patian scurried over with a 7-colored pill in his hand and fed it to Zhuowen. The principle was to set up a healing array at the side and maintain the operation of the array to speed up Zhuowen's recovery. Xiaohe was patrolling around the area, guarding against possible dangers. Zhuowen, what are you saying? Shan Lingyun rolled her eyes at Zhuowen. Take after a period of time, of course of the Nuwa domain of the Nuwa domain. By of the Nuwa of the world of the world of the world of the world. In half a month's time, his external injuries were basically healed. Part of his internal injuries were also healed. The most troublesome part was his divine soul. Good. In the starlight world of the Saint Lord of 7 emotions and 6 desires, he had obtained many divine soul medicines. With the help of these divine soul medicines, the injuries on his divine soul were slowly recovering. Zhuowen also discovered that his injured divine soul had become more tenacious and powerful after being tempered by the primordial technique. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen's injuries were mostly healed. He also found out that the area he was in was under the jurisdiction of the Limitless Demon Sect. Moreover, it was not far from the Limitless Demon Sect. The Limitless Demon Sect. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He recalled the condition that Black Lotus had promised him. It was said that the Limitless Demon Sect had an incomplete demon book. This demon book had allowed the Limitless Demon Sect to dominate several realms. Back then, they were much stronger than the Nuwa realm. They were close to the supreme realms. This showed how extraordinary this demon book was. When Zhuowen was escaping, he had forgotten about this condition that Black Lotus had promised him. Now that he had returned to the Nuwa realm by accident and was near the Limitless Demon Sect, it showed that he had some fate with this demon book. Disciple, you want to go to the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm afraid that's not possible. Everyone in the Nuwa realm knows that you're dead. If you suddenly show up in the Limitless Demon Sect, all the powerful beings in the Nuwa realm will come after you. Moreover, the 3 clan masters of the Nuwa clan will spread the news. At that time, you will not only be facing the forces of the Nuwa realm, but also the experts from the supreme realms who once besieged you. In the cave, Shan Lingyun stared at Zhuowen with her eyes wide open. She could not believe that Zhuowen wanted to go to the Limitless Demon Sect. Wasn't this exposing himself? Which Black Lotus of the Limitless Demon Sect is my loyal servant. Her spirit imprint is still in my hands. I don't need to show up personally. She will naturally give me the demon book. Zhuowen said with a smile. Shan Lingyun's beautiful eyes flickered. You killed Mo Lan of the Limitless Demon Sect, and which Black Lotus is a genius of the Limitless Demon Sect. Even if she is your servant now, she may not sincerely submit to you. She may betray you in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. Without Ziyu's tracking system, even if old man Mingdang and the others really return, they won't be able to catch me at all, Zhuowen said confidently. Although Shan Lingyun was still a little worried, she also knew that it was useless for her to say anything more when Zhuowen had decided. Next, Zhuowen still did not leave the cave. Instead, he used the communication jade talisman to contact which Black Lotus, the limitless demon sect, was formed by many huge caves. These caves were shaped like skulls. Out in the center of the cave of countless skulls, there was a huge black crystal palace. This crystal palace was the headquarters of the limitless demon sect. In the depths of the crystal palace, in a sealed cultivation room, Black Lotus, who was originally sitting cross-legged and cultivating, took out the communication jade talisman from her waist as if she sensed something. Her eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. Who was so blind to send her a message when she was in seclusion? However, when she saw the person who sent the message, she was dumbfounded. Master, he is actually not dead. At this moment, Black Lotus's emotions were very complicated. There was strangeness, doubt, surprise, and also a trace of indescribable joy and relief. Only when she saw what Zhuowen had sent her a message to do, a trace of bitterness appeared in the corner of her mouth. The demon book? That is the most precious thing of the limitless demon sect. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for me to steal that thing. However, I have to do my best to complete Master's orders. Black Lotus muttered to herself. Her beautiful eyes revealed a helpless and determined expression. She quietly left the cultivation room. Chapter 40, 321. 3 days later, the sound of a bell echoed in the limitless demon sect for a long time. The originally quiet sect was suddenly thrown into chaos. Powerful figures rushed out from the various devil caves and gathered in the black crystal palace at the center. The demonic bell rang. Could it be that something big has happened? The people gathered in the palace looked at each other. There were elders with powerful cultivations, and there were also outer sect disciples with low status. The ringing of the demonic bell attracted everyone in the sect. There was a rule in the limitless demon sect that when the demonic bell rang, everyone in the sect must gather in the crystal palace. If they didn't come, according to the sect's rules, they would be executed as traitors. Suddenly, the noisy palace became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the depths of the palace with awe in their eyes. Only a beautiful figure in a black robe slowly walked out from the depths of the palace. It was a mature woman with a graceful figure and a charming expression. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her footsteps were as light as a cat. She was so charming that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Only on both sides of the beautiful woman there was a boy and a girl. They pulled up the edges of their robes and held them in their hands solemnly. "Greetings, Sect Master." The people gathered in the center of the palace slowly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to the beautiful woman in the long robe. The beautiful woman in the long robe was the current sect master of the limitless demon sect, Mo Mei. She was also the sister of Vice Sect Master Molan, who was killed by Zhuowen. Clang! At first, when the news of Mo Lan's death reached the limitless demon sect, Mo Mei was so angry that she wanted to kill Zhuowen. Only later, when she learned that Zhuowen had died by self-explosion, she couldn't find a target to take revenge on, so she had to hold back her anger. "Sect Master, why did you ring the demonic bell and summon us?" In the palace, at the front of the group, a bald, old man asked respectfully. He couldn't hide the doubt in his eyes. Although the demonic enchantress tried her best to appear calm, anyone could see the fury in her eyes. The demonic book was stolen. Mo Mei gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "What? The demonic book was stolen? How is this possible? The demonic book is stored in the most secret place of our sect. Outsiders don't even know where the demonic book is. How could it be stolen without a sound?" The bald old man couldn't believe it. palace everyone in the hall burst into an uproar. Demon the Codex was the symbol of the limitless demon sect. It also concealed the origin of the limitless demon sect. Although no one in the limitless demon sect was able to cultivate the demonic book because it was too badly damaged, it wasn't completely useless. Demon the demonic tome was forged from special materials. If a demonic cultivator cultivated near the demonic tome, their cultivation efficiency would be greatly increased, and their comprehension of demonic arts would be halved with twice the effort. In the limitless demon sect, the cultivation of many high-level experts and peerless geniuses had risen rapidly with the help of the demonic book. It was a great loss for the limitless demon sect if such a precious treasure was stolen. To be able to steal the demon book without alerting anyone, this person can only be someone from our limitless demon sect. Amo May said with a gloomy expression. Mole? Sect master, are you mistaken? All those who can come into contact with the demonic book are the upper echelons of the sect and recognized geniuses and juniors. These people are all trustworthy people. It is impossible for them to do such a thing, the bald old man said with a frown. Humph. How is it impossible? I already know who it is. Everyone in the sect knows the rules of the demonic bell. Those who haven't arrived yet are the mole. Today, Black Lotus was absent for no reason, and she happened to cultivate in the room where the demonic book was stored yesterday. There's no doubt that the mole is Black Lotus, Amome said with a gloomy expression. The uproar in the hall became even louder. They felt that it was even more unbelievable. Which Black Lotus was the most stunning genius in the sect? She was an outstanding existence among the younger generation. Her future was limitless. But why did she have to steal the demonic book? With her talent and authority, she could freely enter and exit the demonic book. As long as she used the demonic book to cultivate, she could do it at any time. I also feel that it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Black Lotus is the thief. Eldering, mobilize 30 elites and follow me to chase after Black Lotus. In the demonic book, there's a tracking device that I placed. As long as she doesn't find it, I can find her in a short time. Black Lotus waved her hand and said to the bald old man at the front of the team. The bald old man nodded and accepted the order. He quickly selected 30 elites and gathered them in front of the demonic enchantress. The rest of you stay in the sect. Eldering, take them and follow me, Amome said. Amome was expressionless. After she finished speaking, she took Eldering and the others and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the limitless demon sect. Distant hundreds of millions of miles away from the limitless demon sect, in a remote mountain behind a small village, 3 children were playing. When the adults weren't paying attention, they entered the depths of the mountain. The 3 children quickly lost their way. They walked around in the dense forest behind the mountain for an hour, but did not find a way out. Instead, the more they walked, the more confused they became. They all began to cry loudly, and in the end they called for their parents. What's wrong with you? When the 3 children didn't know what to do, a slender young man slowly walked out from the depths of the forest while holding the hand of a delicate little girl. 3. The 3 children looked at the young man. Soon they were attracted by the little girl who was holding the young man's hand. They immediately blushed. The little girl holding the young man's hand was too beautiful. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her facial features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. Although the 3 children were very young and didn't know much about love, but they already knew the difference between beauty and ugliness. In the village, they often played with other little girls, but they couldn't be compared to the little girl in front of them. We were lost. A boy in a blue shirt mustered up his courage and wiped the tears on his face as he spoke in a clear voice. After he finished speaking, he stole a glance at the little girl. What are you looking at? The little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, didn't do anything delicate. She immediately put her hands on her waist and asked valiantly. Scared, the 3 little boys sat on the ground. Master, The young man glanced at the little girl. The originally fierce little girl immediately became obedient. "Follow me, I'll send you out of here." The young man held the little girl's hand and slowly walked past the three children, walking towards the exit of the back mountain. The three children did not have any ulterior motives. Seeing that the young man was willing to bring them out, they followed happily. However, the three children would look at the little girl from time to time. Then, like frightened birds, they would immediately turn their heads away and pretend to look elsewhere. Bang! When the young man brought the three children out of the back mountain, the villagers who were anxiously looking for the children immediately surrounded them and shouted for the other villagers to gather here. It turned out that after the three children had gone missing, their parents had immediately informed the village chief, and the village chief had even encouraged the entire village to search for the children's whereabouts. Chapter 43:22. Hi, Tian, Shen, where did you go? I've been looking for you all this time. A dark-skinned woman hurriedly ran over under the guidance of the others and hugged the three children. Woman behind the woman was a well-built man. Seeing that the three children were fine, he scratched his head and smiled, saying that it was good that they were fine. "Benefactor, you're the one who saved my three children. I, by Shufin, count out to thank you." "Thank you, benefactor." The dark-skinned woman touched the heads of the three children and noticed the young man in front of her. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank him. The simple and honest man, on the other hand, smiled foolishly and kowtowed behind the woman. The young man waved his hand and looked at an old man who was holding a walking stick not far away. The old man was surrounded by the crowd and looked like the backbone of the group. "You must be the village chief?" the young man asked. Elder with the help of a young village girl. He came to the young man and bowed solemnly. "I'm Zhou Hai, the village chief of Longxing village. Thank you for saving the three children." Elder Qing bowed. Nian waved his hand and said, "Have all your villagers arrived?" Old man village chief was a little stunned. He clearly didn't expect Zhuo Wen to suddenly ask such a strange question. He subconsciously nodded and said, "Other than some who went to the town to buy food, basically everyone is here. Soon, there will be a great battle in your village. Everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers will be destroyed. If you trust me, go to the back of the mountain and head west. In the deepest part of the west, there is a cave. There's a formation I set up in the cave. Here's the formation flag. Take it. After you enter the formation, immediately place the formation flag at the entrance of the cave. The formation will close by itself. The formation will protect your lives." Zhuo Wen handed the formation flag to the old village chief and said solemnly. Elder Qing the village chief looked at Zhuo Wen strangely. He did not believe the latter's words. Elder Qing the village was very remote in the Nuar realm. Almost all of them were mortals. There were no cultivators. Now, moreover, a person had suddenly appeared and said that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle here. No one would believe that. After handing the formation flag to the village chief, the young man didn't say anything else. Instead, he took the little girl with him and shot up into the sky. He really was a cultivator. Is there really going to be a big battle later? The moment Zhuo Wen rose into the air, the villagers all cried out in surprise. In the 100 outer realms, only true heaven-crushing cultivators had the ability to soar into the air. Mortals below heaven-crushing didn't have the ability to fly or burrow into the ground. After all, the regulations here were much more powerful than the lower realm, and the restrictions were also much more terrifying. Go, let's listen to this lord and head west to take a look. The old village chief was a person of virtue and prestige. He took a deep look at the young man and the little girl who were hovering in the air. He raised the crutch in his hand and shouted for everyone to enter the back mountain. Since the young man and girl who walked out from the back of the mountain were naturally Zhuo Wen and Shan Lingyun, they had just received a message from Black Lotus that she had successfully stolen the demonic book. Only yes, It had also alarmed everyone in the limitless demon sect. Now, Black Lotus was being chased by the sect master, Mo Mei, and she was escaping all the way here. Zhuowen knew that a big battle was unavoidable here, so he had asked the people in the nearby villages to enter their original caves to take refuge. "They're here," Shan Lingyun said. Lingyun formed a seal with her hands and slowly opened her eyes. She looked towards the east and said softly. Sure enough, after a while, a figure in a sorry state was quickly rushing over here. "It's Black Lotus." The figure that was getting closer and closer was Black Lotus. Only Black Lotus's condition wasn't very good. Her body was covered in wounds, her face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Behind Black Lotus, there were dozens of figures chasing after her, and they were getting closer and closer to her. Black Lotus. The leader of this team was a beautiful woman in a black robe. Black Lotus naturally noticed Zhuowen, who was waiting in the air in front of her. Her eyes flashed with joy, and she quickly came to Zhuowen's side. "Master, this is the demonic book." When Black Lotus came to Zhuowen's side, she took out a book with an iron cover and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't look at it, but kept it in the great cosmos. He smiled at Black Lotus and said, "Black Lotus, you have done well. From now on, you are free." Zhuowen took out Black Lotus's soul imprint and pressed it into Black Lotus's glabella. Black Lotus felt that the strange feeling in her heart had completely disappeared. She knew that her life was in her hands again. "Thank you, Master." Black Lotus said sincerely, "You deserve it." Zhuowen said with a faint smile, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." Suddenly, there was a strong sound of wind breaking in front of them. A few hundred meters in front of them, the demonic enchantress, who had been chasing after Black Lotus, stopped. The demonic enchantress, who was in a black robe, looked at Black Lotus coldly and then at Zhuowen, who was beside Black Lotus. "Who are you?" "Black Lotus stole the demonic book because of you?" The demonic enchantress said coldly. Zhuowen could change his appearance and aura, and the demonic enchantress had never seen Zhuowen before. Therefore, she didn't recognize Zhuowen for a while. "The demonic book is what Black Lotus and I agreed on. I heard that the demonic book is so badly damaged that no one in the Boundless Demon sect has been able to cultivate it for so many years. In that case, the demonic book will be wasted in the Boundless Demon sect. Why don't you give it to me? I will make the best use of the demonic book." Zhuowen said calmly, "What an arrogant boy. Countless sect masters of the Boundless Demon sect have failed to figure out the true meaning of the demonic book. Do you think you can figure it out? Hurry up and hand over the demonic book, otherwise die." Before the demonic enchantress said anything, the bald elder beside her took the initiative to attack. Only the bald old man lowered his body and suddenly charged toward Zhuowen. A huge and majestic world appeared in the void behind the old man. The old man's world was filled with all kinds of lightning tribulations. Each of them was thicker than a bucket and looked exceptionally terrifying. The old man clenched his right hand, and all kinds of lightning tribulations surged out and condensed in his palm, turning into a 3-meter-long giant lightning hammer. Endless lightning hammer. The muscles on the old man's hand swelled to nearly double their original size, and his arms were almost larger than his entire body. He held the lightning hammer that was overflowing with all kinds of brilliance and suddenly descended from the sky. He raised the lightning hammer above his head and smashed it towards Zhuowen. Peak of the great calamity of heaven and earth? How dare such trash provoke me? Zhuowen shook his head. He gently raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and then punched out. "You're courting death." Seeing Zhuowen being so arrogant, the bald old man sneered in his heart and increased the strength of his hand. Boom! The dazzling lightning hammer and Zhuowen's fist collided, and an endless lightning poured down, completely drowning Zhuowen. Chapter 40, 3:23. Humph. You're only at the middle stage of the great tribulation of universe. You're so arrogant that you didn't even use your universe world. Aren't you courting death by taking my all-out attack head-on? The bald old man hovered in midair, holding a huge thunder hammer in his right hand. He looked at the torrent formed by the endless thunder tribulation below his feet, his eyes full of contempt. As far as he was concerned, how could Zhuo have any ability to resist this attack? He was dead for sure. You're weaker than ordinary peak cultivators of the great tribulation of universe. Your all-out attack won't hurt me at all. Just as the bald old man was feeling smug, a faint voice sounded from the depths of the torrent of thunder tribulation. The bald old man was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the depths of the torrent of thunder tribulation. There he saw a figure bathed in the thunder tribulation, slowly walking out. You. Impossible. Endless thunder hammer. The bald old man couldn't believe it. He waved his thunder hammer again, and the terrifying thunder tribulation poured down again. However, this time the powerful attack was still unable to cause any substantial damage to Zhuo. Zhuo even walked leisurely in the endless thunder tribulation, slowly approaching the bald old man. Endless thunder hammer. Endless thunder hammer. Endless! Due to his extreme fear, the bald old man's mind was in a mess. He began to madly swing his lightning hammer, and bolts of tribulation lightning rained down on Zhuo Wen's body, wanting to knock him down. Endless, is it enough? Suddenly, Zhuo Wen's voice sounded again, close at hand. The bald old man, who was crazily waving his thunder hammer, realized that Zhuo Wen, who was originally a distance away from him, had unknowingly walked in front of him. If it's enough, then it's my turn. Zhuo Wen spoke again. He didn't give the bald old man any chance to speak. He clenched his right fist and gently punched the bald old man's face. This punch was ordinary, but an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Zhuo Wen's body, suppressing the bald old man like a mountain. The bald old man's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to retreat away from Zhuo Wen, but he was rooted to the spot by the terrifying pressure. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Zhuo Wen's seemingly light fist gently landed between his eyebrows. A surge of power erupted from the fist and surged into the space between his eyebrows, detonating his soul. Pucci! The bald old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open as he fell weakly to the ground, no longer breathing. Not far away, Black Lotus, who was recuperating under the care of Shanling Yun, was not surprised to see Zhuo Wen deal with the bald old man so easily. She had seen with her own eyes the scene of Zhuo Wen killing a cosmic Dharma powerhouse. The bald elder was only at the peak of the cosmic tribulation, so it was reasonable for him to be killed by Zhuo Wen. XDW 8-inch Master, you have to be careful. Our sect master, Mo Mei, is stronger than Mo Lan. She is already a cosmic Dharma powerhouse at the middle stage. Black Lotus secretly reminded Zhuo Wen through voice transmission. Zhuo Wen nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Mo Mei, whose face had turned ugly. Who are you? Mo Mei asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. I only have one goal, and that is your boundless demon sex, demonic book. Now that I have the demonic book, I don't want to have a conflict with you. If you don't want to die, leave now and I won't pursue the matter. Zhuo Wen said casually, as if he was narrating a very ordinary and trivial matter. You stole my boundless demon sex treasure, the demonic book, and killed my boundless demon sex elder. You want us to leave just because you want us to leave? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much? Do you really think you are as strong as Anai Gu Xingguang? Mo Mei was so angry that she laughed, but in her heart she was furious. Zhuo Wen's arrogance and disdain caused her to feel stifled in her heart. Now, she wanted nothing more than to vent it on Zhuo Wen. Although I am not a Anai Gu Xingguang powerhouse, I am still stronger than you. If you don't want to die, get out. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He felt that Mo Mei was unreasonable. "You are courting death." Mo Mei was so angry that she jumped out and rushed toward Zhuowen. Now, Mo Mei had lost her mind. The only thing she wanted to do was to kill Zhuowen and tear him into pieces. In view of Zhuowen's powerful strength, Mo Mei had lost her mind, but she did not dare to be careless. She took out her cosmic dharma and her life artifact. Mo Mei's cosmic dharma was a huge woman in a loose black robe. Behind the black robe giant, there was a pair of bat wings that were hundreds of feet wide. They flashed slowly, setting off a terrifying and violent hurricane. The black robe giant held a black gold scepter. At the tip of the scepter, there was a black gold gem that was shining. The black-robed giant held the scepter in her right hand and pointed at the void. A huge black gold fireball swept through the air and blasted toward Zhuowen. Each black gold fireball was dozens of feet in size and exuded an extremely high temperature. Wherever the fireball passed, it set off a terrifying wave of heat. In the shape of a ring, it spread in all directions. It was as if even the air was about to evaporate and space was about to be scorched. Zhuowen stood in place. His eyes became slightly dignified. He was no longer arrogant. Instead, he took out his own universe world. The huge 9-layered universe world was suspended above the void behind him. In the universe world, the 9 layers were clearly separated, flashing with 9 different calamity brilliances. Zhuowen's right hand pointed at the void and opened a gap in the first layer of the universe world. Countless terrifying flames surged out, turning into ferocious and lifelike flame dragons. The flame dragons easily blocked the black gold fireballs that the demonic enchantress took out. Zhuowen tapped his right hand again. The second layer of ice element calamity also rushed out, passing through the blocked black gold fireballs and pouncing toward the demonic enchantress. The demonic enchantress's pupils constricted. She took out the scepter in her hand, forming circles of black gold protective shields that enveloped her body, blocking the ice element calamity that was like an avalanche. His universe world. Why does it have 9 layers? The demonic enchantress's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Very quickly, she seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and thought of something. With a 9-layered universe world and such a powerful strength, only one person had this characteristic. That was Zhuowen. However, didn't Zhuowen die? However, there wasn't much time left for the demonic enchantress to think. Zhuowen tapped 3 more times with his right hand, opening up the gaps in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Blood lightning, black lightning, and a corrosive flood of silver white and fiery red poured out, surging toward the demonic enchantress. The power of these 3 calamities was much stronger than the previous 2. The moment they appeared, they destroyed most of the defensive circle that the demonic enchantress had put up, leaving only a little bit that was barely holding on. The demonic enchantress was heavily injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as a sheet. Chapter 40, 324. Thousands searched demonic shadows. Seeing her defenses being eroded, the demonic enchantress's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as she used her most powerful mystique. Clouds of demonic mist burst out of her huge dharma, and then the demonic enchantress's dharma split into 2. Then the demonic enchantress's dharma continued to split into nearly 1,000 dharma manifestations, each of which had an aura no weaker than an early-stage dharma manifestation. The 1,000 avatars used the same attack, and for a moment they blocked the first 5 layers of Zhuowen's tribulation energy. They even suppressed Zhuowen's tribulation attack. Interesting. I wonder if you can withstand the 6th level's tribulation. Zhuowen's lips curled into a cold smile. He tapped the void with his right hand again, and a gap opened in the 6th level of the 9-level Qianquan world behind him. When Zhuowen had just broken through to the Qianquan tribulation, he had been able to open the first 5 levels. Now that he had successfully reached the mid-stage of the Qianquan tribulation, opening the 6th level was not much of a problem. He was even confident that he could open the 7th level. When Zhuowen opened the gap in the 6th level, a deafening explosion sounded between heaven and earth, incessant and endless. Numerous mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the sky. They were densely packed together. The surface of each mountain was drawn with all kinds of strange golden runes, shining brilliantly like a divine mountain that had existed since ancient times. As soon as the divine mountains appeared in the void, they all began to free fall, falling in an orderly manner toward the demonic enchantresses below. Boom, boom, boom. The divine mountains fell from the sky, and the demonic enchantresses, many demonic shadows, could not dodge in time. Most of them were crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of demonic shadows were reduced to a few afterimages with missing limbs. These afterimages gathered together again, turning into the demonic enchantress's true body. The demonic enchantress knelt on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. She looked at Zhuowen, her eyes full of fear. "Zhuowen, you are Zhuowen!" The demonic enchantress stared at Zhuowen and finally spoke her guess. Zhuowen smiled and did not answer. He slowly walked toward the demonic succubus, and the sword finger on his right hand slowly landed between her eyebrows. After the demonic enchantress fell to the ground with her eyes wide open, Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked at the 30 elites of the limitless demon sect, who were still watching from afar. XDW-8 noticing Zhuowen's gaze, the 30 elites of the limitless demon sect felt their hearts tremble. Then they knelt down in front of Zhuowen. "We are willing to serve you as our master. Please spare our lives," they said cautiously. "To me, all of you are just burdens." Zhuowen said indifferently. The 30 elites were left speechless as they knelt on the ground, trembling with apprehension. "You should respect Black Lotus as your master. If you can help her become the sect master, it will be enough to atone for your crimes." Zhuowen glanced at Black Lotus, who was not far away, and said nonchalantly. The 30 elites were overjoyed. They hurriedly knelt down in front of Black Lotus and handed over their spiritual seals, acknowledging Black Lotus as their master. Black Lotus, these are the elites of the limitless demon sect. With their support, you should be able to successfully become the new sect master. I have other things to do, so I will take my leave now. Zhuowen said a few words to Black Lotus. Then he clasped his fists and left with Shan Lingyun. Since he had already obtained the demonic book, he naturally did not miss this place. Black Lotus looked at Zhuowen's back as he left. His mouth was full of bitterness, and there was a tinge of disappointment in his heart. After some disguise, Zhuowen headed south and arrived at the southern border of the Nuwa realm. Zhuowen was afraid that the bright lamp old man and the other two might still be waiting at the northern border. Therefore, for safety reasons, he chose the southern border. After successfully passing the border inspection, Zhuowen took out a divine ship and headed toward the Void Yama realm. "Nuwa clan, there will be plenty of time to settle the score between us in the future." Looking at the southern border of the Nuwa realm, Zhuowen muttered to himself. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. When he had left Panyu Galaxy and headed to the 100 domains, he had wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Within 10,000 years, he had wanted to surpass the Nuwa clan's leader, Huangju. Once 10,000 years had passed, the fact that the experts of the Nuwa clan had died in Panyu Galaxy would be exposed, and Panyu Galaxy would face the revenge of the Nuwa clan. With Panyu Galaxy's strength, how could it be a match for a colossus like the Nuwa clan? By then, it would definitely collapse and be annihilated in the chaotic starry sky. Fortunately, there was still quite some time before the 10,000-year deadline, although Zhuowen could not do anything to the Nuwa clan now. After he successfully broke through to the cosmic form, he was confident that even if he broke into the Nuwa divine city of the Nuwa clan alone, the experts of the Nuwa clan might not be able to stop him. The 100 domains have a total of 9 supreme realms. The supreme realms are completely separated from the high grade, middle grade, and low grade realms. The supreme realms are independent worlds. Every supreme realm has many treasured lands and secret realms. The chaotic energy and the strength of the cultivators, they're far superior to other realms. And the supreme realms do not have any ancient teleportation formations that are connected to the outside world. The only way to enter the supreme realms is to go to the purple jade sacred city in the purple jade realm. Only by taking a special divine ship can one enter the supreme realms. On the deck, Zhuowen could not help but frown as he listened to Shan Lingyun's introduction. He did not expect that going to the supreme realms would be so troublesome. There was actually no corresponding ancient teleportation formation that could directly teleport one to the supreme realms. Purple Jade Realm? Is it the most powerful high-grade realm below the supreme realms? Zhuowen felt that the Purple Jade Realm was a little familiar and could not help but ask. Shan Lingyu nodded and said, "Yes, the Purple Jade Realm is the most powerful high-grade realm. It is much more powerful than the Nuar realm. What's more, the Zhixian realm is a very peculiar place. It's a society where women have a much higher status than men. As for the Zhishuan clan, which dominates the Zhishuan realm, they are all women." Zhuowen was a little surprised. He did not expect that the Purple Jade realm was actually dominated by women. Furthermore, I heard that the Zhixian domain was only considered to be in the lower middle class among the many high-class domains in the distant past. The reason why it was able to rise so quickly to become the #1 high-class domain was because the Zhixian clan produced an outstanding beauty who hooked up with several supreme domain experts and obtained their help, Shan Lingyun said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. This was called going through the back door, or unspoken rules on Earth. Since we are going to the supreme realms, we must take the divine ship from the purple jade sacred city of the purple jade realm. Let's go to the purple jade realm first, Zhuowen said lightly. About half a month's journey from here, there is a high-grade realm called the Shi-Ran realm. In this realm, there is an ancient teleportation formation that leads directly to the purple jade realm. We can go to the Shi-Ran realm first. Shan Lingyun unfolded a huge ancient map scroll. Her small head was covered by the ancient scroll. She read it carefully and gave her opinion. Yes, according to Master Xiaohe, we can reach in half a month. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Xiaohe, who was steering the divine ship. Leave it to me. Xiaohe grinned. Chapter 43:25. Half a month later, Zhuowen and the rest arrived at the Shi-Ran domain. Shi-Ran, although the Shi-Ran domain was also a high-level domain, it was ranked last among the 16 high-level domains. In terms of power and resources, it was much weaker than the Nuwa domain. The ancient teleportation formation that leads directly to the Zhixian sacred city is located in the Shi-Ran divine city, the core city of the Shi-Ran domain. The Shi-Ran divine city is in the northeast, about a day and a half away from us. On the deck, Shan Lingyun held an ancient map scroll that was half her size as she gave out instructions in a logical manner. This little girl, it's easy for her to talk. She only needs to look at the ancient map scroll and she can order me around. I'm just a labor. What a tough life. Xiaohe muttered, but her hands did not slow down. She changed the direction of the divine ship and headed toward the northeast. First, when they were half a day away from the Shi-Ran divine city, the divine ship suddenly shook violently as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Entire, the body of the ship spun rapidly in the air, and a huge hole appeared on the side of the divine ship. Zhuowen, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed in the depths of the ship, suddenly opened his eyes and went to the deck. Xiaohe, what's wrong? Zhuowen looked at Xiaohe, who was trying her best to stabilize the ship, and asked with a frown. Little Black's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone suddenly attacked our divine ship. It's over there. When looked in the direction that Xiaohe was pointing. A few thousand meters away in the northeast, a black divine ship was speeding toward them. On the deck of the black divine ship stood a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. His eyes were filled with mockery and viciousness, while, on both sides of the black divine ship, there were more than 10 pitch-black cannons neatly arranged. At this moment, these cannons were shooting out blazing white light, which condensed into a terrifying attack that shot toward Zhuowen's divine ship. Is this person crazy? We have no enmity with him. Why is he suddenly attacking us? Xiao He cursed, but her actions were not slow. She controlled the divine ship to continuously dodge the light cannons fired by the black divine ship. The black divine ship had clearly been modified at a later stage. There were many powerful cannons installed on it. On the other hand, Zhuowen's divine ship was just an ordinary divine ship for civilian use. It didn't have any offensive equipment. In front of the black divine ship, Zhuowen's divine ship was simply a live target. It could only dodge and not attack. Xiao Hei's skills were really good, and he managed to dodge all the light cannons. Wow, Master Long, your piloting skills are amazing. You can travel freely in front of so many light cannons. Sure Potion's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and praised. Little Black had a smug look on his face as he said, "Of course! Why don't you think about how many years this Dragon Lord has been piloting the divine ship? Naturally, my skills are top-notch. Be careful," Wen suddenly reminded her loudly. Xiao He, who was originally proud of herself, immediately woke up. Ran after that, Xiao He was shocked to discover that the black divine ship no longer used the light cannons to attack. Instead, it directly crashed into them. The black divine ship's pitch-black bow, which was like copper tendons and iron bones, crashed heavily into the side of Zhuowen's divine ship. Boom! Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded as Zhuowen's divine ship was split into two halves. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He formed hand seals with both hands and took out array discs. He quickly set up a gluing formation and quickly pieced the divine ship that was originally split into two pieces back together. Black on the deck of the divine ship, the middle-aged man looked at Zhuowen in surprise. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he steered the black divine ship away. "You're courting death." Zhuowen's heart was filled with hostility. He didn't offend anyone, and he didn't even know this middle-aged man. Yet he was attacked for no reason. Anyone would be very unhappy when encountering such a thing. After Zhuowen stabilized the divine ship, he leaped up and used the primordial chaos movement technique to the extreme. He quickly chased after the black divine ship. The black divine ship was extremely fast, much faster than Zhuowen's divine ship. Zhuowen used the primordial chaos movement technique to the extreme, but he could only barely keep up with the speed of the black divine ship. Black on the divine ship, the middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked at Zhuowen, who was constantly chasing after him. His eyes revealed a look of surprise before it was replaced by a thick look of mockery. A mere mid-stage cosmic tribulation trash. Your movement technique is not bad. You can actually catch up to my divine ship. If I wasn't being chased by someone and couldn't afford to waste time, I wouldn't mind stopping to play with you. The middle-aged man muttered to himself with a faint smile. He gently pinched the void with his right hand, and a pitch-black light suddenly burst out from his palm. Origin the black divine ship, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly erupted with a strange black fog. Then the black divine ship's speed doubled, and in the blink of an eye, it shook off Zhuowen. Zhuowen stopped and looked at the black that was getting further and further away. He felt a little helpless. This person's divine ship was very unusual. Its speed was almost comparable to an ordinary peak cosmic Dharma idol expert. Counter on the other hand, the middle-aged man's cultivation was relatively ordinary. He was probably around the late-stage cosmic Dharma idol. If he were to clash with Zhuowen head-on, with Zhuowen using all his trump cards, This person would not be a match for Zhuowen. Only yes, Zhuowen was very puzzled. What was the meaning of this person crashing into his divine ship for no reason? Was there something wrong with his brain? Klangwen Zhuowen returned to where Xiaohe and the others were. His expression suddenly changed. Only he saw that there were dozens of figures surrounding his divine ship. This in the group, there were two people in the lead. One was an extremely beautiful woman, and the other was an old man wearing divine armor. While the dozens of figures were also wearing divine armor similar to the old man's. Obviously, this old man should be the leader of this group. However, this old man, who seemed to be the leader, was respectful and reverent to the beautiful woman beside him. His eyes were full of awe. "Hey, I already said that we don't have the divine fire seed that you mentioned. I don't even know what it is." On the ship, Xiaohe was cursing and explaining. However, its words were obviously useless. This group of people surrounding them had no intention of retreating at all. "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen hurried over and landed on the divine ship. He looked at the old man and the beautiful woman in front of him and asked in a low voice. Ling to Zhuowen's surprise, the aura of the old man and the beautiful woman were not weak. Ling Tian, not to mention the old man in divine armor. His aura was even stronger than the beautiful woman's, but he had not reached the level of inverse ancient starlight. The old man should be half a step into inverse ancient starlight. His strength was much stronger than the beautiful woman's. As for the beautiful woman, her cultivation was at the peak cosmic Dharma idol level. Following the dozens of people around the two of them were basically above the great calamity of heaven and earth. In the Shur Ran domain, only the Shur Ran clan could send out so many great calamity of heaven and earth cultivators at once. Chapter 43:26. I am Shur Sheng, the clan leader of the Shur Ran clan. This is the third saintess of the Zixian clan, Her Highness Zilong. Why don't you kneel down and greet us? Shur Sheng shouted with a dignified expression. The third saintess of the Zixian clan? Zhuowen looked at the beautiful woman beside the old man in surprise. He did not expect to meet the saintess of the Zixian clan here. During his time in the Zixian realm, Zhuowen had also investigated many major forces in the Zixian realm. In the Zixian clan, women were in charge, and the most respected leader was the female supremacy. The Zixian clan was led by two female supremacies, and these two were said to be experts in the inverse starlight realm. Under the female supremacy was the saintess. The Zixian clan had a total of 5 saintesses, and their status was second only to the female supremacy. In fact, they were the leaders of the Zixian clan on the surface. This was because the 2 female supremacies in the Zixian clan were extremely mysterious. They were elusive, and all the matters in the clan were basically handled by the 5 saintesses. Seeing that Zhuowen did not intend to kneel down and greet him, Shur Sheng's wrinkled face showed displeasure. Just as he was about to scold Zhuowen, the third saintess Zi Long waved her hand and stopped Shur Sheng. We are following the aura of the divine fire seed. From what I can sense, the aura of the divine fire seed is on your divine ship. If you want to get rid of suspicion, you can let us search your divine ship. Zilong's voice was as clear as an oriole's, and it was like a spring breeze. Zhuowen's heart sank. He immediately remembered the middle-aged man on the black divine ship who had attacked his divine ship for no reason. He clearly remembered that the middle-aged man had a mocking smile on his face after crashing into his divine ship. Could it be that the middle-aged man deliberately left the so-called divine fire seed on his divine ship when he crashed into their divine ship? Okay, you can search, but I hope you can do it quickly. We are in a hurry. Zhuowen nodded and gestured for Xiaohe and the others to leave the divine ship. He also complained unintentionally, "Today is really unlucky. We were just attacked by a black divine ship and almost lost our lives. Now, we're going to be searched again. If I had known earlier, I would have checked the almanac before leaving today." After Zilong arranged for people to enter the divine ship to search, she naturally heard Zhuowen's complaints. Her beautiful eyes brightened. Fellow Taoist, just now you said that you were attacked by a black divine ship. Then, did you clearly see who was piloting the black divine ship? Zilong approached Zhuowen and quickly asked. Of course he saw it clearly. That damned dog had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a big nose and squinted eyes. We were on our way, but this son of a bitch suddenly attacked us. This is really infuriating. If this Lord Dragon catches this son of a bitch, this Lord Dragon will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces and let him have a taste of being F***ed by a dog. When she mentioned the black ship and the middle-aged man, Xiaohei immediately cursed it out loud. She was extremely agitated as she constantly described what had happened. I knew it. On the day we lost the sacred fire seed, Fei Pingzi suddenly went out for some business. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The sacred fire seed was indeed stolen by him. Sure enough, every man is a good thing. Zilong frowned and coldly snorted while gritting her teeth. Zhuowen was somewhat speechless as he looked at Zilong, who had expected better from him. He actually wanted to retort that there were actually good men. Her conclusion was too arbitrary. No. However, when he saw that Zilong was about to explode, Zhuowen tactfully remained silent. He didn't want to provoke this woman. Very quickly, soon, this group of cultivators searched Zhuowen's divine ship and found a pitch-black crystal that was half the size of a palm in the depths of the ship. This is the waste of the sacred fire seed. Fei Pingzi actually knows how to extract the sacred fire seed. He approached the second saintess with impure intentions. Zilong exclaimed. Zilong held the pitch-black crystal in her hand and secretly sighed. She understood that after the sacred fire seed was extracted, even if he found Fei Pingzi and killed him, he wouldn't be able to get back the complete sacred fire seed. Because once the sacred fire seed was extracted, it couldn't be used again. This time, her mission had clearly ended in failure. Zilong glanced at Zhuowen and thought that this mission wasn't completely fruitless. At least she had figured out who stole the sacred fire seed. Can you tell me which direction the black divine ship escaped in? Zilong asked. Zhuowen pointed in the direction the black divine ship escaped and said, His black divine ship is very fast. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up in time. Zilong didn't reply. Instead, she used her movement technique and chased in the direction Zhuowen pointed. About an hour later, Zilong returned to this place. Lord Zilong, did you catch up to that person? Sheng hurriedly went up and asked in a fawning manner. Zilong shook her head. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen and said, I need you to come with me to Zixian, Holy City. I need you to testify for me regarding Fei Pingzi. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Zilong was a little too full of herself. He had never met Zilong before. She didn't even ask for his name and wanted him to testify for her. Could it be that in this woman's eyes, everyone should listen to her orders and act according to her wishes? Although Zhuowen's destination was Zixian, Holy City, he didn't like the feeling of being ordered around. If Zilong was polite and asked him to go, he might have gladly gone. But if he followed Zilong, he would definitely be interrogated by the upper echelons of the Zixian clan. This wasn't something Zhuowen liked. You and I have never met before. I don't owe you anything. I refuse to go with you to Zixian, Holy City, Zhuowen said lightly. Zilong's beautiful eyes widened. She obviously didn't expect Zhuowen to reject her request. As the third holy maiden of the Zixian clan, her status was high and her word was law, since others had always fawned over her and listened to her. No one had ever rejected her request. But now, this unprepossessing young man in front of her actually rejected her request. Zilong wrinkled her nose and didn't understand. Do I still need a reason to refuse? Zhuowen shook his head speechlessly and continued. If there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave. Stop right there. You've got guts. What kind of status does Lord Zilong have? You actually dare to be so impudent? Do you want to die? Shi Sheng brought several dozen people and blocked Zhuan's path, berating Zhuan loudly. Zhuan looked at Shi Sheng coldly and said indifferently, "What? Could it be that if I refuse you all will kill me? You offended Lord Zilong. That's courting death. Even if I kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it's still not enough to redeem your great sin," Shi Sheng said with a cold smile. "It's fine if you like to be someone else's dog, but why force others to be your dog? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Haven't you heard before?" Zhuan shook his head and said with a sneer, "You're courting death." Shi Sheng was fuming with anger. This boy actually dared to mock him as a dog. This was simply humiliating him in public. A mere middle-stage universe, great tribulation trash, actually dares to insult me. You've already committed a great crime. I'll execute you on the spot. Killing intent surged in Shi Sheng's eyes. His right hand was like lightning, fiercely grabbing at Zhuan's face. Chapter 43:27. Zhuan looked calmly at Shi Sheng's attack that was getting closer and closer. A strong gust of wind swept over and blew Zhuan's hair. The moment Shi Sheng attacked, Zhuan noticed that Zilong was standing at the side and watching coldly. There was even a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. Look, Zilong was not a good person. She was silently allowing Shi Sheng to kill him. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion sounded continuously. Shi Sheng's attack was close at hand. His claws were like cast iron. With one claw, it was as if he could tear Zhuan apart. "You're dead, trash!" Shi Sheng shouted. Xing grinned and silently mocked Zhuan, who did not move at all. Boom! Shi Sheng's claws hit Zhuan's body, and the entire space stirred up waves of terrifying ripples. Then he was shocked to find that Zhuan's entire body was shattered. He could even hear the sound of surging waves. Boom! The shattered Zhuan turned into water splashes and fell from the sky, silently merging into the depths of the earth. Boom! The moment Zhuan used the secret technique of water escape, Xiaohe, Shirpatian, and Shanlingyun entered the parallel world. He's dead? Shi Sheng asked. Xing looked at Zhuan, who had turned into water splashes and merged into the earth, and muttered to himself in a daze. Zilong, who was watching by the side, suddenly narrowed her eyes. Boom! She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and pointed at the ground where the formless water had landed. Boom! Boom! The ground exploded, forming a deep, pitch-black crater. He disappeared. Even his aura seemed to have evaporated. What kind of secret technique is this? Zilong looked down at the huge pit in front of her silently. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she could not help but click her tongue in wonder. "Master Zilong, do you mean that the kid just escaped?" Shi Sheng came to Zilong's side and naturally heard what she said. He could not help but ask with his eyes wide open. In Shi Sheng's opinion, it was impossible for Zhuan, who was merely at the middle stage of the universe great tribulation, to survive his attack. He really did run away. This child's cultivation is not very high, but he has many tricks up his sleeves. Just now, after he turned into the formless water, his aura completely disappeared. If I had not been observing from the side, I would also have thought that this child was dead, Zilong said. Shi Sheng's expression was a little ugly. He had originally planned to perform well in front of Zilong to gain her favor. As the saintess of the Zixian clan, Zilong was respected and admired by tens of thousands of people. She was much more glorious than him, the clan leader of the Shiran clan. If he could establish a connection with Zilong, he and the Shiran domain that he was in charge of would benefit greatly. Now, Zhuan had escaped right under his nose, causing him to lose face. Shi Sheng hated Zhuan so much that his teeth itched. "Master Zilong, should we continue to pursue Fei Pingze?" Shi Sheng asked. he should still be in the Ran domain. Patrol carefully during this period of time. If you receive any news of him, do not try to alert him. Inform me immediately, Zilong said in a low voice. Shishing said somewhat disapprovingly, Master Zilong, you are being too careful. That Fei Pingze is only at the late stage of the cosmic Dharma stage. I alone am enough to capture this person. Zilong's expression turned cold and said rudely, What do you know? Fei Pingze's cultivation is not very high, but he has an extremely fast and powerful black divine ship. In addition, this person is extremely cunning. Once you alert him, you may not be able to capture him smoothly. Sheng quickly nodded and did not dare to object anymore. Let's go. I need to make a trip back to Zixian, Holy City, to bring back the news of Fei Pingze. It's a pity if we could capture that person alive and not testify for us. The following matters would become very simple. Zixian said. Zilong thought of the second saintess's unreasonable personality and extremely protective nature. If there was no concrete evidence, the second saintess would definitely stand on the side of her husband, Fei Pingze. Although it was troublesome, Zilong also knew that with the passage of time his deduction would definitely be confirmed. She did not believe that Fei Pingze, who had stolen the divine fire seed, would dare to return to the Zixian Holy City. At thousands of kilometers away, the invisible water that Zhuowen had transformed into appeared on the shore of a river and reformed into a human form. Shisheng and Zilong are really unreasonable. They killed people just because they moved. Isn't this a little too much? Danshan said. Ling Yin came out of the great world and waved her little fist angrily. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. This has always been the rule of the path of cultivation. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was very calm. He did not feel indignant that Shisheng had killed him just because of a disagreement. At Thane, the world of cultivators, there were no rules. Whoever had the biggest fist could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, if one did not easily fall on the path of cultivation, then one had to be cunning and vigilant enough. One had to make oneself stronger, so strong that no one could threaten you. This divine ship has already been seen by Shisheng, Zilong, and the others. In order to avoid being recognized by them, let's change to another divine ship. After Zhuowen destroyed the already tattered divine ship, he took out another completely different divine ship from the Great World. At the same time in the Great World, there were many divine ships prepared in order to prevent things like today from happening. The group continued to move towards Rant's divine ship. Bai Xiaohe became more cautious during the journey due to what had happened before, to the point of being somewhat nervous. As long as he saw other divine ships approaching from afar, Xiaohe would immediately run away as if he was running away, as if he was afraid that the divine ship would randomly bump into him, causing the cultivators passing by to be baffled. Originally, it was only half a day's journey away from Rant's divine ship, but the overly cautious Xiaohe took 2 days to arrive at Rant's divine city. At the same time, Zhuowen, who had been using the primordial stone to deduce the incomplete demonic book obtained by the limitless demon sect, finally succeeded in deducing the incomplete part of the demonic book. Nothing is limitless, and the demonic is limitless. Limitless is limitless, and this is the limitless demonic Tao. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and muttered the first few sentences of the complete demonic book. The complete demonic book was called the limitless demonic book, and the cultivator of this demonic book was called the limitless demonic Tao. Even more, what surprised Zhuowen was that the limitless demonic book was a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth level demonic book. Strange back then, the limitless demon sect relied on this demonic book to dominate several realms, and their foundation and power surpassed most of the high-grade realms. Zhuowen suspected that the founder of the limitless demon sect had only cultivated this demonic book to a small success stage. Thus the limitless demonic book was so powerful that if one could cultivate it to a large success stage, they would probably be able to reach the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth level. Back then, the limitless demon sect had not only dominated several realms, but had also leaped to become a new supreme realm. The limitless demonic book had a total of 4 levels, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. What interested Zhuowen even more was that the limitless demonic book wasn't the type of demonic technique that was domineering an attack, but a supportive demonic technique. Within the limitless demonic book, there weren't any offensive divine abilities, and the only divine ability was demonic die. Chapter 40, 328. Mo Ran was the core ability of the limitless demon book. Its main function was to instantly contaminate all the cultivation methods, abilities, artifacts, and so on of the cultivator with a powerful demonic nature. Momo Ran would not cause any damage to the cultivator's abilities, cultivation methods, and artifacts. On the contrary, it would greatly enhance the cultivator's abilities, cultivation methods, and artifacts. While if Mo Ran was contaminated by an enemy, it would immediately demonize the enemy and greatly weaken the enemy. If the enemy's mind was weak, it would be easy to be controlled by Mo Ran and become a puppet of the cultivator. While in this degree of strengthening oneself and weakening the enemy would become stronger as one's cultivation of the limitless demon book became more profound. The more Zhuowen understood the limitless demon book, the brighter the light in his eyes. This limitless devil tome was simply made for the current him. In the Nuwa domain, he had offended many experts of the super domains. If he directly entered the super domain like this, there was no doubt that the chances of being exposed would be very high. After all, many experts had seen his battle scenes and knew his aura and abilities. If he had Mo Ran's cover, even if he used the same ability, it would be a demonic ability. No one would associate it with him. Zhuowen did not immediately cultivate the limitless demon book. Instead, he walked out of the divine ship and brought Shanling Yun and the others into Shi Ran God City in a low-key manner. Jiu Yuan, you are actually so familiar with Shi Ran God City? After entering Shi Ran God City, under Jiu Yuan's suggestion, they came to a relatively affordable inn near the center of the city. While and under Jiu Yuan's reminder, Shi Ran God City held the 10,000 Lanterns Festival in the last 3 days. The entire city was filled with a festive atmosphere. While in these 3 days, the ancient teleportation array will be temporarily closed. After the festival, it will open again. While Jiu Yuan smiled at Zhuowen's question and said casually, I stayed in Shi Ran God City for a period of time and happened to encounter the 10,000 Lanterns Festival. At that time, I was also going to Zixian's sacred city, but I had a closed door, so I have a deep impression of it. When looked at Jiu Yuan indifferently, although he felt that Jiu Yuan was hiding something, he did not ask. After all, this was his private matter. In the inn's high-grade cultivation room, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the outside world and began to concentrate on cultivating the limitless devil scripture. High in the process of using the primordial stone to deduce, he already had a very deep understanding of the cultivation of the limitless demonic scripture. Therefore, when he cultivated it, it was actually twice the effort for half the result. In just 3 days, he had successfully cultivated the first level of the limitless devil scripture. Mo Ran. Zhuowen slowly stood up. His lips moved slightly as dense demonic fog wrapped around his entire body. In the depths of the demonic fog, a pair of crimson eyes appeared. From afar, it really did look like a demonic cultivator. The demonic mist gradually receded, revealing Zhuowen's true appearance. Under the influence of Mo Ran, Zhuowen's face also changed. His skin became fairer, and his eyes flashed with a demonic red light. The corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Ruo if Zhuowen used the primordial grand mist art to slightly alter his aura and appearance. Even people familiar with him wouldn't be able to recognize him at first glance. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door, and then Shan Lingyun's voice sounded. Zhuowen opened the door, and Shan Lingyun was standing outside. See, when the door opened, Shan Lingyun was about to grumble, but when she raised her head and saw Zhuan's face, she was stunned. Did I knock on the wrong door? Shan Lingyun was confused. She looked at the door number subconsciously, and after confirming that it was correct, she looked at the demonic man in front of her with a strange gaze. This demonic man's eyes flashed with a red light, and it made her very uncomfortable. Zhuo Wen withdrew the effects of Mo Ran, and his appearance and aura returned to normal. "It's me," Zhuo Wen said with a smile. Shan Lingyun patted her chest and rolled her eyes at Zhuo Wen. She curiously said, "Disciple, your disguise technique is getting more and more powerful. I didn't recognize you just now. If you didn't restore your appearance, I would have thought that I was facing a fiendish devil cultivator." Zhuo Wen said. Wen's smile grew wider. It seemed that the effects of Mo Ran were beyond his expectations. Even Shan Lingyun couldn't recognize him. The 10,000 Lanterns Festival is over. Today, the ancient teleportation array in Ran God City will be reopened. We can teleport. Shan Lingyun said with a smile. Zhuo Wen nodded and said, "Before we go, you, the Jew Yuan, and the rest should enter my world first, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble." Shan Lingyun said. Shan Lingyun naturally knew what trouble Zhuo Wen was talking about. After all, they had offended Shang a few days ago. Zhuo Wen's disguise was better than theirs, and he could get away with it. However, they might not be able to do so. Shang, the ancient teleportation array in Ran God City, was located in the central Great Temple. At this moment, there was a long queue outside the central Great Temple. Many cultivators were waiting to use the ancient teleportation array to go to other regions. Due to the delay of the 10,000 Lanterns Festival, there were many people waiting to use the ancient teleportation array today. There were only 2 ancient teleportation arrays in the central Great Temple, so the efficiency was very slow. When arrived at the central Great Temple, he silently queued at the back of the queue. Due to the effects of Mo Ran, although Zhuo Wen didn't deliberately release demonic aura, the faint cold demonic aura still affected the people queuing around him. No few people deliberately distanced themselves from Zhuo Wen. Their eyes were full of fear when they looked at the latter. Demonic cultivators did as they pleased and didn't stick to one pattern. They killed people as they pleased. Many cultivators didn't want to provoke demonic cultivators, let alone get too close to such dangerous people. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, enjoyed it. At least he didn't need to queue with others. After a few hours, it was finally Zhuo Wen's turn. When they were about to enter the ancient teleportation array, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the depths of the God City. Everyone looked up. When they saw one of the elders, they were all in awe. As for the guards of the great shrine, they all knelt on the ground. "Greetings to the great clan leader." The guards knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. This elder was the great clan leader of the Ran clan, Shang. At this moment, Shang, the great leader of the clan, was following behind an extremely beautiful woman in an ingratiating manner. He had a servile and subservient appearance. This beautiful woman was the 3rd saintess of the Zixian clan. When they arrived at the gate of the central Great Temple. Shang glanced at Zhuo Wen expressionlessly and shouted, "Get lost!" The 2 guards in charge of the ancient teleportation array also rudely blocked in front of Zhuo Wen with their long spears and rudely pushed him out. "Are you deaf? Why haven't you scrammed to the side yet?" The guard bluntly shouted and smiled at Shang. As the great clan leader of the Ran clan, you don't even abide by the rules set by your own clan. Instead, you wantonly cut the line. Isn't this a bit unbefitting of your status as a great clan leader? Zhuo Wen said indifferently. Shang, who had originally ignored Zhuo Wen, narrowed his eyes and turned to look coldly at Zhuo Wen. He said, "What did you say?" Long frowned and said impatiently, "Shang, I'm in a hurry. If you want to quarrel, you don't have to follow me to Xian's sacred city. I can go by myself." Shang hurriedly nodded and bowed. He coldly looked at Zhuo Wen and gave the surrounding guards a look. Then he brought Zi Long into the ancient teleportation array on the left. Clang! After Shi Sheng and Zi Long were teleported away, all the guards in the central great temple rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen.